Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to all of you as we begin day 2 of the 8th Regional Consultative Meeting on Ease of Doing Research, organized by NITI Aayog and hosted by National Center for Earth Science Studies. After an insightful and enriching day 1, we continue our collective endeavor to strengthen India's research and innovation ecosystem. Building on the momentum of yesterday's discussions, today's deliberations focus on bridging research, innovation, and societal impact, ensuring that the outcomes of science extend beyond laboratories to truly benefit the communities they are meant to serve. We now move on to the technical session 3 on the theme From Lab to Land, Technology Translation and Commercialization. This session highlights how innovations emerging from our research institutions can be effectively translated into tangible technologies, products, and solutions, fostering entrepreneurship, industry, collaboration, and national development. This session will be moderated by Professor T.N. Nagabhushana, Vice Chancellor, Kishkinda University, Bellary. An eminent academician with nearly 4 decades of rich experience spanning teaching, research, and administration, specializing in computational intelligence, including machine learning and neural networks. As Vice Chancellor of Kishkinda University, he actively guides the university's technical future, currently mentoring the Center for Applications of AI and ML. May I invite Professor Nagabhushana to kindly chair the session. Now, I would like to invite the distinguished panel members, Professor V. Palanimuthu, Director, National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, Tanjavur. Dr. R. Joseph Bensing, Director and Head, Central Institute of Petrochemicals, Engineering and Technology. Professor B. Satyanarayana, Vice Chancellor, Dayananda Sagar University. Dr. S. N. Sridhara, Vice Chancellor, Adi Chunchanagiri University. Dr. S. Ramesh, Scientist G, National Institute of Ocean Technology. Dr. Aravind Ajoy, Dean, Industry Collaboration and Sponsored Research, IIT Palakkad. And Professor Johnny Johnson, Director, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kerala. May I invite Professor T.N. Nagabhushana to kindly chair the session and begin the proceedings.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries, delegates. So since yesterday, we have been listening to various inputs from the eminent experts coming from different institutions about the policies and also the issues that we are facing and how we can really overcome such kind of remedial measures for betterment of research and development in the country. Today, this session is very important. The reason is that yesterday we focused on the issues and the gaps at the research level, faculty level, infrastructure level, and how we can ease them. So many thoughts have really emerged. And this particular part is very critical because it is the ultimate objective of whatever plans that we discussed yesterday. The end of the day is that, what are the takeaways? The research and development, ultimately, it has to reach the societal needs, the needs of the country, and we need to become more competitive internally, and we need to take leadership globally. This is something very important for all of us. Now, looking at the strengths India has at this point of time, I need to take away some time citing our own merits the Indian ecosystem has at present. Now, all of us also deliberated yesterday that Chandrayaan was successful, and majority of the brains that worked hard day and night were not actually from IITs. All local college talent worked very hard, and reached the objective. This is something we need to be proud of. As Indians, everyone need to be proud of. That means we have the capability to prove that we can rise to occasions. Second one, little world 2019. Yesterday this point also touched actually. We developed Covaxin, worked hard, and our scientists proved that we can definitely rise to occasion. So these two examples serves as major strengths, the merits that Indian ecosystem has at present. We became world leaders by citing these two examples. Globally, we are competitive. At the same time, we need to understand whatever research that we do, to what extent it is getting translated into reality, reaching the masses, and what are the gaps that we need to really understand and how we can plug in. So these are the critical points. So there is something really happening in the country in terms of research and development, but at the same time the gaps need to be focused at a larger proportion. A single meeting like this may not really yield that kind of detailed focus, but it will touch upon the points. For example, if we look into the IT infrastructure today, have we become global leader in developing a kind of a software that other countries are developing and become world leader? We are exporting software, no doubt it is adding to the GDP of the country, it's fine, excellent. The recent developments in the computer science area, the large language models, all the ChatGPT and all their different variants that we are using as end products here. We are observing. But India could have developed such kind of a software and provided to the rest of the world, earning a huge amount of revenue. That did not really happen. We need to understand why. The reasons are very simple, that we cannot really manufacture such kind of GPUs, which are costly. A single GPU may cost from 6 lakhs to 9 lakhs. And we cannot build such a kind of 6,000 GPUs and train them for 3 months, consuming more than 900 megawatts of power. So that kind of a system we don't have. So what I want to insist is that we need to take leadership in translating our research to become not only internal user, but also to global leadership we need to touch upon. So the gaps are basically that private universities, private institutions need to be integrated into the ecosystem. That's one of the important point. In agriculture revolution, whatever achievements that have been made, they're marvelous. We are self-sufficient today. We are proud of it. However, with the change in technology, there is again a huge amount of gap in precision agriculture, deployment of technologies, reaching out to mass in this country with varieties of languages. Now, thanks to the language models, because we can also have translation, all kind of new things can reach the mass in a very minimum time. Multilingual, multimodal applications are emerging. So we have the talent abundantly. The research need to be focused, encouraged, and we need to have a systematic way that research and innovations need to be integrated into the research systems and research universities, teaching and research universities. NEP 2020 is a marvelous journey for us. We need to really understand still its complete potential at this point of time as university vice chancellors and directors here today. So in this context, today's presentation, I would request all my expert panels to focus totally on translating the research and development into the societal needs at local level and global level. We need to be very much focused rather than telling our own best things, because we are good. Let's be proud of ourselves. Each of our universities are good. They are doing great within the limitations they have. But at the same time, at the national level, a consultative meeting like this need to provide the energy that these are the gaps and these are the possible solutions. The problems are there. At the same time, the collective wisdom should also give solutions. This is something very, very important for all of us. Now, with this short note, setting the tone for the next sessions here, I request all my team here to present their wisdom so that some very constructive outcome will emerge out of this consultative meeting. Thank you very much. I request Director, National Institute of Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management.
Very good morning to each one of you here. Yeah. Thank you, NITI Aayog and National Center for Geographical Science Studies for giving a platform to really share some of our thoughts over 2 days. Chairman, my fellow speakers today in the morning session, distinguished invitees, namaskar to all of you. How many of you know National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, Thanjavur? I do not know. It is a recently become an institute of national importance like any other NIT or IIT. But we have a long history. 67, the founder director of, this is a chance for me to introduce my institute also. That's why I'm just, take a 1 minute to introduce my institute. 67, the man who founded the CFTRI Mysore, every one of us know, he with his own retirement money started a small lab to help the farming community of the Kaveri Delta region in Thanjavur district. And that has grown to like a banyan tree now, and it became a paddy processing research center, a national lab in 72, and in 2008 became an academic institution also. It introduced academic institution, but under Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. In up to 2008, we started a BTech program, and 2017 it became Indian Institute of Food Processing Technology, encompassing all animal products, milk, everything along with the crops. Then 2021 October we become an institute of national importance. It's renamed as National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management. Very apt title for the today's session as well. This institute is not very big, only 42 sanctioned position, and of course 30 people are there only right now. I went there about 2 years back from University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, as a director of that institute. This institute has its, is a kind of a different institute because food processing is a technology-oriented area. So we have this institute specifically meant to address similar kind of thing, translational research and R&D and commercialization. That is our strength. Now for half a minute, let me tell my institute has a citation index of over 38,000. Right now, last few years only, we are in existence. We are ranked 12th or 13th, this year 13th, earlier it was 12th, 13th or 12th. In the NIRF ranking, and along with that, our H index in short history we have a 98, and I-10 index is 772. And last 3 years we have got 12 patents granted, and 27 patents already. Most of them are published, and it is in the process in last 2-3 years. In this year more, in fact. And we have a very good technology base which have been developed over some time, and nearly about 133 technology ready for commercialization. 63 have been already transferred to multiple industries. That is our strength. And about 140 entrepreneurs in food domain, they are already in the field. Many people, very ordinary people, exporting to many countries. Last 2 years, 6 of our alumni have already started their own entrepreneur, their own industry. This is our strength, and I will give you in between sometime something more, because we have a lot of MSMEs and startups and all those things. With this background, let me go to my first slide. Really, the topic says what is the importance of tech transfer, translation and commercialization. The whole day yesterday, we were always talking about R&D, research and development. Now we are at the stage, we are going to translate and commercialize today. This is within a short time, we are doing wonderful job. Technology, translation and commercialization are basically a very integrated, interrelated process which requires three important things. One is institution agility. This is very important. If you are a sleeping institute, you cannot do it. There is a policy, alignment should be there with the institute policy, and there should be entrepreneurial culture should be built in the system. Otherwise, you cannot become. These are what you get out of it when you do this. It amplifies your social impact. That institute, NIFTAM is well known in the world. Many of you may not be knowing here, but it is well known in food domain throughout the world. And then it boosts funding prospects. If only 27 or 28 faculty are there, we have funded project, big project more than 24. And many are sponsored research projects from industry. So we have academics, B.Tech program, which is a flagship program through JEE only we admit students, 90 students. We have M.Tech program, 3 M.Tech program, food technology, food processing, engineering and food safety and quality assurance. And then these are the 3 M.Tech program, PhD programs also. That is 1/3 is our academics. Only 1/3 is academics. 1/3 is our research. We are very strong in research. And the 1/3 we do technology transfer, commercialization and then skill development trainings. We are very good in these aspects because we have very good incubation centers there. And with this, what we really achieve with this kind of institute, it strengthens academic reputation also. Because our B.Tech graduates are in high demand, our almost 100% campus placement, our M.Techs and undergraduates. And then it fosters industry collaboration. If your strength is good, then industry comes on their own. All, you name the company, ITC, Pepsi, all the people come to us for to solve their problems. And it enhances students' opportunities to place it in the industry. We don't really, our mindset itself is for industry. Our graduates are there for industry only. Very few people go for higher studies and other things. And it promotes a culture of innovation. This translation and commercialization, it safeguards your intellectual property, it expands global research, facilities access to advanced technologies. You can put it in one place. That really is good. And then you have a support, sustainability of research is also very important. Now, when we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, how you can achieve it? Unless you develop technologies, translate what we require we should develop and translate to the stakeholder. Then only it will become Atmanirbhar Bharat will be a reality. And then job creation is a key thing. Whatever you do, whatever technology you develop, it goes to an industry, it creates jobs. Oh, already it's time? It's not 10 minutes? Okay. I have not started yet. Okay. Okay. Let me go quickly. Then it gives you. See, this is how we look at it in NIFTAM Thanjavur. It's an integrated process. We create ideation, validation, incubation, and tech transfer all in one place. This is the strength of NIFTAM Thanjavur. And of course, this is the possible maybe in food processing because this is a technology driven sector. But it is not the case with other things. And we have a very easy going policy of simplified technology licensing process. How we do it? We have a transparent system, time bound technology transfer. People who take the technology, they are given training there, or we will do that support in their place also. And we have a very clear guidelines for licensing, royalties and support. Though we have NRDC and all, we are related to them also, but we transfer, you apply, send an email, in 1 week you got the technology, everything, done. That is the fast system. And we give non-exclusive license, very rarely exclusive license unless we develop through sponsored research. where we sign NDA agreement, non-disclosure agreement with the industries. Big industries, they don't come and spend money without NDA agreement. We do that. And now technology validation and demonstration is at client side is possible. we have TOT cell is very small, but is very, very dynamic. And we have a lot of collaborative research, which I told you earlier also. And lot of our research, almost 100% is a funded research only we do. We don't do general research. And sponsored research through industry collaboration, we get lot of startups and entrepreneurs, they put the money, get the thing what they wanted. And in industry academic collaboration, that helps us campus placement also. And partnership with startups, we have we have a MOU with many companies, many institutions, including Tamil Nadu startup. We have MSME, we have a agreement, and many government agencies, we have a collaboration. And infrastructure, we have a very good food business incubation center, always full. Our trainings are well received across the country. It's very difficult to get a slot, and it's all paid training. We don't do anything free. And we have open access lab. We have a food testing lab. It's an enable accredited lab. It is a FSSI referral lab and reference lab. This is the second lab in South India, apart from CFTRI Mysore. We do all kinds of testing for food. And we do a lot of research as well in developing the protocols also. We do prototype development and quality assurance. And we have of course, this skill development. I was talking about skill development, capacity building. And these things, how it can be done really. Training in food processing and food safety and food engineering, this is very important. If you want to do a translation and commercialization, these are some of the things which we should be doing it. Entrepreneurship modules in academic curriculum itself, we are one of the 20 institute identified Ministry of Education for design thinking and entrepreneurship. Only 2 institutes other than NIT and IIT, we are the one. In our curriculum itself, in each course, design thinking and entrepreneurship is included in the curriculum itself because of that program. And regular workshops, seminars, and regularly, almost every day, 2-3 programs. It's a small institute. It's not a very big one. But we always have something or the other. And we have a lot of partnership with incubators. We know anybody can come with an idea, incubate, and very small charge. Only electricity charge we charge. Otherwise, they can test their idea, develop, use all our lines. We have 7 lines: bakery line, chocolate line, pasta line, fruits and vegetable processing line, ice cream line. There is bakery line. They can test their technology there. When they confirm, we are very confident they can go to and start an industry. We handhold them. This is why this institute is different. And we have because already a lot of bells have come. I have come to the last slide. I think sir, I have not taken actually 10 minutes because I saw the timing also. This is the way forward. What we are supposed to do. This is for NITI Aayog to ponder over. We have to strengthen our IP and licensing policy in each institute. Without that, you cannot really move forward. Translation is not possible. Cluster-based collaboration is very important. If suppose some commodity, one district, one product, see PMF scheme for the national level, we are the nodal agency. All your projects are approved from our side, our institute. Technically, then it goes to the ministry and we do a lot of capacity building. You go to our website if you are a food site. All information to start an industry is available on the website. If you are guava processing, you have a complete DPR in our website, free, downloadable. All machineries where it is available, videos in 13 languages, we have all uploaded, all free in our website. Institutional IP cells, kindly you have to create a patent. We are very quick in patenting. And we have identified agency, we own the charges. Institute own the charges. B.Tech student may file a patent in our institute. So we spend all the money from the institute. And our patent processing is very, very fast. And then we have incentives for early innovation disclosure to the scientists and the innovators, regional food tech innovation clusters. We are actually having a groups in different, we have a license office in Guwahati, we had in Bathinda, Punjab, like that. And a shared technology access and collaboration development. These are the things which we should be doing if you really want to translate. Institutional Innovations Fund. We have created for India Institute Innovation Cell as per AICTE norms, and that cell we have allotted 2% of our budget for anybody can, if they really prove that their idea is good, BTech or MTech or anybody, they can access that fund. This year we have given 25 lakhs. They can access that fund, India Innovation Fund. And investor connections, market linkage, because most of the time technology is taking off because the technology is developed for somebody. Not that I have developed, you take it. No. We develop the technology for a particular person, particular industry, particular entrepreneur. That's how we do our research. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to share my thoughts. Maybe during a discussion hour you may have other queries. I will be happy to answer it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next speaker is Dr. R. Joseph Bensing, Director and Head, Central Institute of Petrochemicals and Engineering and Technology. Please. I request the speakers to be totally focused on the current topic because the informations that what we are giving available in the website, they can always look into that. But let us make this very productive. This 10 minutes is very, very crucial. So let us not tell more about our institution and so on, but let us focus on their accomplishments in their institution and also at a national and global level, what is their wisdom is. This is something very important to NITI Aayog, I believe. Thank you.
Very good morning to all. So I am representing CPET. As you are aware, CPET, Central Institute of Petrochemical Engineering Technology. Formerly it is known as Central Institute of Plastics Engineering Technology. So it's a very focused area. So I'm representing on behalf of CPET. I'm from R&D Center, Bangalore. So just a small introduction about our organization. So this more industry-based institute. So focused on only narrowed down to plastics domain. So plastics is, you are aware, plastic, without plastics, no industry or no this discipline is there. So it's started 1968 as a industrial setup with train the people to meet the need of industries for making molds and dies. Earlier it's called as Central Institute of Tooling. Then later name changed to Plastic Engineering, and now at present it's a Central Institute of Petrochemical Engineering. So basically we concentrate on different domain of manpower training, technology support to industries, and research. So manpower support means in the industry, plastic industries, downstream industries for machine operators and all those things, and developing the skill, those who are graduates from institute and skill in the specialized area, for example, design a product or prototype development. So design a product from computer-aided engineering, simulation, all kind of activities, including tool design, tool manufacturing, and production. So those kind of activities under the skill development. So technology development, as I told, it's an industry-based setup, medium-sized industrial scale. So all the equipments, all the facilities are for compared with the industries to be provided to technology support services to the industries in all the domains for design to market a product, so production supply also. So and academic and as well as research. So academic, so CPET across the country 48 locations we have. So 48 location, different needs. Some centers only skill development up to and providing technical support service to industries. Some undergraduate, postgraduate and PhD programs. Some centers only focused on R&D activities. So this is our journey training programs. It started 1969 as a certified courses with industrial facilities. So later diploma programs and then degree level programs. Now from 2004 onwards, it's a doctoral program also. So these are the, because very narrow down and programs from as per NSQC guidelines level 1 to level 10 we are covering. So technology support is told all the field from common man activities, domestic application to medical, aerospace or energy, every field. So we provide support to the industries in the name of design, prototyping, tooling, production, all kind of activities. So 3 R&D wings told. So I'm representing one of the R&D wing. So we do a kind of a basic research as well as applied research. So basic research through funded project as well as our own ministry funding. So I'm representing the Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer. So they fund initial research activities. So we do material development and new product development. So in all various sectors. So various sectors in agriculture to home, healthcare, power, water, packaging, everywhere, wherever the plastic is available, so SIPET is present. So with some examples, I want to explain how the technology is transferred. So our research reached to the industries and the social benefits. So for example, so you all of you are aware that the single-use plastics banned as per the guidelines of Pollution Control Board and Ministry decision. So later alternative, what will be the alternative? So bio-based polymers and biodegradable polymers. So a lot of research activities initiated, but a lot of challenges also there. But we work with industries like leading industries as well as startups for ITC and all those leading MNCs in the food packaging application. So you can see that first one, development of stretched biofilms. It's a Hindalco again. So we have a biodegradable material, but a particular application. So they are already using polyethylene waste. It's wrapping their these products, copper rods and aluminum rods they are manufacturing. So the requirement is wrapping properties, strength, and compared to cost is very high. So we developed 20 micron thickness film, and it's transferred now. Production is going on, like many cases. So in the area of biopolymers and violin. Similarly, other areas, renewable energy. So this also started with funding with the DST as a small project, proto development. So then later during early 2015, 2016. So then the technology is transferred. So because NDPC want to install that renewable energy, so they because already renewable energy in land mounting so panels are available. So land mounting limitations, land cost and all those things very. So planning to utilize the unutilized water bodies, backwaters. So those kind of areas, how to establish this kind of with lightweighting things. So we developed the technology, that means material, because panel, as you know that panel life is 25 years. So nobody will give material of life 25 years. So we did a lot of R&D work and evaluation, lab level things. So everything is happened. So later through NDPC funding, we installed near Kayangulam NDPC site 100 kilowatt. And then NDPC Surat 1 megawatt project. So then 2019 onwards, it's global players. So now many installations happening. SIPET is, because again, cost is a very big challenge here because of the material, because equivalent to matching the land mounting solar panels. So SIPET is working with various material manufacturers because material is available standard things and compounding it to reach that that life cycle. So we supporting the industries, validating those materials. And so here the earlier project and this project, certain limitation, because we developing the project through funded things or internal things. So transfer the technology needs certain facilities for real-time production of big components. We have facilities industrial scale, small sizes, size limitation is there, real-time validation of the product like internal testing, and so manufacturing of such huge mold required blow molding and kind of machineries, plant and machineries. So those kind of things is required. And similarly, we are working with, so you know that reducing the carbon footprint. So we are working with alternative petrochemicals. We are introducing natural fibers to the system and evaluating the product. Here also, so all the cases successfully developed, and some well-known industries like Mercedes-Benz and Ford, these kind of organizations are ready to fund to develop the tooling as well as for testing the prototype and taking the technology. But small scale industry is again a big question mark for the production of real-time product. So that is the gap between the lab to this real product. So similarly for composite material, again big challenge of here is material availability, raw material, and recycling technologies. So we developed a lot of indigenous products for the many PSUs like ordnance factories and DRDO labs, NVOL, all of those things. So they are ready to fund, and we developed, so all kind of things, it's in the field. But the challenges for small scale industries, so indigenization of this, very difficult to bear the development cost and the time. They are not ready to do that. So during COVID time, it's a very best example. So many products you don't suddenly want to develop India within 2-3 days or 5 days. It's not possible. It's take 5 to 6 months time to develop, and huge cost. People are not ready to involve. So similarly for I told NPOL, this similarly on the DST project we did for this development of polymer based aspheric lens for indirect ophthalmology. So it's in the clinical trial stage, so it will be transferred. So whatever the projects we are taking, it's going to the industrial. Also we are supporting to organizations or educated students or to developing tooling and take it forward for commercialization. So so these are the various other products from research to real example. So another one is we are working on the recycling, and the big challenge in the plastic is recycling issues. So we are working with various small scale industries and all. But here again the lagging is so facilities for segregation of waste, especially for municipal waste, so mixed waste from the municipality. So and infrastructure for recycling, in particular for chemical recycling, because mechanical recycling people are doing, but still, so under the CIPET is contributing, supporting our ministry as well, Ministry of Environment, BAS, so developing the policies and standardization the things and EPR regulations. So we support to the startups, and so more than 50 startups right now we are incubated and working with us for various sectors in the area of polymer. So the take forward, this is the main, whatever the projects we discussed, the issues are base material production is not in India. So purely depend on the import this dependency. So like biopolymers. So because of that only the cost is very high. High performance polymer for high-end applications. For these applications are defense sector as well as aerospace sectors are used this material, but it's not available in India. And as well as additives and specialty chemicals, these also all the things are imported, only depend on imported. So you know that now additive manufacturing is again a manufacturing process that leads to 3D printing or a rapid prototyping, only prototype purpose. So now it is used for a end-use product, it's additive manufacturing. Here also material development is a huge scope. Material is depend on imported material only. Even machine equipments also imported equipments. At least consumables we can able to develop easily. So that is a challenge. So scale up in infrastructure, as I told, product fabrication. CIPET is having even medium-sized industrial setup, but the large components for example, automobile, if you take bumper part, dashboard, and those kind of components, validating our material, taking trial, and industry is not allowed to do that. So those kind of infrastructure for tooling as well as for plant and machineries is required. Again, nowadays AML, everybody is talking, so digital material for analysis. So every day variety of materials are in the market. So validating the material, so prototyping in all the materials is not possible. So we have to validate through digital systems and like computer engineering. So for that, so then infrastructure for recycling. So then collaborative research, independent research we are doing already, but still need improvement. So we are well connected with industries because we are working for industries, we are with industries only. This still academia innovation so for larger area. So again funding, industrial participation is very important. People are not ready to bear any money. So they want only outcome within a few span of few weeks or months time, but they are not ready to invest anything. So ultimately, so bridging the lab to gap markets need to establish a setup in between the industry as well as academia. There is a lab, this industry scale common facilities for plant and machineries, material, this production systems at all. So as I told, we are this industrial scale setup. So we have facilities for lab to this commercialization activities. So you can contact for any requirement. Thank you, Punito.
Any clarifications or questions? We'll have it later. So we can have it later. Yes. The next speaker is Dr. Satyanarayan, Vice Chancellor, Dayanand Sagar University, Bangalore.
So good morning, everybody. As we get started, we would like to thank NITI Aayog for giving us an opportunity to share some of our thoughts or experiences. So essentially, as has been mentioned over the last 2 days, I mean, the key is we want to only not talk about the external process, but say what is it that we are doing internally and how we are able to maybe in the last 10 to 12 years between just small and new universities or as a private university, we are able to generate about say 2,000 crores of infrastructure, technology, product process transfer to companies using simple student-based, project-based learning with a systems overview. And I'll apologize if I'm slightly fast because I want to be sure I manage my time because if we are going to deliver technology, if we cannot manage time, I think then we are not doing the job. So let me just, I've already taken a few seconds, but I'm starting my stopwatch. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, the key is saying how do we have a systems approach to move forward to deliver product process solution. And I'll not go into detail. As I said, we are a young university. We have spent a special mission to make sure product process solution happen, that in the next 24 months, we want to be completely AI and digitalization compatible end to end in whatever we do. And everything has to be linked to sustainability. So we set for ourselves a target that by 2025, we will be a sustainable net zero compatible campus. And then of course, we deal with all branches of learning. So I'll not go into all of this, but just as an aspiration for us, I'm sure we all know that in the last 2000 years, except for 10% of the time, India was a global leader. Just for 200 years, we are already there, and again by 2047, we could be the leader literally or at least mandatory in purchasing power parity way beyond that. And so if we are moving in next 10 years from 4 to 8 or in the another 12 years, 8 to 32, I think it cannot but happen without research, innovation, ease of research and all industry, academia, R&D, all of them working together. And that is what we want to say. What are the process we are evolving? And this is just to say that so many things are happening in the country, and education alone is supposed to be a 10 trillion market. And of that, higher education, whether it is continuing education, corporate education, lifelong learning, skilling development, is about 40% of that. And therefore, the key is how do we, I mean, as I said, I want to take 3 to 4 minutes on the process that we evolve. I'm sure most of you know it, but if at all it helps, because finally the process is critical for the ease of research. So we are saying, how do we now move over from the to know education to do, to learn, to understand, to implement, to live for life and act. And for that to do, again, we have to now understand the Gen Z and the Gen Alpha. And so their expectations are, so we are sort of living between two worlds. All of us who are in the teaching, research, enabling, leadership, we are in the VUCA world. whereas the students are in the Barney world. And it's very difficult for us to understand this brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible Gen Alpha and Gen Z. So how do we now match the two is a key. And the only way it can happen is through multidisciplinary, immersive, experiential learning. Anyway, learning itself is supposed to be today lifelong learning. As Evan Toffler said, the educated person is one who is actually able to learn, unlearn and relearn. And therefore, and that is for learning is for lifelong. So how do we bring it into our academic process? So make sure that in every academic process, the knowledge, the skill, the values and the attitudes are built in with all the necessary parameters, skill needed for life in terms of functional characteristics, skills, or even say competencies are all built in. And that can only happen through project-based learning, and that's how we are saying, so how do we now integrate it? I'll not go into all the detail, but this is just to make sure that we have the ways of working, ways of learning, ways of living, all of that integrated to measure the outcomes in appropriate way for multidisciplinary learning. And all learning predominantly happens not in the class but in the activity. And therefore, and plus if you look at any new emerging domains, the recent World Economic Forum, it doesn't mention any subject. These are the attitude and the subject, emerging areas. So it is agnostic. So whether I'm in biology, English literature, education, philosophy, psychology, engineering, medical, it doesn't matter. So it's a serious question is how do we act as leaders, act as system integrators to facilitate each of the domain. And as yesterday Dr. Bihari said, we would allow the experts to work in their own area, but we have to act as system integrators to facilitate all of this comes together and we deliver it either for the student, for the teacher and for the society at large. And if ever there was a time for, I'm just put it as Dayanand Sagar University, but for all of us to work together is the most conducive time. That's the very fact that NITI Aayog is having this meeting here, giving us an opportunity to share, clearly shows that everybody is looking at how do we work together. And just to say, for example, last month, the Gartner report said about the AI, and it said that 200 of the top 200 companies said 85% of them need learning, and 92% of them say they will mandatorily collaborate. If the top 200 in AI are saying that, I am sure it's obvious all of us to mandatorily need to look at collaboration and working together. So it's a question of now how do we build it up bottom up or top down. Both are opportunities available, and that is up to, that's where, as I said, the multidisciplinary learning is the key, and that with project-based learning is now, are we going to work like blind with people independently or work together? And therefore I'll not go into all of this, but to say that we are clearly making efforts to see that as the need for learning is expanding fast and the knowledge life cycles are reducing drastically. 36 months is the type of knowledge learning life cycle, product process, 12 to say 6 months depending on the domain, or 20 in some case, and even learning, skilling is also 6 to 12 months. So in all this, the key point I want to repeat again is that we have to focus on multidisciplinary immersive learning and move away from rote learning as mentioned earlier to formative assessment on everyday, day-to-day activity when we work together. And so based on, and plus the key is we should have a right assessment metrics to do this. So we have formulated a whole metrics of assessment which ensures that every activity when the teacher and the student work together, teacher gets a foundation correlation to contextual education. What he does in the project-based education, the teachers have output for research. So that is the system engineering we do in the design thinking to ensure if 5 people are teaching in a particular semester, what are their area of interest? How do I bring a product or a process or an emerging policy issue depending on the domain relevant to them, and then link it to the fundamentals so that every class leads to outcomes. And so again, the moment we work with systems thinking, I think outcomes can be unlimited. I just say that day for yesterday, for example, a rocket and the satellite completely made in our campus. We won the second prize at the national so all the components developed, and this is just showing you that, so even before launching, they had to again test all of them for the various sites, for the detachment of the satellite, and also recovering them. So from hardware, software, even the PCBs, 3D printed material, everything done in the campus, except for a couple of sensors. Or for example, one more last week, the student has come out with piezoelectric bricks for energy harvesting, or this is another technology where we have developed some form of a process where we could clean air. You could literally put these pillars and you could generate clean air. These are all again technology transferred to the industry, and we are working with them to further scale it up. So you could literally put up some fancy pillars across the road in whether it is Delhi or anywhere, and you would have clean air. And we have also now collect the carbon and other impure material. We are working on how do we now extract it further after it is removed from the system. And this is just to say that these are student exercise. first India speaker satellite, first car that ran a 3,000 kilometer car rally. I mean, again, say multiple versions of the car, a complete semiconductor facility for large area flexible printable electronics, not once, twice created within student assignment project lab, working with local ecosystem and product process solutions, machines made, nanosensors. This is just to say that, and for doing all of this, we are building skill centers in the first place, linking knowledge and skill seamlessly with project-based activities, so that leads to the, and all these are in line with world skill. And so these are just mentioning some of the about 30, 40 startup companies and projects from, say, for example, the Bonvi won the first prize at Paris as a UAV, which could carry about 60 to 70 kgs and again travel without any GS remote sensing at 15 to 20, 30,000 altitude. So I'm just, for the lack of time, I'm not going through, but mentioning product across the domain. And even for industries, we have enabled over a few $100 million worth of activities through student projects and assignment. For example, in the first batch of students who came out from one of the previous university I was headed, they have now developed a complete process for second life batteries, which work as well as the first life battery at half the life for electrical mobility, and complete a company which now they sell at least $1 million worth of the process base for lithium ion battery for further extraction. And so various process equipments for any domain, all of them are made here, and say sensors for plasmonic application, and all these equipments that you see here, measurement, metrology to a large scale measurement, production process, all made with local companies here. For example, if you look at this equipment here, this is an equipment where you could measure the next generation vacuum nanoelectronic sensor, which could go into an electron source, which could be battery operated, or a free electron laser, or a sensor which could do micrometer level displacement or position measurement and all of that, or a light source. And so therefore, this is just to say that all these are again integrated equipment for wide range of measurement, combining NSOM, AFM, Raman, all of them together. So a 10-15 crore equipment reduced to 1 crore. All these process equipments are made with local suppliers for large area flexible printable or surface coating, tribological coating, you name it. And for example, a polymer developed for undersea cable connection, and nanomaterials made at room temperature for electronics on glass, paper, plastic. You can even make patterns of 100 by 120 nanometers at room temperature or meters together for some of those sensors, use and throw for electronics, food, medical implant. So I mean, again, some of the nanomaterial for lighting. So the key point I want to convey here is that, again, for example, waste coal converted to fertilizers and useful material from one small liter beaker to 100 liter production facility done in the lab. Biofertilizers, from any sort of wood burnt to generate smoke-free cooking. I mean, this has aeronautical technology going into it, and so this was made. So the key is, from day one, the student learn with multidisciplinary immersive experiential learning. They get exposure to all sorts of activity in the very first year, and they do a project-based learning because there is a course on innovation and systems thinking linked with sustainability and entrepreneurship as key matrices in assessment. So when they do all this and then do product-based applications, so if a drilling milling activity, we work with say 10 MSME, their products have to be optimized. They just give the material. A student in the first year and second year in the mechanical and manufacturing to first year mechanical, they do that. So you optimize the process, you optimize even the liquid, the fluent that will go into for minimizing heat process or translation. But then you have a complete automation with energy dynamometer. So you can transfer an automated process for an MSME for better quality. So these are showing that, say, and whole campuses converted into sustainable campuses. And again, say, piezoelectric material for sensors, medical instrumentation, waste coal to, again, medical implants, and also, say, dressing material, which is biofungal, antifungal, antibacterial. Complete, AR, VR enabled testing for medical, for what would be a few crores, you could do it in a few lakhs. And so train about surgery. Whether it's campus, whether it is environment, all this, the way I'm showing it is just to say that student assignments, projects with a systems overview, you could create anything in the campus, and not always necessary to get all the support externally. And again, many even multinationals have come and leveraged some of this facility. So the key I want to conclude to say is that if we can design our assignments and projects with what I want to call as a Pancha Indriya, as the 5I of information, inquiry, innovation, implementation, impact to happen in our assignments, projects, and multidisciplinary experiential activity, the assessment should have the Nava Kavachas or the 9 C's, and we could deliver any product process solution, including the problems of how do you do from TRL 4 to TRL 9, especially testing verification for an industry MSME startup. Those would be the student assignments, because a research scholar would not want to work on it, a faculty will not work. So how do you now integrate all of them with your day-to-day activity? Then I think sky is the limit. So I again thank you all for giving me an opportunity to share briefly some of our process and showcase some of the outcomes. But we'll be happy to share in any of the domain, and we'll be also, as for any given industry, we're saying whether it is strategy, or whether it is process optimization, whether it is a design development, whether it is L&D, whether we will be able to work with them to support them end to end of the life cycle with sustainability built in. Thank you very much once again for the kind opportunity.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dr. S.N. Sridhara, Vice Chancellor, Chunchanagiri University.
Thank you very much, NITI Aayog and the chairman, and also the scientists and others who are here. My talk will be focused directly onto the lab to land. I will not tell anything about my institute no more, but I'll be going through what is called, what is the actual numbers. So those are the things I'll be just going through. So this is a typical, yesterday I just created this image using Gemini AI, lab to land, and what is that actually the scientists or the innovators think in the laboratory, and what they are actually dreaming of, and how do we actually reach that dream is a question that we are looking at. I took some numbers. This is actually the annual report published in the Office of Controller of General of Patents and Designs, and you could see in 23-24 out of the applications of 1.26 lakh for the patents, only 1,03,057 patents have been approved. So this is granted and registered is the first number. I'll go through the second one just to say that it's just not the patent which you look for. Many of them actually comes through the designs, trademarks, indications, etc. and all that. So out of all this, possibly I'll be fixing more on the patent itself to say that what is the number of these number of patents actually which are registered, approved, will become workable. So I took again one of the the workable patent data. This is the existing Indian patent in 2023 is 1,37,33, and you can see only 560 patents are workable, are working. It means that though actually 34,134 in 2023 have been granted, as it was shown in the previous slide also, out of that only 560 means including the previous already existing, so it comes to only 0.4%. So the working patents are only 0.4%, means you can understand what is the gap there. That is what my intention to actually bring it in. Now if you look at the patent registration, it may be made, what are the reasons for that? Just to protect the ideas from others to use. This usually happens in the industries. For example, in automotive industry, any automotive industry, when they establish a new car or something, immediately they start filing 100 or more than 100 files, only to protect that this technology should not be used by others, so that it should be only with me. That is number one. Many patents are filed by academic institutions nowadays, and the government of India also reduced the patent cost, registration cost. So all of us are doing all, and again, as I know we were discussing about rat race yesterday, we are actually forced to publish or get patents, whether it is relevant or irrelevant for the market now. That is one problem. And there is also a poor background of the research by the innovators on the workability of ideas. See, what happens is, I get an idea, immediately I want to just register and publish it out. We'll never think of workability of it. And similarly, the ideators may be poor in finding a suitable market, and popularizing is another point for actually not making these patent workable. Now, if I look at the whole process of the natural process of evaluation of ideas up to business, I would say business, first we need to identify a gap, then only idea generation should happen. Just because I'm a scientist, I need not go to create some idea. I have to identify exactly what the governor was telling yesterday. Identify the need first. It may be local need or industrial need. And then after that, you need to actually, after the idea generation, please explore market exploration, maybe parallelly also. And finally, it has to be made to suit the business. Now, if I look at the LAMP to, the challenges, I again generated another Gemini AI. With only few prompts, you can generate all this. What it says is, a new innovator would like to do so many good things and see how many oppositions are there, how many challenges are there for him to move forward. Now, first let me take up in the same idea, like the gap identification and idea generation in between. what could be the wrong things or what actually leads to failure. Improper gap identification and improper idea may be the first step where actually we err. Just because the BTech students are good in electronics, BTech students are good in compiling something, etc., I cannot come out with a product which has finally become a junk later. So improper gap identification is a major thing. And again, another failure which actually I foresee between idea generation and the market exploration, the markets appear virtual at this age. This stage, we think that there is a big market for it. Market may not be there. See, for example, I have seen some of the agricultural universities, they create the coconut climbing machines, etc., and all that. There's a big market for it, but the problem is most of the products which are already on the market have failed to give that particular the performance. In that case, you need to look at what exactly the market is looking for, and then that virtual market should be removed, and we should have only the actual market for that. Now, when I look at the market exploration and also the business, again, it is very difficult. I could hear the first speaker actually was telling about the transfer of technology is the best one. I would say that's the correct one. But the moment actually I want to become an entrepreneur, then comes the big the ghost of license Raj and unethical competition by others. People don't allow you to actually become an entrepreneur by yourself, and you need to actually establish only after having a good experience with you. And now the challenges for the startups, if I just look at the startups, do not yield profits for long duration. This is a major problem, I'm telling you. Suppose I say I have a few students and all these students would like to get into entrepreneurship. First question they ask is actually what will be my share in the first month, second month. You won't get anything. In fact, many of them would have invested for more than 1 year or 2 years, just an investment only. You have to keep investing. You will have to pay the salary for others, but you wouldn't get salary back. And this is a major drawback in making this particular entrepreneurship coming true. Second one, the inventors start feeling the dearth of the fund and they get bored out of it, and the startup will be declared failed for unbearable pressure from the investors and society after a certain time. So a lot of perseverance is required, a lot of hand holding is required. Only then actually the startups and incubations are possible. They are not as rosy as it. I'll just put it to the viewers here, the scientists here. Do you know what is the actual number of the success stories of startups? At least 2 years of sustainability. It's only 2% only. 2% of the startups and incubation in India have sustained beyond 2 years. So then all the rosy picture which we speak about here, we made that actually has to be reviewed properly again. Handhold them. It is very important. Government of India, NITI Aayog is pushing us to make our entrepreneurs, but don't push others' children into the well to see the depth of it. Let's see how we can actually start making it much more easy. Now, proposed remedies which actually I'm looking at is most of the institutions have about Section 8 companies. So therefore, some hand holding is required by the government, and of course, NITI Aayog has given a lot of guidelines for both the state and central governments to look after. This has to be coming in true sense. The government and private sector must support the startups with financial help. This is where actually we can do something from the other institutions, especially the industries. If they don't do any hand holding for the fresher, especially once he got incubated and start a startup, probably he is going to lose it. Thank you. I'll take only one sentence more here now. The NGOs and other such organizations must organize boot camps, identify mentors, and run frequent course correction measures. I'll tell you what is a mentor. My experience with other institutions where I was the vice chancellor and now currently also, these mentors are morely virtual. They would have never actually started incubation. See, for example, me as an academician, I have never seen an industry, but I keep telling that you should become entrepreneur. In what ethics actually I can say, because I don't have anything to say. These mentors, when I actually identify from industry, ask them to come and give, they talk only blah 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 blah, but nothing about the projects which actually should get through. This is a major problem. We need to identify some mentors at national level, make them as a resource person who have incubated, who have made a startup, or who are actually into the field. Only they can actually guide it. And there is a course correction which is required also. The NGOs have to go through that. And finally, thank you. We are all actually dreaming. And this is another image. Basically, all entrepreneur, the startup will be actually become a winner. This is what actually we are looking at. But nonetheless, actually we need not be disappointed with the type of the failures what we have. Usually the failures should also teach us what is that we are going to, how we can overcome. With that, I thank the chairman and also the NITI Aayog and the entire organizer body here for giving me an opportunity to put my words. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Now Now I invite Dr. S. Ramesh, Scientist G, National Institute of Ocean Technology.
Good morning to all. Good morning to all. I am representing National Institute of Ocean Technology. Actually, this is a center. Actually, when your title is Lab to Land, this was the lab when we started at IIT Madras in 1993. The founder director with the two people, it was started in 1993 at the IIT. Then, because of the visionary of Dr. Muttunayagam, and he was a secretary, he moved this one to the land with the present one, which is in 2000. So, because our ultimate aim is we have to go to ocean. So we had moved in from 2000 onwards, last 20-25 years. So whatever been developed, I'll just showcase some of the technologies. From there, how the spin-off landed into the different industries over the past 5 to 6 years of time, which has really given us a direction towards that innovation and then going into the commercialization part. So this is the spectrum of activity which we are having, which is also covering with the SDG goals in a different spectrum. So we are working on the food, energy, water, bioresources, as well as climate change, and also forecast. These are all the different areas which is already conceived into our institute. This is the only institute in the country which is working on the people-oriented technology, because two of the other labs are on the defense. So we are working on the wide spectrum of activity, and over the past 20 years, these are all the technology which has already demonstrated in the field, which has gone to the field and installation has completed and it is running. Like we have a flagship program on low temperature thermal desalination, which is in Lakshadweep. First plant was commissioned in Kavaratti in 2005. From then onwards, now almost the last 20 years, there are 10 plants are commissioned the different islands. The people are drinking the fresh water of our institute, and now the funding is coming from Ministry of Home Affairs because the islands are governed by them. And recently there are plants inaugurated by our President and Prime Minister. So such technology, high-end technology is one side, but it has a lot of offsprings also. I will be coming into the next onwards. And there is right now we are doing in the Matsya 6000, it's a human submersible called Samudrayan under the Deep Ocean Mission, where I am the project director. And there is a deep sea mission which is being worked out for the collecting the deep sea resources from the deep sea of up to 6,000 meter deep. So we have demonstrated that vehicle. And also we are working on the ocean observation platforms, including tsunami early warning systems. So which goes up to 4,000 meter water depth after the tsunami event happened in 2005. And then we have the energy program, where we have the wave energy and tidal energy and ocean thermal energy programs. And also recent MOSOM mission has started with the gliders and many of the drone based technology for measuring the atmosphere, as well as going into the coastal mapping, including water sampling, using the drone technologies also. And we have a very strong group on marine biotechnology, so where we are working in the deep sea microbials. And from there are a lot of offsprings are coming up for the value-added products, which I will be mentioning in the coming slides. And we have a fish cage culture technology, which we could able to enhance it. And now with the Ministry of Fisheries, a lot of technologies getting into the real action, then the fishermen community can be benefit out of it. We have a strong presence on the coastal erosion dynamics and port and harbor studies, and including there are semi-solutions to the Kerala government and then the Goa government and Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. So such wider technologies, from there the many offsprings are there. These are all high-end technologies which is already gone to the field and which has given a lot of input to the government, including the forecasting for the cyclones and monsoons like that and all. But this is one technology which we know that from the saline water we can produce the energy. But if you see, there is a small lantern which has been developed with our ocean energy group, which can glow LED light, and also it can charge the smartphone. So this can be used in any of the coastal community with a small lantern. This has been transferred to the many of the industry in the recent past. And only thing they are doing some cost reduction because of the multiplication is required. But fundamental technology is very simple, and which we proved, and then it was commissioned by our minister. And then the wave navigational buoy. So when the ship is coming towards the port, we need the navigational buoys. Always it will be powered by the batteries. So we know that we are working on the wave energy. So even though the power of the wave in the tropical oceans is very less, so we cannot have the high energy power. So we need a multiple platforms of the wave energy. So using the same principle of a backward bent buoy, so we could able to power the navigational buoy along with the metocean parameters. So now the self-sustained buy has been demonstrated, and this has been transferred to the industry. And now what happened is from the money we maneuvered with the Kamarajar port at Chennai, they funded that industry and then they could able to make the buoy. It has been deployed in the Kamarajar port. It has been self-sustained buoy is already running. This was commissioned in the presence of member NITI Aayog Saraswat sir actually recently. And there are many components which is coming out from our marine pipe technology group, which has been transferred to the many industries from 2019-20 onwards. One is the PCR kit. Another one is we are working on the deep sea marine bacteria, which is also now giving many of the products, because I am not a biotechnologist, but there are many products which are really going into the market, and it has been now going for the validation. So many patents also parallel done, like ectodin or some of the things like oil spill remediation, like that and all. And also there is a marine microbial algal technology also in a long way it is going. They are looking into this lutein as a product. There are patents applied. This is from the marine algae. And this has a lot of pharma applications. And this has been now getting into the industries and then it will coming out as a product. But all these process we are going through the NRDC because we don't have a commercial arm. So CSIR has the arm, so we are going through them and it is getting into the market by the industries whom we are transferred. Apart from that, there are high-end technology which has the naval applications and also seabed exploration purposes. One product is a sub-bottom profiler which can measure the subsea floor informations. This technology which we have developed and then now transferred to the BEL, this has an application to the Navy and this product is coming out into the market level. And many of the products which are having the observational platforms, because those programs we are running almost the last 20 years, but 18-19 onwards we have the offsprings. Like autonomous underwater profiler drifter, earlier we are buying these Argo floats from international markets, and now we have the indigenous product on autonomous underwater profiler drifter, and also the drifters, and also the fish cage culture technology. Actually the drifters, which actually INCAIS is procuring, now even indigenous products are getting into the real scientific requirements, and the AUPDs which can go to 2000 meter deep and then come back and then take the vertical profile measurements, and then it will be through satellites data is coming. So these are also now going into the deeper water up to 4000 meters, that work is in progress. Apart from that, we know we have well established meta-ocean buoys which were started with the Norwegian collaboration initially, so they had given the technology, but now we are well versed with these technologies. And the remotely operated vehicle technology, this has been now transferred to the L&T and also the BEL. These technologies are high end and these underwater robotics are now catching up. Many people are into use. And this technology is actually again from the humid water of 40 to 80% is there. From there we can get the water as well as the cooling. So this has been, this center picture is installed in our own institute. This has been transferred to the industry. There will be an air conditioner as well as we will get the fresh water also. So this is producible. This can be multiplied. So the industry now working out the cost efficiency point of view can go to the industry. These are different patents. I'll just go back. These are all the different products which has been transferred, and there are multiple industries involved with us, and main industry is L&T because they are the giant, and we are persuading them to, because they have taken the technology but they are not moving forward, but many of the smaller industries, they are taking the product to the field level. Based on the experience which we had gained over the years, what we could able to conceive based on the deliberation of yesterday's also, this can be the mechanism that proposal for ease of R&D commercialization from lab. One is that there should be some enabling provision or mechanism for identifying an industry as a government organization with the seed funding also as a first prototype product demonstration. Because right now we don't have say that to give 1% money, how we are identifying him will be the first point. So through the tender process, whether X or Y is correct or not will be the problem. So there should be a mechanism for that, and also there should be a seed funding. So we have the non-recurring and recurring expenditure. There are breakups like equipments and demonstrations and all. There can be one line item where we can bring in for this type of commercialization also as a product. Then that money can be utilizable for that purpose. So this shall facilitate our TRL level from the lab and then product for the commercial scale. Second is there are some high-end programs like in the ocean technology, like ocean thermal energy program, as well as deep sea crawlers, like that of high-end programs where the high investments are there. In those type of programs, when we are building the program itself, then some industries rope in, maybe like Mahindra or L&T, somebody is interested. So then some amount of funding is there when we are doing the R&D itself. It can be motivation for them to go into the commercialization scale, because our low temperature thermal plant in island is easy to develop because the main plant is coming into the island. But when you go to offshore for higher level of almost 10 million liter, which we are planning, for that very heavy investment of almost 4,000 crores, we are looking into it. So for that, somebody has to get the confidence, then they can fund in the program itself. And another thing is, these ocean technology products are very few consumers in the country, apart from the social connectivity point of view. But globally, there are high demand. But we are in, suppose for an example, I can say underwater cameras for 6,000 meter, I am buying for 20 lakhs rupees one camera. Suppose that is very much doable in the country, and if these products can be sellable in the international market, it will be very helpful. And also to incentive to innovators. Last one is that mobility of personnel from the appropriate level from industrial experience. If suppose there is a provision, because in our things there are RRs are there, which has you should have this previous experience with this scale of work, you should be there with this pay scale, then the next level we can advertise. Instead of that, a different way it can be mobilized in the RR level itself. Then we can attract some industries, then they can come for some time, then they can go back. That flexibility can be adopted in the system itself. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. So I invite Dr. Arvind, Dean Industry Collaborations and Sponsored Research at IIT Palakkad.
Just give me a plain screen. I don't have any slides. We can leave it with the, leave it at the thank you. Okay. So good morning to everybody. I am Arvind. I am from the Indian Institute of Technology at Palakkad. We are a 10-year-old institute. I don't have any slides because I thought that many of the things that I would prepare would anyway be covered by my previous speakers. So I thought what I would do is to just build on the points that the previous speakers have made and reinforce certain things that can act as interventions from NITI Aayog, from the government, to enhance the innovation ecosystem and the transfer of technology here in India. At the outset, I acknowledge that a lot of good work does happen, especially in the big programs. India is proud of our achievements. However, one also has to be realistic. Most of whatever we use is coming from outside. Our phones are coming from outside. Our electronics is coming from outside. Even the things that we seek to build here. So for example, I'm closely related with the solar cell and solar panel manufacturers. The initiatives right now have essentially had the following intervention, or have had the following result, that instead of importing the solar cells, we are importing the machinery and technology to manufacture the solar cells. We still are a country of assemblers rather than builders, as Dr. Saraswat correctly pointed out in the opening remarks. So the interventions from today's discussion should try and help to solve this big challenge. So I just have a few points building on all the beautiful things that everyone has been saying since yesterday. So we have acknowledged this valley of death. There are lab prototypes that are built to say TRL 4, and then you have to take them all the way to TRL 7, 8, and then to 9, which is actual commercialization. This valley of death is really hard to scale. Why is it hard to scale? Because the research component there is going down. You have to look now at how apt this particular technology is for the market, and then you need funds to do this activity. Our research funding ecosystem is more aligned to developing the next best thing. Any proposal that we pitch, the committee is always asked, what is the latest and what is the newest thing that you are doing? How would this benchmark with the state of the art, and how would it better the state of the art? My humble submission is, to better the state of the art, we first have to reach the state of the art. And for that, we have to have sufficient funding initiatives to jump across this valley of death. My submission is that something along the lines of the small business tech transfer funding. This is an initiative which is there in the US, where funding is given not to the educational institute, not to the academic institute, but rather to the industry. This is aligned in some sense to the RDI scheme which ANRF now has come out with, but the RDI scheme is still a loan-based scheme. I am proposing that we should consider small token grants which go to the industry under one condition, that the industry needs to have a strong linkage with an academic institute related to the technology that is under discussion. So the technology which has reached TRL 4 in an institute can then be shepherded across this valley of death using this funding. Why is this important? No industry is going to put in money when, as Sir correctly pointed out, only a very, very minuscule fraction of ideas actually will succeed in the market. But we have to try. If we don't try these ideas, none of them are going to succeed. If we try 100, we may get 2. But if we try 0, none. That's essentially the numbers game there. So at the same time, when we do technology transfer, we are really only doing transfer of know-how. We tell the company, assemble it this way and go and sell it. The academic thinks that we have solved all the problems related to this technology. However, the industry realizes that they have to take this technology and do a lot more work before it can actually reach the market. What they have to develop is the know-why. And it takes money to put in to understand the know-why from an acquired know-how. And that is my main submission. If we could push for grants to industry that work well with academia. So if you see even the slides from NIOT, the successful technology transfers are to industries like Data Patterns, Astra Micro. These are companies which have developed the infrastructure to absorb the know-how and make it a know-why. So that once they understand and they've acquired a certain technology, they can develop on that technology, make variations to actually fit the market. That's my main submission. I'll take 2 more minutes and I will stop. All our institutes, in some form or the other, have hallmarks of innovation ecosystems. There's an administrative office which takes care of project management, IP, transfer of technology, so on and so forth. There's a maker space. IIT Madras has their Center for Innovation. The Atal Tinkering Labs are there to help students to tinker around. Many institutes have a business incubator now. And there's also strong push following the IIT Madras success to have research parks. In all of this ecosystem, I would like to highlight one other essential thing which I think is crucial, and that is the role for a hardware accelerator. Again, to help with the TRL 4 to 7 jump across the valley of death. What does the hardware accelerator have to do? Some of the institutes actually have somehow figured this out in a roundabout way. There was the DST-sponsored National Mission on Integrated Intelligent Cooperative Systems. They had these hubs set up in 26 different institutes, and some of them actually took on this role of a hardware accelerator. What do? They take the technologies which are developed in the institute by the academics and provide funding to polish that technology in terms of fit, finish, robustness, connect with investors, fund resources to identify what is the market, and then essentially take that idea to something more than a minimum viable product, so that the faculty, along with an associated business partner, can actually seek additional funding to go to market. I also want to emphasize one point here, which I don't think most hardware accelerators are doing, which is to actually have a very, very dedicated effort across the country to do reverse engineering. We should, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Countries have learnt by reverse engineering. By reverse engineering, you cannot, by making a copy of an existing system, it most likely will not work unless you are able to absorb the know-why as to how that particular thing was designed the way it is. Even a simple mouse, when you open it, or a barcode reader, when you open it, has such complicated electronics optics inside. figuring that out in a systematic way will help a lot in developing our capabilities across the ecosystem, academia and industry. Finally, one last point and I will stop, which is on policy. We are a new institute. We are fairly flexible with our policies, and for us it is a given, the flexibility. When we talk with many other institutes, colleges from Kerala, other universities and other IITs as well, we understand that this flexibility is not a given in most systems. And over time, the equilibrium of most systems is to become extremely inflexible. Because at some time, at some year, somebody used that flexibility to do something incorrect. And hence, thus far, beyond that, this flexibility will not be given to anybody. I think that, as all the speakers mentioned in the first session yesterday, is something we need to change. There will be bad apples, but please do not hinder 99% of those who want to make an intervention, keeping those few in mind. Some of those things, for example, in the Kerala, I know there are some movement along those directions, but Kerala University, or the Kerala service rules, and I'm sure this is for many state universities, faculty will not be allowed to take equity in companies. It's not allowed. The IITs allow it. We can't take a salary from the company, but we can hold equity in the company. Decentralized focus and funding. There are institutes, for example, which are experts in plastics, in food technology, in ocean technology. So rather than all funding being directed from the center, it is good to have more decentralized push. And some internal flexibility, some things which we have tried, may work, may not work for others. I'll stop with this. We have a scheme called the Exploratory Research Grant, which the institute funds from internal grants. And we've taken a flavor of this every year, slightly different. One, to support grants from, to support projects from MSMEs. So if the MSME has a project, the institute is funding actually to do the work for that project. There are externships for faculty to go and actually spend time in industry, again funded by the institute. Again, these things are specific to one particular institute. That's not the case that I want to push. What I essentially want to push, I'll summarize, one on capital. We need patient capital. Government is the only one that can give patient capital. Ecosystem, please try and see if we can have more hardware accelerators, funding for those hardware accelerators, decentralized funding so that they can distribute these funds to others. Reverse engineering is something that we can definitely push. And finally, some trust so that flexibility in systems is absolutely essential to achieve things. There will be a few bad apples, but overall, I think there will be good forward motion. With that, I thank you very much for this opportunity. My director also conveys his thanks for the opportunity to participate here. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So now I invite Dr. Johnny Johnson, Director, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kerala.
Respected Chair, fellow panel members, all the Vice Chancellors and the dignitaries who are available here, very good morning to all of you. I think first of all, I'm very thankful to NITI Aayog and the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I represent Mahatma Gandhi University. Now, I've been asked to speak on translation research from lab to industry. First of all, just to give a brief, my presentation is just revolving around three things. One is I'll be giving a brief idea about Mahatma Gandhi University because we have been doing a lot in terms of research, innovation. We have started our business incubation cells. We also have started translation research. So I'll give a brief idea about what we do. And finally, I'll come to the last slide, which is last two slides, which will be talking about the challenges which we are facing at this point of time. This is from our own experience. Just to give a brief idea about Mahatma Gandhi University, these are some of the achievements of this university. We are a A++ rated university, category 1 university, because and in the state of Kerala, we are the only category 1 university. In India, altogether, there are 23 state universities which are categorized as A university, category 1. We have been consistently ranked in NIRF ranking during the last 4-5 years below 40, within 40. We have been also ranked in the Times Higher Education consistently for the last 4 years. We are in the band of 400 to 500 band. We also have received the Chancellor's Award consistently. 3 times we have received in the state of Kerala. This is just to give a brief idea about our university. All these achievements were because of the research, innovation, the publication, everything, all the parameters are counted here, and that is how we have achieved it. Just to talk about the translation research, the model which we follow in our institute is the model which is described. I think most of us follow the same thing. Now, when it comes to translation research, the most important thing which we have identified is it cannot be done something in isolation. We have formed a triple helix model, which we say wherein the university, the government, and industry come together. Unless these 3 things come together, 3 units come together, we won't be successful in translation research. So this is what we have identified. When it comes to government will have to take care of the policies, regulations, and grants. The university, of course, the academic expertise and infrastructure will have to take care. When it comes to industry, they'll have to look for resources, market knowledge, and technical advancements. This is what we have understood from our experience. Some of the areas which focus areas as far as our university is concerned, we have also looked at health sector collaboration opportunities, bioenergy sector collaboration opportunities, agriculture sector collaboration opportunities. We have looked at all these 3 areas, and we have formulated our policies according to that. Now, when it comes to healthcare challenges, we have got one of the units which we have started within the university. It's called as Dr. N. Radhakrishnan unit, this one, wherein the funding was done exclusively by that particular doctor, who is Dr. N. Radhakrishnan. He has given us 1 crore rupees to have a unit within the university, and we work on, because we are working on varicosis, some solution for varicosis, this one, so we do that. So that is one of the models which we follow. Now, when it comes to as I said, when it comes to translation research, first of all, we need to understand what is this translation research. In simple terms, we say it is transfer of technology from lab to the groundwork or to the market. Now, for this, what are the things which are required? There is a huge amount of industrial networking which is required for this. A new product technology development and transfer, industrial immersion, because what we have thought is we have to have immersion into academic programs, corporate-backed startups. Skilled workforce we can generate for the industry linked incubators can be formed, and research commercializations. Now, these are the things on which we have worked in our university. Now, if you look at the MGU, Mahatma Gandhi University Translation Research Facility, the need was felt that we have to empower educational sector, or especially higher education sector in Kerala, through translation research by accelerating startups and entrepreneurship. Now, as was pointed out by some speakers yesterday, that Kerala is ahead of its times, because the government of Kerala has taken up this measure very much. They have earmarked certain funds for all the universities to be devoted only for translation research, some 20 crores each for all the universities, so that some infrastructure could be developed. So that has really translated all the universities to work on these things and all. So what is required? The outcome should be job creation, economic development, transforming campus knowledge as job creating and job providing platform, upskilling higher education for societal benefit, knowledge-based economic growth. And as I said, what leads us to this output is networking university with government agencies, industry, society, and other institutions, converging academic innovations of university in various areas, establishing translation research units or clinics, whichever way we want to call it. Now, if you look at this model, this is a model which we have adapted in our system, in our university, that we call it as MGU TRC innovation model, where you can see there is a mining and refinement of technology, there is an internal, external R&D outputs we get, connective and collaborative thinking, periodic workshops, training, market study and assessment of market potential. Somebody was pointing out, like, unless otherwise there is a potential in the market, most of the research which we do cannot be absorbed in the market. It can never be commercialized. So government, industry, academia collaborations, networking with technology development. These are some of the models, and if you look at the basic research goes to developing new approaches, validate its usefulness, disseminate the findings, and finally go for the product development and commercialization. This is the model in simple terms which we have adapted. Now, if you look at our system in our university, we are one university which has got an edge when it comes to polymer technology, because most of our researchers have been, research publications are in the domain of rubber technology, polymer technology, and that's why we took that as our focus area. From there, we have collaborated with some of these institutions. So that is how we are working now. Now, these are the collaborations which we have built over the last few years. If you look at throughout the country, we have got collaborations. And this is just to give a picture about where all we have collaborated. We also have collaboration with universities across the globe. Some 30 universities we are collaborating in various types of research activities. So this is just to give some idea, because I know we don't have much time. And so far, if you see, we have incubated somewhere around 34 startup incubators. And as pointed out, the success rate of most of the incubators, I think we don't get, because the success rate is very less. But we'll have to spend a lot of money and funding for all these things. So results looks very small. But still, we have not left over. As we point out, as we embark on this journey of research from lab to commercializing all these things, we also face with a lot of difficulties, because today the number games really matter. When it comes to ranking, we need to have this many patents, this many publications, all these things are pointed out. Now, in this process, what happens is the real essence of converting a research into technology is somehow it is watered down. And moreover, there is another thing which normally comes up, because in today's world, what is happening is most often it is greed and short-term thinking which is given priority more than diligence and hard day's work. So these things are often seen. So these are some of the things. So just to give an idea about our business incubation startups, what we do is, within the university itself, we invite ideas from students from various departments, ask them to come forward with the ideas. There is an idea generation which happens that way. These ideas are screened by an expert committee, and only after the screening is done, we just translate, take it forward further for concept development and testing. From concept development and testing, immediately after concept development and testing, immediately we look for a collaboration with an industry. So with the industry, the reason is we have to next go to the strategy development, and also we'll have to go to the next stage of business analysis. Whether looking at the cost, looking at the revenues which will be generated, only then it can be commercialized. So from there onwards, only with the help of industry collaborator, we can take it forward. So that is the model which we have adopted. Now coming to the challenges which we are facing at this point of time. As pointed out by everybody here, I've just broken up into three important headings. One is funding and infrastructure. Funding is definitely a cause of concern, and especially because most of the funds which we actually put in for research and innovation, especially for startups and other things, it gets drained away because results won't come immediately. The insufficient funding, lack of funding for pilot projects, administrative processes are there, and the long duration of drug development of major roadblocks. Inadequate infrastructure. So when we talk about infrastructure, it is not merely just to have few cubicles and all. We need to have something more than that. So that is one important area. Limited resources. This will include access to trained research coordinators. So as was pointed out, who can actually be a mentor is a big question here. We need to have somebody who are trained in these areas. It is not merely any academician for that matter who could be a mentor here. So that is another thing when it comes to funding and infrastructure. The second one is research and development. As was pointed out yesterday by everybody, the value of death. Most of the publication research which is taking place, it falls into the valley of death. It doesn't go to the next stage. So that is something which is there. Poor translation from models. I'm using the word preclinical models because most often it is happening in the case of medicine. So from poor translation of that to real models. Statistical errors in databases. That's that data issues. This is one thing which is there. So we all have a databases available. We mine it out. We try to know what is happening in each of these areas. We study from these databases. But most often the databases which is generated, there's something wrong in that. So we can't totally rely on these databases to really move forward. So that is a major concern. Complex regulatory environment. As was pointed out by other speakers also, I don't need to, because there are many regulatory obstacles which we still have. Now, last one is collaboration and human resources. Now, as it sounded very easy when I say you can collaborate with industries, and no, it is not that easy. To collaborate with industry is the difficult task. I think there has to be some guidance or some decisions taken at the central level by the NITI Aayog ministry to just say every company will have to collaborate with some educational institutions. Otherwise, it will not work, because universities can't search for collaborators that easily. It is very difficult to find. Inadequate training, lack of specific training in translational science can hinder progress. That is also very much important. Incentive structures, because there are no much reward systems which are available in universities when you get into translation research. Something has to be brought in for that also. So these are the few areas which are causing concern for us. The challenges which you are facing, I think the NITI Aayog or the policy makers can look into these things and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now the session is open for questions and clarifications. Yeah.
Hi, this is Dr. Krishna from Amrita University. It was an insightful discussion, but I wanted to highlight 3 challenges that we still face. So first of all, it's an extension to what Professor Satyanarayan had mentioned, multidisciplinarity. Interdisciplinary research is essential for anything to be for any product to be translated. Now the thing is, interdisciplinary research should be brought in early on. For instance, we all know that all the departments should work together, then only it can be translated. For example, if engineering or biotechnology comes up with a product, you need expertise from business school to understand the market demand, pricing, competitor analysis. You need sustainability school to understand how sustainable the innovation is from economic, environment and societal perspective, and other departments. But the challenge right now is none of these departments work with each other. They all work in silos. Researchers, scientists and even faculties are comfortable to work in their areas of research and are not ready to expand their scope to accommodate translation research. Plus, there are no courses in any of these bachelor levels or master level to accommodate interdisciplinary research for translation. So how do we address such a problem? Open to anyone.
Can I add?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. I think, as you rightly mentioned, say any product, and also mentioned by everybody, TRL 1 to TRL 9, 10, 11, depending on which domain. Most of the research stops at 3, 4, very rarely up to 5. So the very point of saying multidisciplinary immersive research and a systems overview is that we need to have, say it could be the vice chancellor or a set of team in the innovation and entrepreneurial team, or generally, say university, we need to create system integrators or an innovation and research team which looks at or it could even be the data collected from the IQAC and you say how they link. And as you said, to bring this culture, especially that's why I said the VUCA world and the Bani world. The teachers are in the VUCA world. They only think everything is useless, nothing will happen, it's a disaster. Or they want their position safe, whereas the student is willing to take the risk. So that is where the experiential learning, and as you rightly said, we start in the very first year to add this course when I said design thinking and innovation with sustainability and entrepreneurial spirit, matrices built into that. And they do a first year project where again, as I maybe sorry for being so fast, when we said we give a assignment of project provision in the first year for the teacher and the student to understand multidisciplinary in such a way that if English, physics, chemistry, maths, management or say mechanical engineering are working together in a given semester depending on the domain, or a medical, so the projects are so designed that it is linking all of them. And you see, as you rightly said, in any product process, there's a design for manufacturability, design for yield, design for economic viability, design for ease of use, design for life cycle management and maintenance, for circularity. All of these parameters come in. So can we now modularize it, each of this? And so for the same set of project, divide it between management to English to maths to physics. And so it's the same project, and each one could give a set of questions based to this, along with mandatorily correlating with IPs to, compliance to standards. So therefore you get a huge matrix of questions, and each student has to do 2 or 3 questions based on his domain, but link again work with others. So by the end they present, you have a whole overview. It could even be, and similarly you said product happens, Death Valley. So now the Death Valley is just now as we were discussing with Professor Nagbhushan, is that it's further testing verification. You just look at all the iteration, whether you need more research, whether you need more testing verification, or where are so those could be the assignment, because for example we have 12,000 students, and when 10,000 students are doing assignment every semester, that's, or even if it is 5,000 or 2,000, it's a huge volume of student. But then the teachers have to do a bit of systems overview before the semester and even integrate it over a few semesters. Then product, process, solution, and simply blaming an MSME does not come to me is unfair. So do I do this thinking and go back to them so that future they are willing to give us? We have had, like when we did testing verification or say optimization of tooling, just a product. So when that led to the automation, they were willing to now give us consultancy for the whole automation. It might be a small, but it may only be a few lakhs. But the moment they gain confidence, next time they are coming for a new product development. So I think finally the academics are the only people who are being paid to learn and fail without any accountability. So we need to make sure that we use that provision to enable others to succeed. And that is where the collaboration comes in. Sorry, I'll stop here. I don't know what to
I think Dr. Sridhar has some points.
Thank you. It's a good question. Basically, with my administrative experiences, I have always find that the walls between the departments are very, very thick and strong, very difficult to break. And only way actually we could, oversee and make some sort of, at least the pigeonholes and the people can actually walk through or fly through, is making a sort of responsibility and fixing that if you have one internal collaboration with these people, your PBAS, that is performance based assessment system, will have so many points, it works. So unless you say that what profit these people get by collaborating, they'll not open up. And of course, this is not only in any of the local institutions. I have seen this even in the premier institutions of our thing, because I also came from IISc. I have seen many of these types of ill minds anywhere. I mean, it is not that the institution is bad, but it is the people who actually misuse it. But it has to be broken. I think rightly you pointed out the interdisciplinary type of understanding, collaboration is very important. Thank you for that question.
I just want to add here that that's where, as he said, having headed 6 academic institutions, set up companies, or worked on policy planning, we actually created these processes and then linked into the faculty assessment and also outcomes of the university. All of them mapped it how by doing it they get exponential benefit. So therefore, that's when I said systems overview, that is where maybe the heads of the institution and set of senior people have to sit together, and simply giving them, say, multidisciplinary, it will never work, as he said, as a head of the institution. So it's a question of how do we create that map or a roadmap or template for working.
Okay, thank you. So, any other question?
Yeah, I have a small question over here. Having heard a lot of debate on that, like how to move forward, and when we talked about the thick walls, definitely because we people mostly in the STEM, we do not understand what's going on in non-STEM because our education is not sufficient to understand that. So unless we have a brainstorming or sessions that involves a lot of interdisciplinary in the top level, try to understand what is that, what's the market need, what is an unmet need, what's the societal need, the innovations becomes easier. But we have to create such platforms. Maybe the government can have some funding opportunities for such events to be organized in the national, regional levels. That's one part. Second thing, we also talked yesterday about engaging the people who are retired personnel with a lot of knowledge, skill, and other things. But why can't we also look at engaging the people who have retired from the corporate sectors in our academia, because they may have different versions to tell about. Because when we engage with industries, their questions are, as you said, why? They don't want, like, I don't need these explanations at all, Dr. Rekha. They say that why this is different. So, but our questions in academia never ever have that voice that required for translation. So maybe it's time we also have to look for engaging some corporate retired industrialists in our academic institutions. This is my question. Thank you.
Excuse me, can I answer to the
industry experience can be appointed as a
professor practice? Yeah. So that particular problem is solved actually by the ministry now. But here also it is left.
How many? For what? Because we are very diverse, right?
I think
the institution needs to take a call. There is no one shoe fit all on that. And again, as you said about when I maybe said fast, that there's assessment metrics. The assessment metrics, once you make it clear in the project-based activity, then everybody can come in, whether they're from business, whether they're from sustainability, whether they're from liberal arts or ethics, integrity, psychology.
I also have to have this question particularly. So are we really assessing in a scale the skill of the candidates, the graduates at the end? We produce a large number of bachelors, like postgraduates or PhD. We asked this question a couple of years or decades back, are they industry ready? Are they research ready? Because when they join the lab, the fundamentals of research laboratory etiquette, they do not know. So is that high time that we have to train them in an ISO certified laboratories or GLP compliant laboratory in the academic institutions so that they become more ready for transforming from lab to land, space or ocean? And also, you said, like when you said you have developed a lot of technologies, have you ever looked for countries they are lower in economic range than us? who can buy our technologies? Because we cannot sell for a leading, I think, global north or something. Can we look for still developing? Yeah. So, because we can also explore people who can, like, we cannot sell it to China, but we can. And again, we also have a raw material dependence, right? So when we will be ready for the raw material for building our own technologies or
I think I'll
machines
just
here?
take a quick reply, or
That's all
like
from
a
my
discussion. First of all, actually engaging corporate people, if it is you are looking for professionalism or some sort of the supervision type of thing, it will not happen. Most of them actually fail, as per my experience. They come with certain set of, if this is there, I'll deliver this. If this is not there, I will not deliver. That type of mentality will not work. But on the advisory, like all of us actually also mentioned, professor of practice or any other advisory role, definitely they'll do better. But once again, when they give advisors, on the other side, the so-called professors with the horns, they don't accept it because they have the horns already, so they don't accept it, and it's very difficult to convince them. Sorry to use that. Second point regarding making the industry ready. Most of the universities, especially the private universities, which have the freedom to actually go for internship, most of them, including my university, have made internship a mandatory part every semester or every year. Every year. Actually, we have given 2 months every year, and the last 1 year, if they want to go for the internship, project work, it's also permitted. It's not only unique to my university. Most of the universities are doing. But how many of them are choose and how many of them will go with that is a process. That's it. Thank you for that.
Yeah, just to add further to this particular question of how to bring in these corporates and all, because I think one of the ways we have got this professor in practice, which is there in motion now. The second method which we have adopted in our universities, we have got a Section 8 company in our campus itself. And in that particular company, we have brought in some of these corporate bodies, corporate heads. So what we get is, we get to know, because we have got some incubation cells also inside, we get to have discussions with these people and also be mentors to some of the units which are situated in this particular Section 8 company. So that is another way of looking at things. So it may not be actually getting their expertise straight away, because as was pointed out, because they are coming with huge salaries, because expectations will be very high. So we can bring in these people using these models and all.
Thank you. I think the time is up. We can have discussions during tea time.
There is one more answer. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to add, the Ahmedabad, that is Entrepreneurship Development Institute, they conduct some science and technology entrepreneurship development program for academicians, like scientists and technologists. 15 days they spend, so how to actually start a company, what are the different issues which you have to address. Very fundamental program. These kind of programs actually should go everywhere in the country. This is something which I think the academicians should learn, because we don't know, we don't even have the ABC of that generally. So I think this is a wonderful thing to actually spread that across.
One second. We will discuss this later on. I think we have paucity of time. I think coming towards the end, I think we had a very good fruitful discussions where Dr. Palnivelu touched upon some of his experience on agriculture related gaps. Dr. Joseph actually touched upon some of the items related to plastic engineering, CPET, and their development for the country. Dr. Satyanarayan, touched upon the whole holistic view of research in the academic system, OB and so on. Dr. Sridhar, touched upon the real gaps and the patents, startups, and the mentors related things, how we can really plug in. Dr. Ramesh, scientist, touched upon ocean related technology, related developments for the nation. And Dr. Arvind, really touched upon some of the very important things from the academic, point of view, where he touched upon reverse engineering, which is important for us. And academic should also give solutions to the industry. At this point of time, I want to just, bring something like that. How many of the faculty are quite capable of going to the industry and delivering lecture? This is something, very important, because I have not seen, that kind of, immediate ready technology, critical thinking, that expertise is not existing in our local system. We need to accept that, and we need to promote it actually. And all industries basically go to IIT and IISc because they get connected directly to their research focus and then contribute funding. All these things are happening. But in next tier 2 institution, autonomous institutions and universities, this is a very, very difficult situation. And therefore, there is a need for faculty empowerment in all sections today. This is number one. And flexibility, and he also touched upon some of the important requirements for accelerators and flexibility in service and so on. And lastly, Dr. Johnson touched upon some of the important things related to the gaps and their merits in the Mahatma Gandhi University. Now, at this point of time, what actually this lab to land requirement, the aim of that objective that NITI Aayog probably looking at, each of us are coming from diverse disciplines, and what is our wisdom and what is our pains, related to this translational research, so that the ideas need to be translated into the reality. This is the entire thing they are looking from diverse, panel background. We got some of the answers from this, and probably the other regional centers must have really deliberated on this, must have given different kinds of, because this lab to land is basically focused area, and each one of them have their own pain and success stories there. Therefore, the NITI Aayog need to really look at the priority areas where they can really fund and then make India really Atmanirbhar Bharat. At this point of time, coming from computer science, Dr. Veer Singh also this from computer science, we know that everything is basically, we are living in a digital multimedia society, and there is no way of coming back now. And everything basically learnt, and the advent of machine learning related things, the mushrooming of institutions and increasing of seats in computer science and machine learning, and the way that the whole world is basically getting monitored and operated through the communications, the way that I want to communicate to the machines in my native language, all these things basically change the whole profile and landscape of the learning and technology and the operations in the future. So therefore, there is a need for developing manpower to the needs of this country, because we want to become totally powerful. India need to give sufficient computing facility, which is not available at this point of time. We are using all these kind of language models and generative models right now, but to have our own system here indigenously without depending on that, there is a big question. All universities cannot really afford to buy the kind of hardware and software, because it's very expensive. 1 hour of the large learning models, any kind of models that we want to access is $9 approximately, that we cannot really for one single user. And we cannot build a system because it costs millions of rupees. It is not possible. So therefore, there is a need for NITI Aayog to consider, without discriminating the public and private universities, give, because it is an Indian talent ultimately. Whether they are the graduates of our own Indian graduates coming from diverse institutions, they need to have these kind of facilities to become leaders tomorrow. This is something very important that I would want to stress here. NITI Aayog need to set up these kind of things and make it affordable to all institutions, irrespective of the discipline here, whether it is oceanography or kind of an engineering or liberal arts. It's an era of data and matrix of data taken from audio, video, voice, and animation and graphics, everything, even sentiments, everything is captured as matrix of data. Trillions of data floating point operations are performed in 1 second by such kind of GPUs. We cannot really afford to buy these kind of things in the existing systems. To make the existing engineering institutions, universities more productive, we need to give such kind of facilities. Probably NITI Aayog can really look into that. I am very much thankful to all the panelists and also NITI Aayog for inviting us to deliberate on this, and thank you for very much your cooperations. Thank you.
Now, to formally conclude this session, we request our moderator, Professor T.N. Nagabhushanan, to present a token of gratitude to all our esteemed speakers. I invite Professor V. Palanimuthu, Director, National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management.
That will be better. One step back. And you are focused.
Dr. R. Joseph Bensing, Director and Head, Central Institute of Petrochemicals, Engineering and Technology. Professor B.S. Satyanarayana, Vice Chancellor, Dayananda Sagar University. Dr. S.N. Sridhara, Vice Chancellor, Adi Chunchanagiri University. Dr. S. Ramesh, Scientist G, National Institute of Ocean Technology. Dr. Arvind Ajoy, Dean, Industry Collaboration and Sponsored Research, IIT Palakkad. and Professor Johnny Johnson, Director, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kerala. Finally, we would like to present a token of gratitude to our moderator, Professor T.N. Nagabhushna, for steering this engaging and insightful discussion. I invite Professor N.B. Chalapati Rao, Director, NCESS, to kindly felicitate Professor T.N. Nagabhushna, Vice Chancellor, Kishkinda University. With this, we formally conclude technical session 3. Thank you all for your participation and attention. We will now break for refreshments in the lawn area, and we kindly request everyone to reconvene for the next session at 12:20 p.m. 12:25 p.m.
അടച്ചോയേ അതടച്ചു
ಮನೋಜನು ಶಾಶ್ವತ Welcome back to all. Please note, a feedback form had been distributed with the registration kit. We request you all to fill and submit the feedback form to the organizers. And please note, each session is 15 minutes. We will intimate at 12 minutes with a buzzer, and once the 15 minutes is over, with another buzzer. So now we will continue with session 3. The theme is a glance at some key findings. This session will be moderated by Dr. Sujit Bhattacharya, former Chief Scientist, CSIR, National Institute of Science Communication and Policy Research. Dr. Sujit Bhattacharya has significantly contributed to India's science, technology, and innovation studies and policies, focusing in systometrics, technology assessment, intellectual property rights, and science communications. He has represented India in all major global forums and has played a pivotal role in the country's science and innovation landscape. May I now invite Dr. Sujit Bhattacharya to the dais to chair the session. Welcome, sir. Now, I would like to invite our panel speakers also to the dais. Dr. Brajesh Pandey, Executive Director, Indian National Science Academy. Dr. Ashok A. Sonkusare, Deputy Advisor, NITI Aayog. Shri Sheel Kapoor, CEO, Foundation for Advancing Science and Technology, India. Dr. Parveen Arora, former advisor, Department of Science and Technology. Welcome, sir. I now hand over the proceedings to our moderator, Dr. Sujit Bhattacharya, to lead the panel sessions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome all to this session, and I hope you will find this session of great importance, because this is a session where we are the panelists, some of the most distinguished panelists who are there, who have been part of this whole process. So they will bring together the different aspects of this whole consultative meeting, and how also the different surveys and how this whole framework is getting developed, and your inputs also in the later stages when we discuss will be very important, because it goes into also into the framing of this report. This is an advocacy document in a sense, I would say, because it will, what it does is that it is an evidence-based policy mechanism by which we are trying to put together the learnings from these different consultative workshops together, trying to factor the key challenges and how these challenges can be addressed. This is not, it is one of its kind, I would say, because you know that this type of extensive exercise that has happened, it was in an issue which is so much important within the STI ecosystem that has to be framed with this type of consultation. I have not seen that as happening in other important forums like that. So right from the learnings have been right from our different regions. So in a sense, it has captured the whole India's S&T research, innovation, ecosystems, the key stakeholders who have been involved, and also from diverse sections of the researchers, the translations, and also from the persons who are in the science consulates and everywhere. So this is a very, very robust framework which is getting developed. And as you see that the panelists will try to draw attention to this learning from that. You have to bear me out for 2-3 minutes more. So what I look upon is that, as Professor Saraswat has said, that one is the internal part of this whole process, that how your internal ecosystem is within your institute, within the set of laboratories which are there, and then there is a exogenous, the external system where the systemic challenges are there. So many of these systemic challenges are being, through these studies and all, through these interactions, are being highlighted also in that report. But internal challenges are what I look at, that when you look at a research system, you have a set of routines which evolve over the years. But what happens are some of the routines are actually become a barrier to your whole system in itself. So these are what we call in our innovation literature as path dependent. So there you have to address yourself, this path dependency. How you do that? Learn from the different models of the other institutions. So this co-learning, this platform is also creating that for a co-learning across the different institutions. Second is that this, as I was saying about these systematic challenges. Then I would say that one thing which we look at it is this supply side and the demand side part of it. The supply side is this, the reforms, improving approaches, procurement and processes. Other is the demand side, where you are looking into what are the challenges and trying to develop a policy framework. And where these, the good part of this whole exercise is that we are bridging the supply and the demand side also. I would say is that how, I will just discussing with Professor Vivek, and he has also highlighted in this opening session that how they are looking at this demand side challenge and creating a platform, that that whole platform which I was looking at, that unified R&D project management platform. And what it does is that we're trying to do that, you see that it will try to bring together the different proposals which were there, how ease of putting the proposals, how you can learn the outcomes from the different projects that has happened. So you see that these type of unified interfaces are a demand side of interventions that is being placed together. So, and here also, to end, I would say that this whole, what we are looking at, it has also come from other learnings also. They have these state level workshops, the state S&T report has come, then there is other learning from the report on pathways to progress, where we have looked at how the different programs are there, how they characterize these programs. Then there will be these state S&T councils. So you see they all put together with this ease of doing research to create a very strong integrated platform. With that, I would say that we look forward to the distinguished experts who will also speak of, as you see that, a glance of some key findings. And with that, I invite Dr. Brijesh Pandey, who is looking into the survey side of one of the surveys which is strongly coordinated by their end from Indian National Science Academy. So it is also very interesting that how the NITI Aayog has also interfaced with all the different key stakeholders together. Dr. Brijesh Pandey, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me for this particular session, and I thank NITI Aayog and Professor Singh for giving this opportunity to INSA to conduct a survey on ease of doing research and presenting this report to you people. In last 2 days, whatever the deliberations are going on, many of you have touched some of the issues, and that issues are also covered in this survey. With the registration form, registration bag, you have been given a 1 page of QR code, and I think many of you have seen but not scanned so far. So please scan this QR code, and there is a survey into that, and that survey report is we are presenting over here. So I request all of you to please go to that survey and give your survey so that in final report we can include your opinion also. And circulate in the institutions also. Yes. So you can also forward to your institution and ask your colleague to fill it out. So for this ease of doing research, what is the, this is little bit longer presentation. I will try to sort in maybe 15 to 17, 18 minutes, because it is almost 700 people have given the opinion, and I am going to speak about on behalf of 700 people. So I request, please give some more time. So this ease of doing research, that is how simple, efficient and supportive the ecosystem is for scientists to do the research. just like ease of doing business, on that model we are thinking that let us have, and thanks to NITI Aayog for doing this initiative. So in this, what we can say, too much paperwork. Many people have said that lot of paperwork. Human effort is the real currency of research. That everybody knows that how much time you are saving in doing all this work. If you put in research, that is a big thing to that. And then removing roadblocks means more innovation, discovery, and impact. Some overarching issues that I'm not going to read all of them. But these are, I can say, basic building blocks, that is the thinking behind this whole exercise. That is how it is evolved, either NITI Aayog and the meeting with INSA President, Professor Ashutosh Sharma. That is how this questionnaire can go to the people. So there are so many things. That is the integrated project management portal come. Many people have suggested that this kind of thing should be there. Human harmony among different funding agencies, review of the project and expert committees. So sometime I heard last time Professor Ashutosh Sharma was saying that many of us saying that my project is not getting review on time. But when a reviewer, the project is come to us for reviewing, we take long time to give the report. Then we have to be balanced in both of the things, that we have to give our part also. So this ESG reporting and R&D institution, funding bodies, that is, there are so many funding bodies. So that is one most important thing is half-day program on create GFR awareness in PI's procurement rule. Sometime we, as a researcher, we are not bothered about GFR rule, and our account section, internal audit and finance division much more concerned about this. And there the tussles going on, and there is a lot of delay in the procurement. So everybody need to understand each other's problem. Building interface among scientists, science administration, bureaucrat, and a lot of things. Yesterday, one person, that is the Rajpal, that is, he's saying that one person is always saying yes, 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 another person is always saying no, no, no. So the same thing here, the researcher, professor, they say we have to buy this instrument, and at the same time, our administrator and finance division, they say that is, these are this different kind of problems are there. So delay in fund disbursement, insufficient private industry funding. Second, that is the second, third installment sometimes is not reaching to the institute. Funding agency and risk averse. That is, there are so many other issues, and considering these issues, this a questionnaire is created, and that questionnaire is circulated among, I can't say that it is among all of the research or all of the faculty, but few selected group. And so what is that questionnaire contain? Basic question around 7, that is about personal detail. Then some question on R&D funding, some question on regulatory framework and administrative processes. Then second, institute level research environment, and few questions are there on suggestion and feedback. So we have almost 730 plus survey, that is the questionnaire reports from, that is the responses from people. Out of that, 186 INSA fellows, 175 NASI fellows, and some that people, those who are involved in last 7 this consultative meeting. So from there, 369 responses we have. So I think after this meeting, almost 100 responses we'll get, so that it can reach to some more number. So these are the variations. Then objective of this particular questionnaire, that is survey, is understand challenges faced by researcher and institutions, quantify delays, difficulties, and inefficiencies in R&D process, collect actionable suggestions from research communities, and use finding to inform policy and guideline development. So let us say basic detail about the respondent. So here we have almost 76.5% from the male scientist, and 21.9% of the female participant. 1.5% has not declared their. Then in age group also, we have some 6.97% scientists age less than 35 year of age, almost 33% of 35 to 45 year of age, and rest almost 60% above 45 years of age. So designation you can see, there are almost 25.5% junior scientists, we can say, that is B, C, D, and assistant professor. Almost 20% from mid-career scientists like associate professor, scientists E and F, and almost 39.5% of G, H, and professor scientists, and some 15% they have not declared their affiliation. So we can say primary research, that is discipline. So life sciences, engineering, chemical, physical, earth atmospheric sciences, agriculture sciences, other medical sciences. So on different head, we have collected the data, and these are the percentage of response who are in different scientific categories. So which category, that is among also the three different categories, that is basic and fundamental research. So almost 48% of the scientists were on the basic research, almost 38.8% of applied research, and you can see the ratio, that is the 8.4% is translational research. So this number is day by day increasing. In the next 10 years, maybe we have more people in translational research. Type of research institutions, so these are the different kind of category which we are given in the questionnaire. That is centrally funded research labs or organizations, almost 40%. Centrally funded university, almost 36%. State-funded university, almost 14%. Others, and that is almost 5.5%. Non-governmental research organization, private think tank, that is almost 3%. So this and state-funded research labs, that is other than the university, these are very, almost it is these two last two categories almost in 1.4, 1.5%. So the another part is on R&D funding. So in R&D funding, different funding agencies are there, and these are the distribution. This is people have said that from different funding agency, how many of them has got research project from there. So many of them, because it is essentially done on the science and technology of related people, and they said that SORB and ANRF and DST is the major portion in the funding part. So average number of funding institutes from which the persons have got the funding. So almost from one funding agency, 106 people, two funding agencies, 3 funding agencies, and almost 21 people are there who has received funding from different 11 funding agencies. So these are the different funding agencies from where people got the funds. Extent of support from funding sources, that is government sources, if you say, people have almost 31.6% say that is adequate funding, and almost 10-11% say that not available, 17% said insufficient funding, and almost 40% said partially sufficient funding. So on different funding agencies, that is government, extent of institute, that is private funding, international funding, industrial funding. So on different funding part, and under this 4 head, adequate, insufficient, not available, and partially adequate. So that is the different opinion of the people that is in this way. Describe the process of securing extramural funding in your research area. So that is involve considerable effort and is high competitive. That is many people say that their research is very, very in high competitive, that is almost 60%. Can be secured with effort, that is they got the funding almost by putting some more effort is almost 23.7. Rarely accessible, that is almost 13%, and accessible with minimum barrier, that is 3.7%. So they indicate the challenges while submitting the grant proposal to government agency. Select all applicable. Here we have given that is different part, that is multiple offline and online. Avenues for applying to different agencies, that is out of 730, 285 said. No confirmation acceptance in online application. So once they submit, they did not get any reply, all those things. No issue, many people say that, okay, they have submitted, very good. Other this, technical issue with online application, lagging, crash out, different thing, there are 275 people. So there are different kind of problems while submitting the project online. Impact of different fact on proposal submission, that is eligibility criteria. Many people face that is this criteria. Almost 35% say that is a minor problem, is that minor impact on this eligibility criteria. Moderate impact, that is 26.3%. No impact, that is many people say that eligibility criteria is not a hurdle for them. And insufficient impact, that is 20%. So almost you can see these two you can combine, and almost 50-50 is the ratio. That is, some people say that the eligibility criteria is there, is there not there. Similarly, transparencies, lengthy time scale, many people say it is a very lengthy time scale, preference, and on the different head, that is the opinion. Today also I request once again, you have a QR code, and please encourage your colleague to fill more and more reports so that we can combine and go to the final report. Then do you believe that the longer funding cycle should be available? Currently we have 3-year funding cycle, and in 3-year funding cycle, maybe first year is disbursed, and after that second, third year you have problem. So people says, many 80% people said it should be longer funding time, more than that is 5 year or so, and then others you can see there's very less. Or the comment, feedback or suggestion from reviewer and committee member on your proposal shared with you. This is one of the most important thing I can understand. That is, once we get the review on our project and see that on this particular head criteria it is not being selected, the project writer people, the researcher, may improve on those area and can resubmit their refined project for the funding. So sometime people say that is very 42% people say that sometime it is shared with them. Never, that is 33%. 1/3 people say that that is the report is not shared with them, and then always that is 10% say that so this is also required that this goes to the funding agency, that you must share the report, and they should make again reviewer report in such a way that can be some part maybe not shared, but majority of the part can be shared with the researcher. Are you able to spend all the allocated money for a year with that financial year? And many people agree that this 59.7, almost 60% say that yes, but 40% we can see here say that no. And this is no, everybody know from last 2-3 years, that is funding process and the different type of this funding mechanism. Usually we get fund in February, and then they said you have to finish by March, and that is the different problem. So there is also a point to discuss. What are the reason for it? There are different reasons. That is, many people have not declared the reason. What is the reason? Delay in getting the release of the amount. That is release, like sometime they got the money for the instrument, and by that time the price of the instrument is hiked and there is no other money to combine and buy the thing. So there are so many reasons. Some reasons had been listed over here. Do you prefer industrial funding over the government funding for your research project? And here also this is alarming thing. Many people do not prefer to go for the industrial. Now we have to change the mindset. Instead of going to government funding, we also have to go to the private funding. Maybe there is a lot of, we can say, deliverable is required in the private funding, but we have to made ourselves to go for the deliverable unless only government funding where less control is there. So what that is the different kind of things they have said. That is why I am not going into that. Again, I think second bell is going to happen. So industry-backed projects are often seen as biased, hindering career opportunity. Yes. So I was waiting for that. But industry rarely fund. Industry fund, but that is, they require something deliverable. They just don't want to have a 1-2 publication or patent. And we have many people are saying that we have increased the patent number. But if you want to go and see, if you have patented 100, how many of actually have commercialized, and you see that number is going to be 1 or 2 or 3. So you are spending a lot of money in getting a patent, and then that is not commercialized. That is also a very not good practice. So how do we typically continue project that build on a previous research project? So applying for a new research grant, research and extension from funding agency. So there are different things you can see. This particular questionnaire has different aspect of a researcher which we wanted to collect, so that this can be shared with a different funding agency for the ease of getting and doing the research. Regulatory framework, I will just skip little bit because I don't want to have the third alarm. So I will go to the Next, I will go to next one. That is the support. This is the one. The administrator support of staff responsible for managing project at your institute have adequate expertise to effectively carry out their roles. And you see that is only 40% saying yes. That is more than 53% that is yes. I'm only 2 minutes, sir. Next. As I said in the beginning, I will need because I'm speaking for 730 people. So I will just so let us go to the final. There are so many things, and where I have put it. Okay, let me go to the yeah. So in summary, I will just adequate government funding, rigid fund utilization mechanism, low industry participation, procurement bottleneck, regulatory and administrative challenges, cumbersome process, communication gap, and lack of transparency. So these are the main issues which come out from this, and I think many of you and all, I can say all of you agree with all this point which we have summarized. So these are the point under which funding agency need to work, and also in the disbursement process, so that the researcher can continue their work more effectively. Thank you. After that, we have almost 120 slides, which I am not 140 slides, which I am not going to say. So this is like this all this reports in that format. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. It was excellent. Actually, I was also looking at it and seeing that how it is shaping up, and you see that how your inputs are coming into this picture. And as is rightly said, that there is a feedback form, so that is also very important that it will go together. So, and we will have some points, I think, during the discussion also. So now I am glad to invite Dr. Ashok Sansukre ji. He is one of the pillars also of this study, and we look forward to hearing some of the salient aspects of that what it has come from these consultative workshops.
So, good afternoon, moderator of this session, Dr. Bhattacharya ji, all my fellow panelists, and all the distinguished participants. Today I am here to present the findings of the consultative meetings held during last 5 to 6 months, and that particularly includes, that covers what are the suggestions, what are the challenges being faced by the scientific community, and what are the measures to be taken. So that is my presentation is all about. Next. So now, why this topic is very important to us? Because the India is aspiring to be a developed nation by 2047 with faster, sustainable and inclusive growth. To achieve this particular goal, there is an increasing demand of scientific inputs and research and development. And it is well recognized now that the research and development flourish in a more relaxed ambience, wherein the administration and the financial support system is more facilitator than the controller. And therefore, the NITI Aayog has now started this initiative on ease of doing research and organized till now near about 7 consultative meetings with all the relevant stakeholders, particularly Vice Chancellor of the state and central universities, Director of the labs, industry associations, and also the scientists and the researchers. So the reason behind is that to identify what are the region-specific challenges are there, and how we can suggest any measures to address those particular challenges. That is why this initiative of NITI Aayog, and we are damn sure that with this initiative, we'll definitely shift the India's R&D framework from control-centric to facilitation-driven, enabling the researchers to be with more autonomy, speed, and trust. So the presentation will cover the challenges emerging out of this consultative meeting. Some are policy related, some are administrative and institutional related, infrastructure related, funding, and human resource management related. And what are the suggestions emerged out of this particular consultative meeting on this particular area or theme. So what are the policy related suggestions that emerge out of these meetings? There is a low overall R&D expenditure, and we all know that we are spending 0.65% of our GDP as compared to other developed nation like South Korea is spending near about 4.53% of their GDP. China is spending near about 2.53 of their GDP, and also the USA is spending 2.78% of their GDP in research and development activity. So, and also there is a what we can say, it is coming from all this consultative meeting, the private sector investment is very, very low. Here in India, we are spending hardly 38 to 40% of, that means particularly the private sector is spending 38% of our GDP, 38% of our total R&D expenditure on R&D. And in other countries, there is reverse, that means the private sector investment is 77%, more than 70%. So that is why, and why this is happening, I think because recently after the GST, tax incentive for private industry for in-house R&D has been discontinued. That is why this might, this is, because of that there is a relatively low expenditure of private sector. But now the government is taking several steps how we can increase the R&D expenditure. You know, the ANRF, that is the Anusandhan Research Foundation, has been launched now, and also there is a RDI scheme which is giving 1 lakh crore to the private sector for particularly in terms of loan, interest-free loan to the private sector for doing research and development, strengthening their research and development activity. So other challenges is that the approval process for clinical trial and international collaboration are complex and very lengthy. That is why we know that the clinical trials require 5 to 6 years. So we need to look into that. This is the one of the biggest challenge. Then another challenge is emerging out is the translational research that you know from various sessions. Translation research output is into the market-driven product remain the limited, primarily because of the weak transfer technology mechanism and inadequate industry-academia collaboration. Unless you involve the industry sector from the beginning, when you start your project, then that will not go to the commercial level unless you involve that industry sector from the beginning. This other related issue is the weak monitoring R&D output and its impact, and the research evaluation prioritize the quantity versus quality. Because you know that DST is supporting near about thousands proposals every year, but at the end, what is the outcome? Only the report, and the report is lying on the table or any cupboard. So unless we have a monitoring R&D ecosystem, that R&D output, we should have a very good monitoring mechanism. What is the impact of that particular research is happening? That needs to be monitored. Then what are the administrative and institutional challenges? There is a multiple level of administrative approval for funding R&D, leads to significant delay in process commencement, project commencement, then equipment purchase, and even administrative tasks. This discourages the researchers. That is why the people are not, that means the researchers are not interested in taking R&D project because of this multiple level of administrative approval. Then slow procurement procedure for acquiring specialized scientific equipment, which severely affects the pace of cutting edge technology. Because when we want to acquire some equipment from foreign country, it takes 1 year. And by that time the instrument come to the institution, the R&D work which the researchers want to do might get outdated. So there is no point in, that is why there is that procedure needs to be little bit faster. then the researchers spend more time on administrative work than the actual research. Because these researchers are running after the file. They go to the administration, they go to the finance people, and there is hardly any support from the administration support to the researchers. That is the another issue. And decision making is often seniority based rather than the merit based. The hierarchical system and administrative structure exclude the junior researchers' voices. Because if some junior researchers have a very good idea, but because of the seniority based system, they will not be allowed to take that decision. Then lack of awareness about the existing government scheme and the funding mechanism, particularly in the northeastern region, because recently we have a meeting in Guwahati and the people are not aware about the government scheme, because the government schemes are from various government schemes are there for DST, DBT and the DSIR, spanning from infrastructure, manpower development, even if the social development. So schemes are already there, but the people are not aware. Then the infrastructure related challenges. Majority of the students in the many colleges and universities suffer for severe lack of modern and well-equipped laboratory, which limits their quality research by forcing some of the researchers to do the work on older equipment, or they have to travel to other institutions abroad for critical equipment. That needs to be taken into account. No culture of sharing R&D facility and infrastructure. Forget about the institution to institution sharing. People within the institution, one division is not sharing the equipment with the others. That is another problem. So, number third is the underinvestment of R&D infrastructure upgradation and also its maintenance. Because we are not spending much on infrastructure upgradation and also the maintenance. Rigid GFR rule and mandating the GEM for procurement of even the specialized equipment and consumables. There's a lot of things, because we get the what we can say the not standard equipment from GEM. Some of the complaints are there. So that and to work in various, particularly in the atomic energy area or in space area, you require a critical material, critical equipment. So if you buy from the GEM portal, you will not able to achieve that precision. So that is what these are the issues coming out of that particular discussion. And also further, the GST is also levied on the equipment and consumables for R&D. But the R&D is we are doing R&D for the society or for the, what we can say, to strengthen our ecosystem. We are not doing for the profit. So why there should be any R&D? That means why there should be a GST on that? So that we are thinking about. The private institution often excluding access to the national research infrastructure. Now a little bit they are sharing the that means the infrastructure with the private sector, but still it is not up to the mark. The funding related challenges for R&D. Opening of zero balance subsidiary account that is one of the major issues now, because this will discontinue your R&D project, and even getting the fellowship to the researchers is the problem because of this zero balance account. Delay in funding release to complex and lengthy approval process. Sometimes, somebody has already mentioned, sometimes the funding is received in the last quarter of the financial year and not able to utilize that fund. That is another issue. Funding based on NRF ranking and favoritism towards the funding IITs, that also demotivate the other institutions. Insufficient financial support for interdisciplinary and high-risk research, affecting the long-term innovation capability. Lack of flexibility in reallocation of fund across the research head. Once the project gets approved, why there should not be any flexibility to the PI to use that according to the need? But there is a problem, because you cannot lead that, you cannot reallocate the fund. The scientists are often avoiding utilization of fund due to the fear of audit scrutiny. Therefore, the funds are not utilized. Then the human resource management challenges. Brain drain due to the better salaries, funding infrastructure abroad. That is why the people are going there. Low base of full-time researchers. We have only 260 full-time researchers per million, as compared to South Korea is near about 9,000. USA is around 4,000. And even China is around 2,000. So we are, that means we are having a low number of full-time researchers in the country. Absence of career progression is one of the issue for the researchers. There is a shortage of skilled researchers in frontier technology, limited fellowship, and career opportunity make the talent retention is challenging. Limited mobility and collaboration with industry and academia is also one of the serious issue. Only entry-level researchers are allowed to recruit, and the lateral entry recruitment have been stopped now. Age bar is also another issue for recruiting the researchers, and the weak postgraduate system. Now, these are the suggestions emerging out of this consultative meeting for last 7 meetings. So we should have, for policy related, we should have a digital single window system for all researchers, proposal approval, and also the real tracking of this particular. So NITI Aayog is already taking that initiative, and we are developing that unified portal system which will take care of this particular matter. That means the submission of proposals and the approval system. Simplified the financial rule for empowering the principal investigator with more autonomy and the financial management and procurement. Adopt more research-friendly audit system that focuses outcome and proper utilization rather than the purely procedure compliance. Develop a transparent, peer review, and outcome-oriented competitive grant. We should not distinguish the private sector and the public sector while funding the R&D project. It should be competitive. Shift the focus from merely increasing the publication to promote the high impact and relevant and translation research. Another issue, these suggestions are fostering strong collaboration between academia and government agency, create a platform where this is important, create a platform where the industry can post a research problem and the academia can offer the solution, facilitating the demand-driven research. We should do the demand-driven research, not individual-centric. R&D should be carried out for the social relevance and to make a global impact. Because yesterday also our governor has already mentioned about the social impact, social relevance of your R&D. The study adopt a successful model from the leading R&D nations, facilitate international collaboration and set up a joint research center with top global university to provide the Indian researchers access to the cutting edge technology. And last one is very important, that is the develop a framework for institutional benchmarking for ease of doing research. These are the infrastructure related suggestions, channelizing fund to build the research facility, particularly in the state universities and colleges, which often lack the adequate infrastructure and funding. Simplify and expedite the process of approval, create a common research facility and share them with the research community, including private sector, yes. And establish a dedicated R&D hub for innovation cluster, establish a empowered R&D cell in the universities and national laboratory, which will work more closely with industry and central R&D institute for doing the location-specific R&D project development. Timely release of sanction fund to the institutional directly to the researchers, and if the decisions are not taken with a specified time limit, the application should be considered as a deemed approved. Boosting public-private spending and encourage the private investment by giving them some tax incentive. Establish a land-to-market grant program and national IP bank to fund and facilitate commercialization of research technology. Mandating a portion of corporate social responsibility fund to allocate it to the funding joint research project with industry and the academia. Human resource, this is the last slide. Human resource development related suggestion is need to increase the full-time researchers. That is the one suggestion. include the continuity in the R&D fellowship and travel grant under the Shanchan project. Create a mechanism for mobility of scientists from R&D lab, academic institute to industry and vice versa for protecting their salary. Implement the merit-based recruitment and promotion system for researchers and faculties, reducing the reliance on seniority-based allow. Lastly, they launched the flexi return policy to attract the Indian scientists working abroad, offering competitive salary, research grant, and conducive research environment. So, with this, we have drawn some findings from various consultative meeting, and we'll add these suggestions from this meeting also, and prepare a roadmap for how we can ease of doing research. So that is our aim. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wonderful, and as you say that it is policy in action, what it is being done. So with that, I invite Shishi Kapoor. He is CEO at Fast India and a wealth of experience and practical as well as what you call a very strong speaker, and I always enjoy listening to him. So
Duplicate. So let me just quickly introduce FAST in not more than 30 seconds. We are basically a non-profit organization. I lead the non-profit organization as a CEO. The non-profit organization partners with the government, industry and academia, all three elements of our triple helix. We are trying to get the three elements of the ecosystem to work together. As we know that if the engine and the bogies are aligned, then only it is on the right track, then only it is going in the right track. Otherwise, if engine goes in one direction and the institution, the bogies go in a different direction, it will get derailed. So that is the reason why we are trying to get everybody together, moving in the direction of making India into a strong S&T nation. So having said that, I'm also conscious of two things. We are behind time. We'll be approaching lunchtime soon, and also I'm afraid of the bell which rings very loudly. I think if you can use a temple bell next time, it will be slightly better. But loud bell does not work. So keeping that in mind, I think I will try to limit the slides and discussions. But very quickly, a lot has already got said about the ease of doing science, ease of doing research, the issues that are there, and it has been very well summarized. Ashok ji summarized it very well. It has already been summarized on the INSA presentation as well. So a lot has already been discussed. So I will try and limit it. I just want to explain a couple of things about an ease of doing science study which actually happened in 2023. This was the first of its kind survey that FAST has done, the organization where I am. And it was back to back with discussions of ease of doing science started in 2022 when the Honorable Minister started talking about it. They started talking about Department of Biotechnology, DBT, etc. We need to improve science, the experience of research for our researchers. It started in 2022. 2023 was the first survey. And then it has now become into something which is now a common vocabulary even at the Prime Minister's level. So that is the genesis of how it has moved. FAST conducted a survey of 140 researchers. So it's a much limited population compared to the INSA study and NITI study which is happening now. But it was the first of its kind survey which revealed some of the issues that are there in the ecosystem. And so basically we talked to the 140 respondents. We had targeted 1,500 people. We got responses from 150 that time, and it highlighted that there are 5 main categories of issues. One is obtaining funds, you heard of that, utilizing funds, collaboration, commercialization, and institutional support. These are the 5 areas where the issue was. We also tried to get their experience on, we found 65% of the researchers and scientists had experience in overseas locations.
So we asked them that tell us, how do you compare your overseas experience versus your experience in India, right? And it showed a big difference. 50% of them were not satisfied with the experience in India, which means 50% was okay, but they were 80% satisfied with their overseas experience. And then we could actually see the differences on each of the buckets. So if you can see this, obtaining funds, the orange line is the Indian institutions. The green line is overseas experience. And so the biggest issue came out in utilizing funds and obtaining funds. Those were the two large. What we said is, what FAST did is that, we've been talking about various types of issues, but not all issues are equally important or equally serious, right? So we feel that the first two buckets of obtaining and utilizing funds is where the real issue is. There are other issues in collaboration, commercialization, institutional support, but it may not be that bad, as we say. The real issue is the fund part of it. The funds which are getting deployed into the institution and further down from the institution to the researcher. So those were the 2 points which came out through the study there. So then we said there are certain bottlenecks which are there in the fund allocation process and utilization. We found that most of it was related to the timeliness of funds. I will not repeat many of those because those have already been discussed in a big way. We'll save some time there. What we realized is 87% of the funds are coming in from the government, and which was a big issue. Even that issue has not changed over the last 2 years. This survey is 2023 survey. So a lot of the issues are still there, and thanks to NITI and INSA team, and then the government is now looking at it, and we are trying to get industry more engaged in funding. So 87% were getting government support, and 62% of the institutions had more than half their funding coming in from DST, DBT, and SERB, which is now ANRF. So there's 3 large funders were contributing more than 50% of the funds. So it was also very skewed in terms of the funding organizations. Ease of utilization, there again, international travel funding and the ability to buy equipment, right, was an issue. So here the interesting thing here is that there was a couple of interesting comments that came out that said that, look, if you forget to cross the T's and in our request for a fund, and if we don't cross the T's properly, etc., we must start the entire process all over again to get our funds. We go at the back of the queue. So this is verbatim comment almost. And we risk even failing to get reimbursed for our funding. And then there were also comments like, don't force us to buy equipment locally when we have more reliable equipment coming from overseas. Some of that is good news is some of that is known to us now, and through some changes, those issues are getting addressed. Some ODs, as you know, has been released. Those changes, I think government has recognized, and we are making some changes there. So I will talk very quickly about some of the NITI workshops. I think we have discussed many of this, so we'll briefly talk about few points which came as different. You see, the entire concept of GFR, I think there are 2 issues which are coming out. One is that GFR is coming in the way in terms of fund deployment. Agreed. The other is that there is also interpretation issues of GFR. If you look at the within the finance ministry, then there is also one person will look at the same GFR rule and interpret it differently. So GFR may not be complex, it is the interpretation of GFR which is also an issue. That's one thing which we are beginning to understand. The second thing is the 595 rule, which I have talked in the past also, that some 5% may be gaming the system and beating the system, but 95% people are generally honest. Having said that, why should the entire ecosystem suffer? So if we also have in fact, one of the jokes, may you call it, is if you speak to somebody in the finance ministry and tell them that how to go about getting the approval for this, please have the approval done, or even the approver at the institution level could be there, or also at the Department of Science. They will say that the safest plane is the one that does not fly, right? Safest plane is the one which will not fly. Let's not approve it. We'll be safe, no audit findings. That culture has been there in the entire ecosystem for quite some time, and that is what we propose should change. See, innovation is all about taking risk, In fact, research and development is, and I spent almost 30 years with industry as well, unless you take risk, you will not get the rewards. And so by design, there will be some failures. But at every stage, if you protect yourself, right, nothing will get done. So how do we make the ecosystem in such a way that the rules and regulations are there at the same time, the things are getting done, the approvals are happening. So I'll come to that at the end of the slides that, and NITI is already working on it. I want to thank Professor Singh for this. He's got some great ideas. It's something we have been proposing for last 2 years, but when I first interacted with him, I then got to know that he's already working on it. I'll talk about that in a minute. The government recent initiatives have been quite outstanding. I must say that those changes are being heard. We can now make non-GEM purchases for specialized research equipment. That change you saw last year. Direct purchase limits have been doubled to 2 lakhs. Department committee purchases are now 2 to 25 lakhs. Limited tender, advertised tender limits increased to 1 crore. Head of institutions can approve GTE up to 200 crores. Procurement exemption for scientific institutions and HEI is raised to 50 lakhs. So there have been some changes. And as you can see, that means they are listening. But we need more of that, and these consultations will actually feed into that. What do we need to do going forward? Ashok ji has actually mentioned that we need to have timely fund deployment. Funds have to be deployed not when we can deploy them, but when the researcher wants it. So something needs to drive that behavior of first year funding on time, second year is behind schedule, and third year fund is not coming at all. That was not going to work. Integrate all schemes into a national R&D funding portal. We'll talk about that. Carry forward of unspent projects, funds, that's one thing we need to do, and establish the detailed research administration units within the institutions. One thing we also heard very clearly is that a lot of our researchers are spending too much time on administrative work, following the funds, I&E funding, how do we invest, right? Those kind of issues. Researchers are supposed to do research. If they start spending time on actually chasing funds, then it is not the right thing. So their technical expertise needs to be tapped, not administrative capabilities. So in each institution, that's why I say that there is an opportunity for us to add that one person who is in charge of this kind of fund chasing, deployment, etc. Changes in, I will probably skip this slide, but international travel keeps coming up as an issue. In fact, there is an element of skepticism and mistrust related to international conferences. That's what came out through our surveys earlier. There are some interesting observations which we are trying to understand, like for example, Indian Institute of Science, DBT. If you've got a grant which has been approved by the government in the last 2 years, you cannot get and that is for international travel, you can't get a grant again. You're not qualified to get a second time grant because you already taken it 1 year, in the last 2 years, one time. So that, if you're a good researcher, you may have to travel second time, third time also. So why would it actually, why should we have that kind of a rule? So again, low financial incentives, career pathway issues, we've talked about many of these. The one thing I would talk about is the China Young Talents Program. They found that when they attracted good talent, their productivity levels improved 27%. So talent matters a lot, and therefore there is a cultural element within the institution which needs to be tapped as well. Common bottlenecks in research commercialization, this takes us to translational research. We spent a lot of time on that. There are a couple of issues. FAST also did a study on translational research this year, most recently, and we found there are some great things happening. IIT Madras Research Park has got 100, see that bell again, dangerous. So IIT Madras Research Park has got 100 faculty members who are actually invested in startups. They are getting stock options. Imagine 100 such faculty members. So that means they are well invested in the success of translation, and you can see some of these big projects that they have done, startups that have spun off from IIT Madras. So faculty motivation is extremely important in actually driving translational research at the institution level. Also, we found that contract manufacturing capability, if you develop something and you're not able to scale it up and manufacture, and you have to send it overseas for testing and even scaling up manufacturing and those kind of things, if you don't have infrastructure in India, it limits the ability to how much you can translate. So that's another area which has to be worked on. I think the other thing is, a lot of the time we find at the institution level, the tenure of the senior leadership at an institution could be fixed and it may not be very long. So that affects the vision in terms of how far you want to look. I mean, imagine if a dean for an institution has got a 5-year stint, he will have a vision for 4 or 5 years. But if you really want an institution to have a long-term vision for 10, 15 years, right, it takes 2, 3 years to get things done and bring it to a certain level. So having a longevity at the leadership level provides that vision to take it forward for a longer period of time. So there is that element of short-termism at a leadership level in terms of tenure. Lab to market I have covered mostly. The technology transfer offices, we found some best practices are there. So for example, in IIT Bombay, some of you may be aware that any translational research project, it can be teed up by the faculty. Faculty has technical expertise, but he may not have the marketing experience to market the product and scale it up, which has been a big discussion here. So therefore, funding comes only if you are able to find somebody who is a business partner for the project. So then a technical resource, which is the scientist and the faculty member in IIT Bombay, along with the a person who is a business person who can give the marketing flair to that particular product launch. 2 people get together, start this entire startup effort and then scale up the product. So having a business partner along with a technical partner as a collaboration increases the chance of commercialization of a project. We learned that through a study on Project Titanium, which Ramesh Mangalareshwaran, who is actually he was with McKinsey earlier, he's actually supporting IIT Bombay on that. And then I think rest I would not like to cover because many of them are already covered. This is one thing which I just want to leave this thought with. 30 seconds, 1 minute, sorry. This is what I would really applaud the NITI team, and Professor Vivek Singh has been instrumental in this. You see, there are 4 layers to how funding is happening in the country. You have the government, you have the grant making bodies, then you have the research bodies and institutions, and then you have the researcher. Whenever you have this 4 layers and multiple layers, then there is Chinese whisper situation. And there is going to be the multiple handoffs create a lot of information asymmetry. So what the grant making body does not know what the institution knows. The institution may not know whatever the researcher knows. There is a lack of trust, lack of information flow. And a result of all this is the entire process of fund disbursement could be slow. There is no transparency as well. GFR rules come in play, and these are unpredictable fund releases. So what we have been proposing, and we're happy to see NITI work in that direction, is we talked about innovation stack. Sir, what are we calling it? It's in UPMS, which is the integrated system portal. This will be a portal where the government is going to have an API with the funding agency. The funding agency will have, which is the grant making body. It could be DBT, it could be DST, etc. They will have an API, which is a direct interface with the institution level. So the fund will be pushed down from the government to the grant making body to the institution, and there will be a clear visibility when the fund was dispersed, how much fund was dispersed, for what project it was dispersed, right? A lot of the issues that we are talking about, which is related to timeliness of the fund dispersal, right? All of those will be very transparent. You will have a view at the dean level, there will be a view at the government authority level, right? On all the funds which has been deployed across institutions in the country, at an institution level for all projects as well. So this is the concept document, may you call it, and NITI is already working on this. And this to me is the biggest transformation which is around the corner, because a lot of the ease of doing science issues will get addressed by this. So I just want to leave it at this thought. I think we are on the right track. The country is concerned, but the speed is an issue, and it is for us now to get together to pull it over the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheel. Sheel. It was wonderful, and you see there were many points have come up, and we look for the discussion part later with one eminent speaker. Dr. Praveen Arora is here now with us, and he has been part of this whole process, and he will bring out some of the important salient aspects of these consultative meetings that has happened. So, Praveen.
So that makes my job interesting or challenging, I don't know. So I have to, so I love challenges, so I have to make it interesting for me and you both. So, so first of all, good afternoon, everyone. So I have to see that I quickly wrap it up and see that lunch, what you are waiting for, is not, taken that far. So my job is becoming challenging, that everyone has said what they wanted to say, and what I also wanted to say has been more or less covered. So what I was thinking, I was anticipating this to happen. So what I have thought is that I can give you some kind of an overarching view sitting in a plane at 30,000 or 40,000 feet, and not to give you much explanation, because already Ashok ji and INSA survey and also now Sheel has also given a lot of insight. So it may be quite repetitive. But then how I can recapitulate, this. So that is what, and what is coming out of that understanding of all the speaker panelists eminent have said, can it be recapitulated or can it be summarized in some way, which makes also a sense, because ultimately it will go somewhere and combine together as a whole set. So I need to be more synergistic with what our panelists have said, not to be confrontist and repetitive. So that's what my aim here is. So I really thank NITI Aayog that I've been able to participate in all the meetings, 8 meetings. So this is the last one, I think, in that RCM we call it. So that's give me an edge also to overarchingly see the things in a better perspective and bring to your fold this kind of unique. So whatever the learning and understanding from all these meetings could be then put across in a broader understanding, which I am calling it a broad contours. And there are very specifics, across the regions, what we have done. Of course, if the time permit, then I can bring out 1 or 2 dimensions which are quite unique. It could be for the Northeast, or it could be for Hyderabad meeting, or it could be here, but if the time permits. But I think more important is the broad arcing observations, or insights. So one is the systemic challenges. Now we see that we actually have admitted by all these presentations and discussions that there is R&D landscape in India has issues and problems with related to ease of doing research. So I think now admittedly, it is coming out very clearly, and we have faced multiple, systemic challenges, primarily emanating from institutional mechanisms and stakeholder capacities, both at national and state levels. So elaborations, I'm not coming to, because if I take, then it will again land up what Ashok ji was saying and something. So there happens to be sectoral variations in terms of the nature of roadblocks to doing research. It varies with the type of research, because Sheel was saying a level, but I am saying at the basic research level, at the applied level, experimental and translational level. So each has its own specifics and difficulties of a different kind if you look into. And when we cut across sectors like health, we have seen, what kind of difficulties procuring from gem, animal field, animal dying, and poor, inferior quality. All those things will come into even the regulations where the some kind of a Ayurveda drug is put under Schedule M category instead of a T category. So those kind of challenges, how to set right even those, because these are creating problems in our translation. So same way agriculture, even the varieties are not being considered for ranking purposes. Those who are developing GM mustard crop or some other variety, so they are not being recognized or considered in the institutional framework for ranking. So that's very, very serious issue. They have put in a lot of hard work, so that is not considered. So there, and also it varies with the diverse regions. In the Northeast, they will have a typical different, or hill other regions, they will have a typicalities. So third one is the information asymmetry. There exists a pronounced lack of awareness and information symmetry among institutions, laboratories across, which with respect to available policies, schemes, facilities, resources. So I see this complete, there is a uniform, chaos or happening across, So this is one issue, how to resolve this. So could be, suggestions will come, of course, many of the suggestions have already been said, so I need not repeat. But there is a fragmented institutional structures. What I mean to say here is some institutions will have the typical central instrumentation facility or advanced labs or TTOs or the facilities for patent to happen or patent facilitations. Some may not have, and some are still struggling whether they can have it or not. Even today also you heard, somebody is saying that we don't know whether we can start a startup or not, whether we can create a section 8. So these are the kind of imbalances or issues, fragmented structures we have. So there is no uniform structure which can define our R&D ecosystem. So it is so fragmented. So this is coming from many of us when we are saying. So how to separate this? Now if that is not there, then some IITs will have X and Y, Z, and they will have only X. So then you cannot compare also. So ranking frameworks will eliminate many of us on those, and you cannot compete. So there is a fragmented institutional structures. So another point which is coming out is weak coordination and linkages. So what I mean to say is linkages among institutions, human resources, infrastructure. So this is lacking, there are challenges more acute when we come to geographies, such as the northeast, hilly terrains, even Ladakh, that's a high altitude research station for DRDO. So they have a different kind of challenges, So there is a weak coordination and linkages. So of course everyone has said human resource retention and motivation. So talent retention and motivation issues. Everyone knows now how to retain postdoctoral research. Many of the premier institutions even don't have the mechanisms to make them stay for a longer, for the better research or the upcoming frontier areas. So they are facing problems. There are problems related to mentorship as well. So inadequate collaboration avenues and continuing brain drain, all these are kind of issues which are affecting this. So institutional and systemic bottlenecks, what I mean to say is, here as Saraswati was saying, there are internal challenges and external. So once you have internal challenges, these are systemic bottlenecks like rigid administration or delayed recruitments, lack of skill upgradation, all those will constitute your internal kind of a frame of challenges. Then how to sort it out is a different ballgame. Same way, external challenges mainly related to the funding agencies, fellowships and other kind of frame of stuff. So I understand that NITI Aayog is going to have, based on these inputs, consolidating these inputs, a dialogue with the funding agency as well, and try to see what best can be addressed through those kind of, for external challenges for the stakeholders and the S&T ecosystem at large. Then access to research infrastructure. So again, one way of overcoming this is a single window platform which NITI Aayog is already attempting, and I understand is shortly going to operationalize soon by next year, early next year. So it will have its own efficiencies and optimality utilization for resources, and though they are starting with projects, but then many other layers could also be imposed on it, and I think then it would become a very comprehensive and to be talked about the system which controls the research ecosystem. So that is what the aim here is, though the modest beginning has already been made. And one more point which everyone is saying it, industry-academia interface. Now I think I need not dwell much on this, but then everyone has said. So another point which I myself feel it very important, and in the sense that everyone talks of policy, but nobody talks of gaps in implementation of the policies. See, this is very critical. So I found that everyone is saying connecting the infrastructure resources, sharing, access, but nobody ever talked of Shriman policy, unfortunately, which policy which have been envisaged to do and, to minimize all those kind of problems we have. So in fact, we have not implemented in true spirit, and otherwise most of the issues could have been taken care of. There is a policy which talks about this, nobody talking about. So there is a complete, gap in its implementation. Same way, this only place, I think you have given yesterday, then there was a complete talk by the minister himself and then the other players talking about how to connect science to the common man, science to the society. So there is also a scientific social responsibility policy, and which talks about establishing SSR cells and allocating some 0.1% of your total budget or something to start, and to pro bono you can do many activities. So that is also not taken, I think, in a true spirit and a form. So if you connect, if you see that if these are done, then probably a lot of issues are getting addressed automatically. So we have to see that, and probably there is a lack of awareness. Now, if you bring into the earlier point, you will see, and then I see that a single window. Later on, we were thinking even a lot of policies and other procedures, mechanism to streamline and harmonize can also be put on that platform. So that is what I'm saying. It could have multiple layers. One layer he is starting, but then other layers could be then, added onto it, and to make it a very comprehensive, robust for our S&T whole ecosystem. So another thing is all this is affecting. Ashokji was telling researchers 266 per million researcher, and all this is a quantity and quality is getting affected and affecting the research. So I need not build upon, and these are very important issues for building a resilient S&T ecosystem and impactful system. So these are the issues, quantity and quality. I think Ashutosh Sharma ji raised this, and I like this point I have taken from him, quality and quantity. It sums up many things, I need not have to explain the reason for it, and Ashok ji has amplified in his discussion. So another thing which is coming up is funding effectiveness. What it says is, I have taken from Professor Saraswat ji, who has been saying that it is a subcritical diffuse funding which is channelized across, the nation. As a result, we are not seeing the impact of it, and many of the things could have been, more impactful if we have made some mission mode beginnings in the earlier. And he gives very clearly example of DARPA model, and then incidentally our STI policy 2013 also envisages all those things, but we have not taken it seriously. I am telling you there is a gaps in policy implementation. So if you done it properly, probably these things would have been on a different footing we would have been. So this is where another is standardization and research frameworks. So the need for harmonized now national guidelines for conducting research. In fact, the UP, when we conducted the first regional consultative meeting, the governor of the UP, Madam Anandi Bhenji, Honorable Anandi Bhenji, she herself was very particularly interested. Can we develop a model guideline for the state of UP so that she can give as a VC of that state university, so she can issue a direction that this is how the R&D has to be regulated in the state, and that could have been a model for other states to follow. So we still have to work on those harmonized national guidelines, and similarly we see that the translational research itself does not have any kind of a framework or a guideline, though we talk of many things. Now what I should do after reaching TL level 7, so I don't know whom to pick and whom, whether to market myself, go there and deep dive, or there would be professionals, and then, but then if there are professionals, then how to acquire them, how to connect to them, whether institution will enable me or I have to deep dive what I have been doing, So there are successes, there are individual efforts, but institutional efforts are not forthcoming in that, framework, cohesive framework. So can we devise some harmonized mode of action or framework which can set right all these things and connect us to those NRDCs which are channelizing those. So nobody knows even the CSIR, I heard, system of 30 labs even doesn't know of NRDC existing in their, as a part of their system for commercialization. So that was very quite astonishing. So these are the things which I overarchingly observing when you are speaking and probably trying to put it across. So learning from global, this is the last one on a macro fronting, learning from global best practices. So in fact, the Delhi Regional Consultative meeting brought in many stakeholders, many international players, including Sheel also came and presented, and then he beautifully presented here the two findings, that getting funds and utilization fund itself is a issue. The same way we have seen how the translational happens through Fraunhofer model or either the UK Innovate model, and all those experiences I think have a wonderful insights. So that should be assimilated once we are on the path of developing those harmonized guidelines or frameworks. But another thing which was coming to my mind is somebody was telling what Switzerland, remaining 3 at the Global Innovation Index, and Vivekji is very one. So Vivekji is very fond of showing global index steps and then going to 38, climbing it. Now we don't know now how far we can climb on that. But then I was thinking, if we take top 10 global innovation index countries and try to see what exactly in terms of policies, mechanism, so that would further give us a lot of insights in terms of strengthening our ecosystem and also maybe moving up slightly, because that is what Sujit was telling, we are path dependent now. So we have to break and take a different path route, and maybe learning from others is one such path which can improve many of our insights and taking it forward. So this is all. I have 14 broad points. So I thought maybe you are enough with it, or I have few more micro settings to share in case. But the bell has not come yet, so I have the right to go. Or that's a good one. That is our advantage. Once you go reach 30,000, the bell का sound आता नहीं है. हाँ तो मेरे 30,000 पे bell नहीं आ रही मेरे को. So I will. So I now come down. I think this is enough, and I think. Yeah, over to Sujit to sum it up.
Okay, thank you. And we had great talks, as you see, and maybe one or two quick questions. I'm taking the liberty, and I'm not looking at Professor Vivek now. So quick questions and quick take on it. So yes.
I'm just connecting yesterday's institutions and individuals into fitness and attraction. And today we are talking about symptoms of the disease, of delays and all problems. So my point is, even sometimes running towards fitness or a race and the excitement of ranking and all, although it's yesterday's topic, some of the things have affected here also, some ill effects of that running and frustrated from the delays. And what I find is, when he gave 4 stages of government to funding agencies to institution to individuals, I find the reviews are mostly done by the faculty members. So one of the pain before I came to attend this was that this must be brought out, that most delays are held up not at the funding agency or government but by the reviewers themselves. So there is a problem of capable people are not available, and available are not capable at times. But so I have tried to see that many reviews in DST, TDB are now catching up, but I don't know about others. So we must make some people doers, and some of the devils from the faculty must be present to review their work. So some policy must be sent. That maybe yesterday there is a repeated question of mentoring and over 60 people aged, retired and all. So why are not some people coming forward for reviewing purposes to speed up these processes? I've seen even sometimes reviewing taking long time. I've had a project for 2 years which review the initial permissions took more than 2 years. And I don't want to name one of my students, recently young person joined his first project. Hi, please. So fast can respond.
Fast will respond fast. So very quickly, I think we are supporting ANRF also in improving these processes. The process reforms are in place. And what we have realized is, there are two issues. One is lack of reviewers in some cases. The second is competency of reviewers, right? For example, if the project has come on something to do with, let's take solar cells, right? And if it is specifically on a specific type of solar cell, right? I don't know what you call it, not piezoelectric, what is it called? Perovskite cells. Perovskite solar cells. If that is the project, right? But if the competency of the individual is not there, then you have to get the right person in the reviewer team. Now, the reviewer could be in the institution, in the case of something which has to be teed up by the researcher through the reviewer and then going forward, or it could be at the government department level. So the government department has to tap resources from across the ecosystem, so that's where the struggle starts. And at an institution level, it is, again, could be short staffing or this kind of issue. So we are finding both these situations are happening, because of which the funding issues are happening. And finally, to your point, sir, you talked about the fund deployment getting stuck at institution level, even at the government funding agency level, which could be DST, DBT or some other one. First time the fund is going through, right? The intention is good. After 1 year, they see the project is not moved forward, then there is a hesitancy to fund second time. Third time, they have actually given up and the fund is not going at all. Now, most of these innovation projects are patient capital projects, which, you have to be accepting that there will be some issues at the researcher level. So the fund should be deployed and there has to be a little bit more timeliness to that. So the solution, the IT solution probably will address that time, because there will be transparency around delays at every level.
What Shield is saying is, from the other perspective, is the finance is innovating more than what the scientists are innovating. So they are creating new guidelines and rules after every 3 months. Now the moment you try on one set of guidelines, another comes, you say halt this and do this. So as a result, the end user, like researcher or the institution, is getting affected. So this is also happening, a part of process. So still there is a standardization is still going on.
If the second question, you can also, I think, discuss during the lunch if it is very pertinent, or if you make a point, make a point, but we will take it up there's a lot of food for thought for the lunch.
Quickly, I'll just share one point.
Quick.
Eminent panelists have provided a lot of list of what are the issues, but I think a restructuring of scientist tenure and track is required. What I mean by restructuring is, all of us as scientists, whether you're in medical, public health, industry, agriculture, join as scientist B. B to E, everyone does research in the peripheral institutes linked to the council. And once you reach E or F, you should be given an option whether you want to get into research administration track or whether you want to get into continue as a researcher, which many people would prefer to. And those who decide to choose a research administration track, they need a separate capacity building and they need separate assessment methods. And then the
this is very well taken. I think we will discuss it during the lunch. We'll discuss it during the lunch. If you have one point, then.
So what you are saying, INSA has started a program LEAD, that is for mid-career people, those who are scientist F above or associate professor and above, for that particular thing in mind. That is, they need a different kind of capacity building. So we are doing that every 6 months. We are organizing that particular program, LEADS program. Okay.
It's a very good program. So there is a lot of food for thought, and thank you so much for this. But what I would say, that we have come a long way. I remember in 2021 there was a workshop between NIAS and Indian Institute of Science, and this one thing was said that no discussion, it was strengthening of R&D ecosystem, but they were said that there will be no discussion on GFR. So from that to this stage where we have a platform, and you see that what I see very, very promising also, as you see from the reports. And then I see that I am again mentioning that UPFI, which is being called, it will be an institutional stack. I'm not talking it as an innovation stack. The way you have seen the digital interface, Aadhaar linking with JAM linking with your UPI. So this can be a new institutional stack for our research innovation ecosystem, and all these inputs can come together. With that, I think that we will have a quick lunch, and thank you so much, and thank you also to Professor Vivek and others to give us some more time for this. Thank you, sir.
Sir, 1 minute. To formally conclude the session, I now request Dr. Sujit Bhattacharya to kindly present a token of gratitude to Dr. Brajesh Pandey, Executive Director, International Science Academy. To Dr. Ashok A. Songusare, Deputy Advisor, NITI Aayog. To Shri Sheel Kapoor, CEO, Foundation for Advancing Science and Technology. To Dr. Parveen Arora, former Advisor, Department of Science and Technology. I now invite Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh to felicitate Dr. Sujit Bhattacharya, former Chief Scientist, CSIR, National Institute of Science Communication and Policy Research. Thank you, sir. As this session concludes, we will now break for lunch at the main administrative block. Please note, after lunch, the next panel discussion on the way forward, reforms needed to enhance ease of doing research and development, will start at 2:45. And once more, we request you all to fill and submit the feedback form to the organizers. Thank you.
सब रिकॉर्डिंग करवा रहा हूँ मैं, सब रिकॉर्डिंग देखूंगा।
डब्बे में डाल दो इसको।
അല്ലല്ല ഇനി അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട്
Batu. Okay, and now there are 7 people instead of, so 1, 2, 3, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 people. There's another person, ISER director is also joined. Okay? You need 2 more.
3 more.
3, 4, 3 more, sorry. 3 more.
Just
ठीक
like
है?
morning session.
3 more. ठीक है? 8. Perfect.
नेम प्लेट है उनकी जो
हाँ हाँ भेज दी, नेम प्लेट्स के लिए भी भेज दी। ठीक है? चल।
the next session. 8. That they have put on the outside.
पास में पड़ता है।
Another, the director Isaac Trivandrum added. He is the moderator.
7 is on the list.
7 is on the list.
Yeah.
So another one, 8.
For the last session, do you have names?
Last session.
Concluding session?
Concluding Chalapati, secretary is already went.
But they told Vivek Kumar Singh, I think he will be joining them.
Maybe.
So
You
you
just put
I asked
same.
Okay. And some Ashok Son Kusare, Deputy NITI
Just
Aayog.
tell her to give me the name. Just tell her.
It's not there.
No, it's not there.
But he presented just last session, in the last session.
This one.
And this one?
Hello.
Vivek Kumar Singh and Chandra.
Okay. This one, Vivek Singh is already there. Okay. I confused.
Waiting set.
8 bottle. 8 bottle.
Mahir? Hello? That's now we are at Pamba. Because Abhishek was there.
Ashwini is where? She went.
Then come here.
Okay, I think she went to fill the water.
इधर आएगा तो आओ और उधर चलो 6, 7, 8.
Eight glass, 8 bottle, huh?
8. किंतु करेगा?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can make another one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Glass
അതൊന്നും എനിക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമല്ല എനിക്ക് ഇങ്ങനെ എടുത്താൽ ഇഷ്ടം ആ കഴിക്കാൻ പോവാ പല പല
Kumar Singh.
This is only 3 people will see.
അവിടെ ഉണ്ടോ
Need to remove this chairs. Five, six, seven, eight. Glass. How many glasses are here? One glass. He went to us.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Okay, na?
7, 8. Yes. 1, 2. इनका क्लास दे देते हैं. 1, 2, 3. 4. Alright, we need one more class. No, here please. Here, madam. One more class. How is it? Nothing missing. Alright, class सुधर होगा शायद.
Hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Gali gali sim sim. Let's go for lunch.
too. What do you mean? Me too. I too. Okay. I too. Corrected. Stand corrected. I saw you anyway yesterday. Yesterday I was there. Yesterday I had a talk. School. So you are taking care of RTCC now? Yeah, just started. Learn things. Only short period. I've seen you working only online, no? Did you meet anytime? Yeah, mostly online. This is so confusing. Because every other day we keep running into the biosafety. Okay. The last time I was there, actually, but you have seen the Nakulam facility. Chandapaz was there. Yeah, it's very just behind this. Could you sit? Okay, I know. Yeah. How did you? I'm Telugu man. You think I'm Bengali? Yeah. Many people think that. I'm Telugu. I'm Rao. Rao. P.V. Narasimha Rao. Like that. Oh, I'm not Roy. Not Roy. I'm Hyderabad. Many people think. Sometimes it will be advantage also. Coming from Varanasi. Varanasi. Sometimes Bengalis think I'm their person. Sometimes it happens. So I am Telugu. But of course. So how is your academy? Every other day we but Central University is Harvard. Okay. So we need to apply. You should also come to us. It's all voluntary. I know. You are doing job for which you are nothing. It's nothing. You are investing your time and passion. 800 members and they move around the state of Kerala. They never ask for anything. I know. They travel on their own. And all these programs are, that's what the advantage is. Next year, very likely, our institute would be hosting a general body meeting and the academic general body also. I mean, it's a good occasion. Like state academy can also, we will get you and a couple of people. They can be here and that should be right on any of our their programs. Yeah, you can. So our institute actually this hall is limited, but still you have a big hall. It's under renovation. Otherwise it would be fantastic. But still I wanted to do here because our institute will get visibility. Instead of hotel, I could have done in Taj Hotel, but that could have been done in Delhi also. Then why to Trivandrum? So our institute people and all, they will get an opportunity to meet all. I know your auditorium. That's a very good one. Have you ever been to the auditorium? No, but it's still under renovation. No, nothing is there. All they have been removed. New things are coming. Center auditorium you've seen, no? It's almost like a gallery. It's under 200. It's the old one, right? Old. RGCB old one. The Jagadi one. Jagadi. Yeah, I don't know. Here we do not have much. It's very small. But RGCB old one is the other one. What's the capacity? It will take the old one. That is around 280. But that is currently undergoing renovation. It's very old. Ours is 200. Now in renovation we may lose 10 this thing, but still it should be good. Top class. It should be good. Top class. Your focus is now on that. I will somebody. No, that notification. That date by 7 position notified. Last date was actually day before yesterday, but again they extended up to November 10th. And that is a message. They are very prompt in the DBT. Because DBT. No, search committee round has been, completed earlier itself. Before the notification itself, they are done. Probably January, February, probably. No, I don't know. Yes. You want to only officiate. You want to officiate only in chairman? And for that, the chairman is. Yeah, chairman.
So he was the chairman. What is going in the JV?
Governing body. There will be a then and RSC also.
Sorry,
RSC is this. And our the governing body chairman is a minister. He is a member of that. He is a member of that. Because that consists of a lot of members. He said that I come to your institute. He told me. He was your vice chancellor. Yeah, I think I remember.
Okay. Do not come later, right? You should come once. I myself with one leg out. Process got a more long back, so they do not want to apply. So no, I was not. I was asked to apply. I was persuaded to apply. They said no. It's been 6 years. I said, but I will pass on the charge until somebody is approved. I will not leave until then. They wanted me to continue. So I said, so I'm on extension. He's already 1.5 years. Another term like this, yeah. Extension after extension. But you've never been there, right? You also not another portion. No, multiple times. Actually, multiple times. You should go around the campus and see. వస్తాయండి డబ్బులు వస్తాయండి మనీ వస్తాయి వాళ్ళు ప్లేస్ చేసుకోండి అంతే 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 చేయాలి టార్గెట్ వాళ్ళకి అన్నీ ఇచ్చి మనం ప్రొడక్టివిటీ లేకపోతే ఇన్ఫాక్ట్ రమణ సెంట్ వన్ స్టూడెంట్ హూ హస్ జాయిన్ మై గ్రూప్ నౌ జస్ట్ లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ వాళ్ళ పేరు వచ్చేసి ఎందుకంటే ఇది కొద్దిగా రిమోట్ ఏరియా కదా బట్ హైదరాబాద్ ఈజ్ యాక్సెసిబుల్ ఈజీగా ఈజీలీ యాక్సెసిబుల్ ఎంత దూరం నథింగ్ 5 hours. Oh, wonderful. So you go by car. Any acres? My God. కొద్దిగా డౌట్ ఏరియా గుల్బర్గా కూడా పెద్ద వర్షాలు రావు వర్షం వచ్చేస్తుంది
Once the minutes are given to the bureaucrats and those people, അവർ അതിനകത്ത് പ്രശ്നം Absolutely. Review is done real time. Technical committee meetings are there. announce and start. If the panelists are there, you start.
Good afternoon to all. Once again, I welcome all to the NITI Aayog 8th Regional Consultative Meeting on Ease of Doing Research and Development. We thank everybody who has filled and submitted the feedback form, and I request all the other delegates to please fill and submit the feedback form to the organizers. Now, the next session is the panel discussion on the way forward, reforms needed to enhance ease of doing research and development. This session will be moderated by Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, NITI Aayog, Government of India. Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh is an eminent researcher who has made significant scientific contributions through his expertise in information, systems, and science and technology data analysis. As a researcher and academician, his work has globally influenced science and technology policy and institution building at the national and state levels. His work focuses on leveraging scientific data and strategic policy to build a more effective and decentralized innovation ecosystem. May I now invite Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh to the dais to chair the section. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite our panel members to the dais. Professor Battu Satyanarayana, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Karnataka. Dr. P. Ravindran, Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut. Professor Mohanan Kundumal, Vice Chancellor, University of Kerala. Professor Arijit Samal, Professor G, the Institute of Mathematical Sciences, Chennai. Dr. Gangan Pratap, Honorary Professor, APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University and former Director, CSIR, National Institute of Science Communication and Information Resources. Dr. T.R. Santosh Kumar, Director in Charge, Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology. Dr. Jain Murthy, Director, ICER, Trivandrum. I now hand over the proceedings to our moderator, Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh, to lead the panel sessions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to the post-lunch session. So unlike what we have been doing so far since yesterday, this session is more towards synthesis perspective. So what we are going to discuss now is what could be the possible way forward, having done 7 consultative meetings, looking at the major challenges that have come across these meetings. There are certain common challenges. There are challenges specific to disciplines also. There are challenges specific to regions also. And we now have a good list of challenges that our whole STI ecosystem faces in all type of institutions, not only in state universities, but also there are challenges in one of the best central government R&D funded labs as well. So it's not that, all challenges or all problems lie only within the state universities, which have, problems of fund and so on. There are challenges at all level, different kinds, challenges also across disciplines. And these challenges, as Dr. Saraswat says, broadly can be categorized into two major categories. One, challenges which are external to the organization, to the institution, which is doing the research and development, and challenges which are internal. So when we classify the challenges in these two perspectives, external and internal, possibly this also informs us about what should be our approach to address them? So when we say challenges which are external, largely institutions themselves cannot do a lot because these challenges are external to them and may relate to the funding agency, to the timely disbursal of funds, to some policy, to some procurement rules, to some recruitment rules, career advancement rules, and so on. So these challenges, of course, none other than NITI Aayog would be suitable to take forward because we are an extended arm of government, and in that sense, NITI Aayog is a very unique organization because perhaps across the world, we are only examples of having a policy think tank within government. Largely, most of the world, you have policy think tanks out of the government. But NITI Aayog is a unique example where it is essentially a policy institution, but within the government. So as part of that, we do a lot of engagement with different ministries, departments, that includes funding agencies as well. So external part, of course, we can take care. But for the internal part, it is largely for the institutions to solve, to try to solve. And even in that process, there's a lot of learning that we can have from other institutions. So across all these meetings, we had a lot of good practices that were shared by different institutions. And some of these practices can be adopted by others. For example, I'm just talking about a very small practice. Now, when we get a R&D grant as a researcher, this R&D grant is often associated with an overhead amount. So this overhead may be 10% of the amount, 10% of the total project cost, or 5% or 20%, depending on what is the funding agency. Now, how this overhead is going to be utilized, this also varies across institutions. So I have been in Banaras Hindu University, I have been in University of Delhi, and these two, despite the fact that both of them are centrally funded institutions, they have different policies about using overhead. Now, whereas in BHU, the policy is very good in the sense that the overhead amount, 50% of that overhead amount goes to the PI share. So it is an amount that is available with the principal investigator and available throughout his or her lifetime within the institution. So as long as you are within BHU, whatever money that you accumulate out of overheads, 50% of that you get to utilize for any R&D activities. Something similar in University of Delhi, except that it is not available beyond 9 months of the project expiry. Similarly, some ITs have some other models. ITs have 3 parts. Some goes to PI share, some goes to institutional research grant, some goes to institution itself for covering different cost and so on. So there are a lot of variations even in the internal part and good practices that we can adopt from other institutions, and that could be helpful for all of us. So this session being largely focused on synthesis of solutions, and we are very fortunate enough to have a very distinguished panel of institution leaders from institutions of different type, of different age also, of different experience also. The panel is very accomplished, enriched, and that is where we look forward that what are the concrete suggestions possible in addressing the challenges that we have been talking about since yesterday, and also, summaries that were presented during the previous session. So I think I propose that what we can do is we have about 1 hour 30 minutes. So what we do is possibly we can start with some opening remarks by all the fellow panelists on what are the major areas that we should address, what are the possible concrete suggestions that we need to adopt, maybe about 3 to 4 minutes by all the esteemed panelists. And then we open up, we get suggestions from all of you, and then we deliberate upon those suggestions as we move forward. So I propose that because we have 2 parts, external and internal. So when I say external, it deals with issues related to funding agencies, issues related with policy, issues related with procurement, GFR, and all other rules. So possibly what we can start with external issues first. First 30 minutes we talk about external issues. And as we close on that, we can move to internal issues, and last 30 minutes, anything other than that or anything that we look at. So I would request I can start from my extreme right, and we can have 3 to 4 minutes, no timekeeping. So I think we all will be responsible for the time that we are going to take. So about 3 to 4 minutes, all of us. And then as we move further, 1 round, then we hear from the audience. And so please feel free to make interventions, we will try to keep it as interactive as possible so that this is a collective framing that we would like to approach. So thank you very much. We would like to start with Professor Satyanarayan.
So, good afternoon. By the end of the program, yes, many people have left this program, as told by our that is the presiding officer today, to restrict our time without wasting much. So therefore, I will focus mostly on the problems which we are facing and how to rectify. That's all, not go deep into other things, because I have an experience of, first my career started with the Open University system, that is Indira Gandhi National University. Then I moved to the State University, that is Usman University. Then even I have the experience with the Hyderabad Central University. Then with the Central University of Karnataka, where I am reading now. So I have seen the problems of state and as well as central universities. So here first, the external problems, particularly whatever the Vice Chancellor or who is going to take or the decisions, particularly external, some audit problems are there first. So audit problems, they look towards the whatever this funding agency or whatever the guidelines they give, we have to meticulously follow it. Even if you want to relax, we cannot relax. If you relax, then audit will raise these objections. That is one of the bigger issue from the audit side. And also now about this, most of the points when this is Dr. Ashok, when he is presenting, many points have covered. So I don't want to cover most of them, but particularly one is within the project they allocate different heads. But the principal investigator or the head of the institution has no power to change from one account other account. That's why that is creating a problem. The flexibility should be given to the principal investigator with the approval of the even the head of the institution, so that the funds can be utilized most effectively. Otherwise, sometimes we are returning funds, because in one head, if you don't spend in time, we have to return the grant which are raised. So that is also one of the suggestion. And also it is internal as well as external, even governance and about the finance reforms. As it is also pointed out that the researcher, that is the PI, is spending most of the time on the adjustment of funds and spending amount, everything. If we have some regional monitoring offices which are, if we create in the university system, they have to look after this one instead of giving to the principal investigator. If you do this one, that will save the time of the principal investigator, and they will concentrate more on research and stuff, all this administrative works. And also infrastructure, particularly in the case of instrumentation, each principal investigator, if we procure instrument, that is again will not allow others also. So institution level or within the regional levels, if you establish the research, that is analytical, that is instrumentation labs, that should be allowed to use by everyone. So there from the external side, we should also, that is funding agencies should also look into this one. And if you create regional instrumentation centers where everyone can use without wasting this, that is that is one of my suggestion, so that we can utilize instruments more effectively. And also whenever the instrument is that is money sanctioned to procure the instruments, there is no maintenance charges and there is no manpower. Again, the principal investigator has to operate the instruments. Again, that consumes a lot of time. So that's why if a central facility is created, and these instruments, when the instrument is sanctioned, along with that some maintenance grant as well as some manpower is given, so that even that center can also generate money to maintain it. That also from the funding agency, they should look into that one. And the regional instrumentation labs will help everyone to utilize, whether it is state university, central university or colleges, that should be access to everyone. So another thing is early career awards also I am suggesting, so that the teachers who joined immediately, they should be supported early for early career award, so that that number should be increased. Now number is very limited. Only few people are getting and others are left out of this one. And if in the initial stage, if they don't get any grants, they cannot start their career. And then once some gap comes after their PhD, after joining to service, they cannot start again. That is also spoiling the research atmosphere in these universities. That is also I am suggesting to increase the number of early career awards. Once he starts, again he can go for the industry, particularly in the case of they can approach the industry. Even we can, from the external agency, we can also suggest industries to allocate some CSR funds for the R&D, so that they can have any interaction between the industry and academia, so that after starting startup, then again they can take up and they can interact with industry, and industry university hub should be created, and that hub should work together with industry, so that they are at the next stage of the career of the teachers, they should concentrate more on the industry. That is one thing. And also publications. We are looking towards the elsewhere or even Scopus. These databases also we are spending a lot of money. And some universities they don't have money and they are not spending. So for that we should also create our Indian index system, so that we cannot waste at that time. And also we should encourage our Indian journals, so that when this depository should be created here, and we should develop our own research journals and data, so that we cannot spend money on the foreign journals or this foreign indexing that is the Scopus like. So therefore it will be within our reachable, and we can afford this one, and that can be assigned to the implementer, someone central agency, without wasting that our lot of grants. And also some monitoring is required, accountability is also must required. So these are all steps if we take, definitely the institution will do well. And particularly recruitment is most important. Particularly state universities are suffering for the recruitment of teachers, particularly in southern states. And without manpower we cannot do anything. So that is also one of the important factor. This is about from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Satyanarayan. May I now request Dr. Murthy, Director ISET Tirunelveli, for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh. I think we are here to debate about the problems that the scientific community faces, and how is it that we can really kind of bring about some reforms that will help the community as a whole. I think in my perception, you kind of debate this issue for 2 hours or 2 days or 20 days, I think the issues remain same. I think all of us recognize these issues. I was looking myself for some kind of input from my faculty. There are about 120 of them. In the last few years, the last 3 to 4 years, we have added about 50 to 60 faculty in the campus. And these are all new recruits who have gotten started with their research. And I was looking for new feedback, given that they just joined in the recent times, post-COVID era. And given that this is one of the elite institutions with a liberal funding, we support to the tune of about 1 crore for some faculty. And in fact, those that are specialized with specialized requirements, even beyond 3 to 4 crores, otherwise he or she cannot get started. So it's a requirement-based funding. So I sent a clarion call across the institution seeking input, and several responded to my call. And I have a collation of those problems. I think Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh set the stage for the discussions very, very in a clear manner. He said, in fact, going by what we learned yesterday from Dr. Saraswat, we can dissect this into 2 parts. One, the problems that are internal to the institution, and the problems external to the institution. And the chairman of the committee said that let's discuss only the problems that are external. So I have a kind of an extract from the feedback that I have from my faculty. I think one of the things that prominently comes out is there's something that the scientific community has really badly felt in 2022. And I have the numbers starting from 1966 to 2022, the GST was 0. All of a sudden we were burdened with about 18% to 28%, anything that you place order for. You get a grant of, we boast of having a grant here. I am myself a scientist and running about 15-member research group in IIT Kanpur. And I've been a beneficiary of, the JC Bose, which liberally supports, and Professor Chalapati Rao has also has received this year. And I've enjoyed this for last 10 years. Does everybody enjoy this? So when you have a cushion of 20 lakhs, I don't feel the burden of it. In fact, this is exactly what I want to advocate. And before that, I had a Ramana Fellowship, which would give me 10 lakhs from 2007 to 2010. Is everybody such a recipient? And it's not. And I see fellow colleagues just adjacent to me getting, 2 grants. One grant gives 6 lakhs. The CSIR gives 3 lakhs or 4 lakhs. 8 to 9 lakhs is too scant if you want to have a group of about 8 to 9. And do you have the liberty? You don't have the liberty to use the funding the way that you want it. So these exclusive fellowships give you that advantage that you don't have to much account for. You can buy what you want. You can attend a conference that you want. It's absolutely free budget allocation. Now I also have in parallel running another grant from ACRB, which has now converted into ANRF. Appalling it is that I have to give a projection for the chemicals that I have to buy for the next 1 year. Can anybody plan research? Can anybody give a budget for chemicals stating that these are the chemicals that I buy a priori, even before you start your... This is, I think, very regressive. I would want to really, the policy makers, take this forward. I think Dr. Saraswat was really forceful about trust deficit that he talked about. The era that was behind never suffered the kind of scrutiny that we are presently going through. We are ourselves basically a party to it. Because fraud is picked up and you want to have some kind of a checks, and the checks now become basically uniform for everybody. Who is right, who is not right. And as a result, we have to go through this kind of pain that we go through. Right? I think my request is that policy makers or recommenders should hit on this and say that the scientific community is really badly hurt in terms of very explicitly specified budget allocations. You give us equipment, you give us a consumable grant, be consumable. Let us have that liberty the way that we want to use it. Why should I give you the details about the kind of chemicals that I want to buy? I do have a grant for about 8 lakhs of consumable grant from, so 72 lakhs grant from ACRB. And if I am to give the details of procurement, I want to have a HPLC. What is the kind of column that you buy? And, 3.2 lakhs. And I submit that initially, then I should stick to only that. Supposing tomorrow I decide, no, I don't want, maybe it will not suit me, but let me change that column to something else and submit something else is not permitted. I think these are regressive, right? I think we should look for, there should be some trust that should be built with the funding agencies and, kind of liberalize the heads. In fact, our institutions get a recurring head, a planned budget, non-planned budget, right, and salary budget, 3 of them. Likewise, I think any funding that is funded to the scientists should have clear heads and not many questions on it. Allow the liberty for the scientists to use in the way that they deem fit, they deem appropriate, they deem convenient for them, and facile for their research to progress. And I think I talked about the GST. I digressed. Earlier, if I got a grant of, let us say, 5 lakhs and I was happy. But think about it, that 20%, 18 to 20% goes out. Then what am I left with in my hands? We're talking about 4 lakhs. That's a serious cut. Why is it that all of a sudden we are subjected to this, which was non-existent? Why has it become imperative now in the current day, right? I think GST is one aspect I think the government should strictly look at. And a few days back, we did hear that Dr. Nirmala Sitharaman basically kind of exempted this, but it has not become a reality. We did get some kind of a air about it, but nothing has happened. And the second is, for early career scientists, right, you submit proposals. Can I take a couple of minutes more? Dr. Vivek Singh, I do have, this is based on the absolute feedback that I've had from my faculty. I'm not sure how much of what I'm saying is overlapping because I was not a party to the deliberations yesterday here and from the morning because I had my own activities. Pardon me if I'm repeating basically what has already been talked about. And give me a benefit of doubt and if something new that comes. So the second is, the one is the GST. Yeah, Early career scientists submit a proposal, a very competent proposal, you get funding, and you get started with your laboratory and you buy some equipment. The equipment that you buy, of course, the projects terminate at the end of 3 years or 4 years, depending on which has funded you. But the equipment that you buy, for anybody who is looking to build a career, the equipments are meant to serve for about 10 to 12 years. So every equipment, in my opinion, basically has a lifetime of about 12 to 15 years. Now, first 3 years, as long as the project period, there will not be many issues, and the money that you have gotten okay, and the project is terminated, but that doesn't end. For you, your life has to carry on, and you begin to see the problems after 6 years, 7 years. There is a menace. Anybody I talk to, I am myself a victim here. Let us say GCMS I buy for 40 lakhs for my analysis. After 5 years, it develops a problem, and student comes and tells me, sir, you should start nahi ho raha hai. We are chemists, we are biologists, we are physicists. We don't have any idea about the machine. You have to call this. There is no regulation on the service providers in this country. There is a service provider from Kanpur to Lucknow. The guy is sitting in Lucknow. To come from Lucknow to Kanpur, it's only about 1,000 rupees train fare. And the kind of engineer that comes, they probably earns about 60,000 rupees or a lakh, which is about 3,000 rupees. For a visit, the bill that he develops is about 40,000, 50,000. Can there be a regulatory body for the service providers when they sell the machines? But who do we represent our problems with? I think there has to be a clear regulation across the country that people cannot basically arbitrarily charge the way they want it. Right? There is also a harassment going on. You take AMC. If you don't take AMC, the guys don't come. Yeah.
Sir, here one point.
We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that.
But we are not able to buy the standard equipment.
That is a different issue. That is a different issue. I'm talking about the ones that you bought for. Yeah. And let me not take much time. And dispersal of funds, and I talked about it. I think given that machines survive for a long time, in addition to the grants that we get for salary, the second is a consumable grant, third is an equipment grant. These are the three largely allocations if you have basically postdoc or project associate. I think the funding bodies should integrally, necessarily build into it what is called as a maintenance grant. You don't ask what you maintain. No certain fraction, let's be 10% or 15% of the funding that you give, right? Every scientist has something to work with, right? Some tools you have, and you have to worry about maintaining the tools. And you don't need to ask what those tools are. And given that the projects continue, you should have that maintenance grant. And that is about third one. And ease of purchase policies, I'll not talk about the internal mechanisms. Let me talk about the germ. Now we have basically kind of a directive. You cannot buy anything outside. You can buy anything outside only if it's not available in GEM. And you have to produce the so-called non-availability test, non-availability, whatever, certificate. This is painful. This is painful. And anything that you order, I just had a discussion with my stores officer. So minimum delivery period is about 15 days. I want to buy 2 reams of paper. My printer doesn't tell me that it will get out in just 2 hours or today or tomorrow. I need to fill the cartridge. Can we wait for 15 days? Right? And he also told me that there is a clause based on the delivery period you can basically buy outside. I think these have to be kind of, give us the benefit of doubt. Can there be a mechanism, right, where for day-to-day needs up to about 10,000 rupees that can be justified, and you don't have to wait for 15 days for somebody to deliver to you for a needless thing that you can buy from your own pocket with petty amount, but you don't want to, you have grants to use it. Right? This kind of things should be permitted, and I can get more and more into it.
So as we move ahead, we can get more suggestions. Thank you. We move to Dr. P. Ravindran, Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut.
Thank you. I had some chance to talk to you all yesterday with respect to some of the general issues. In fact, when I took charge as the Vice Chancellor, the first thing that I did was I invited the former Principal Accountant General of the state to the university to identify, discuss some of the primary issues which we are facing. So one thing that he said is auditing, you cannot have multiple auditing, and you can strictly adhere to the auditing procedure that is laid out by the funding agency. That means if the funding agency says that it is only enough that you give a chartered accountant statement, utilization certificate, and that is enough, but the local fund audits will not allow that. This is a kind of a serious problem that the state universities are facing. So we have actually taken a decision, because we talked about the internal measures also, we have taken a decision that such files should never be sent to the local fund audit because this is enough. Now the state universities, we mainly suffer on one count that we don't have actually a kind of a regular mechanism for funding the young researchers who join, young faculty members who join, and which is there primarily there in all the principal institutions which we have, the national institutes and all other places. So I think the central funding agencies should make some funds available to every university as part of a planned fund kind of some kind of an allocation to every state university, that you can have some funds being allocated. Even if it is not a huge sum, you still will have some amount of money that is available for the researchers, and also for researchers who had the projects earlier. The project time is over, they will still have the equipment and they will still have the students. So some amount of money that is continual grants for continual allocation of some small grants for the purchase of chemicals, etc., for sustaining the programs which they were all doing. And whether we like it or not, there are majority of the students are still in the state universities. So unless you support them, I'm sure that we will be doing a great injustice to the people who are working in the state universities. Now, with respect to the translation aspect, which we have talked in the morning, how much of translation, entrepreneurship, and in one meeting which I was earlier participating in another place, it was discussed that for the government, even if 5% of these entrepreneurs or startup companies are doing well, it is beneficial, even if 95% of them died out. But the problem is the 95%, what will you do with the people who are in that 95%? They will heavily suffer. So that's some kind of a responsibility, that because you are anyway getting benefited from the 5%, so it should also be the responsibility of the government and the system to take care of those 95% which fail, because they may not fail simply because those projects are bad, or sometimes because there are several factors which will decide on those things. And another thing I just wanted to add was many of these programs, even which are designed for the state universities. Say for example, the PAIR is essentially a program which was designed for state universities. Now you tie up with the PAIR and you actually have spoke and hub. And what happens is it all goes to the hub. The primary focus will go to the hub instead of the spoke. And they decide, even with respect to purchase of equipment, say for example, if you have a 100 crore PAIR program, and the hub actually takes care of the purchase of 60 to 70 crores of equipment that belong to that project. Now what happens is the equipment will be installed, say for example, somewhere here. Now suppose it goes bad, there's some issue, we have to call them, and they will not take care of that. We will have to take care of. They only take care of the purchase procedures. So why do we actually have to give so much importance when you have a program that focuses on the state universities? Give those universities the responsibility also, because that will eventually improve the infrastructure there, the culture, because they should also learn how to actually procure fine equipments and high standards, how to actually maintain those things. It's just like he was talking about the maintenance grants that are required. All these issues are there. So we need to have some kind of a thrust on those things. You should give responsibility to the state universities in those cases, and don't tie up all these things, only think that only IITs and IISCs are worth doing anything. That kind of a philosophy we have to actually remove. And the GST issue is far more serious than what Professor Murthy was telling. I will tell you actually simple examples. For example, suppose one of our students wanted to go to NIT Calicut to do some measurement, and in their chart they have prescribed you have to pay 5,000 rupees. Now the problem is, this principal investigator was not able to settle that account. His utilization, he is not getting his utilization certificate because he has paid this 5,000 rupees there, but then GST is issues. It's not a question of amount alone. It is a question of the technicality that is involved in that. And what the finance people say is that you should have paid only the money that is remaining after paying the payment of GST, and the GST we should pay. Or they should get a certificate from there saying that they paid GST. It's all too complex actually. We don't have to do that. So I think there are a lot of issues which I feel. And I was so happy, like, in the last session which we are sitting, we had actually lots of discussions. And I realized that the funding agency is actually aware of all these problems. Now the problem is, eventually when you actually come up with documents, make sure that they are simpler. I remember Peter Gollis, the earlier Agavande Shemi editor, actually in one of his editorials wrote about the refereeing the referee. And that is where he had actually wrote about one paper run for refereeing to a referee. And he actually wrote back saying that this paper has to be considerably reduced or fully oxidized. And this kind of a situation is there with many of the documents which we prepare. The documents and solutions which we prepare should be simpler than the problems themselves. And this, I hope the funding agency will address this. Thank you.
Thank you. So very fruitful so far. We move to Professor Mohanan, Vice Chancellor, University of Kerala.
Thank you. I have been introduced as the Vice Chancellor, University of Kerala. But basically, I am the Vice Chancellor of Kerala University of Health Sciences. And this is my additional charge. So I am running 2 universities for the last 5.5 years. Anyway, so I will be focusing on why not much research is happening in the medical field in India. It is because of a very simple reason. Like my university, Kerala University of Health Sciences, does not have a medical college. You may feel shocked. I don't have a student. Because we are just a affiliating system. Of course, I have got 33 medical colleges under Kerala University of Health Sciences. There are 60-70 medical colleges under MGR University, some 70-80 under Rajiv Gandhi University. They are all affiliating system. And these colleges are separate. And therefore, the university does not have any research facility, no patients, no data. And recently, immediately after COVID, university wanted to do research on COVID. And all the data were available with the government, state government. But then they thought it is very secret. It is so secret that nobody on earth knows what is in the data. What is in the data? How many died? Earlier, they were saying that Kerala achieved a great miracle by resisting COVID. Then after that, when the government of India announced somebody dies due to COVID, they will get money, then suddenly all these data changed. All these data changed and everybody got money. And still nobody knows that. So the point is that if you don't have a hospital, then how are you going to? See, you are saying that AIMS is doing an amazing research. Excellent. Because there is a hospital and there is a university. Amrita is doing an excellent research because it's a university and they have a hospital. And actually, this has been clearly identified by NEP. National Education Policy clearly says that you should have either research universities or you should have research and teaching universities or teaching university. And this is the solution. It has already been said. And in the NEP document, there is a small paragraph which says that Government of India started great research institutions immediately after independence, but they did not support the universities. So there is a huge disconnect between the universities and research institutions. For example, medical research, the top institution is Indian Council of Medical Research. Do they have a hospital? They don't have a hospital. They don't see patients. And the research output from ICMR, they say that this is the treatment for malaria, this is the treatment for tuberculosis, this is India's data, without seeing a patient, without knowing a patient. And this is a fundamental structural problem. And NEP has addressed that problem. So the disconnect between the high research institutions and the and the universities. And where does this research scholars come from? These universities only. So you have a standalone research center without any students. And you have a university with a lot of students with no research. So you are sending people to there and then they learn research without doing any research. And we did a small initiative from the university side. We announced 1,000 scholarships for undergraduate students working in various colleges, 10,000 rupees each, if they come out with a proposal. And I have got more than 1,000 proposals meeting. At least the research culture will come from our own fund. Nobody is funding us. And in fact, none of the health universities in India gets UGC funding. Because UGC says you are not under us. You go to National Medical Commission. And National Medical Commission says that we don't have any funds to. We are only regulator. We will only regulate. Your degree is valid, your degree is not valid. We don't have any fund. So, in fact, when the health university concept was formed by Bajaj committee, it said that there should be a National Medical Grants Commission on par with the UGC, University Grants Commission. But the universities have formed, medical universities have been formed, Grants Commission did not come. I don't know. So this is the basic one fundamental problem which I am saying, and there are several problems, but then we will continue.
Okay. Thank you. We move to Professor Arijit from IMSC Chennai.
Thank you, Professor Vivek. At the outset, let me place on record our gratitude to NITI Aayog, Professor Vivek and his team, and NCESS and the director and the team for both the opportunity and the hospitality extended to us. We are really enjoying it here. So for those of you who are not aware, Institute of Mathematical Sciences, known as IMSC or Math Science popularly, is a DAE autonomous body, generously funded. It works in theoretical sciences, 4 areas: physics, mathematics, theoretical computer science, and computational biology. So I'll try to keep the perspective from our perspective, what we would like to maintain our position in the country and also hopefully do better. So in discussion with our director, what came up is that the basic thing is that we would like to continue to attract the best talent. This is across 3 levels: faculty, PhD students, and postdoc to our institute. So in the last 10 years, what has changed is that we feel competition, for surely. We have to agree on that many of the people we offer faculty position, they choose IITs and IISers over us. And the problems have been discussed. The base problem is that the retirement age is 65 there, we have 60. We have realized over the last few years that especially that undergrads who are there in IITs, IISers end up doing in many instances even as good a research as PhD or better. So you don't have direct access there. And most importantly, if you think of new emerging areas like quantum science, AI, data science, computational biology, many of the high-end research is being done in industry, like Google research and so on. So faculty need to have the opportunity to engage directly with industry and open their own startups. As Professor Vivek mentioned, also, you need a much more professional grant management system, CSR funding. The overhead is a very important thing because giving part of the overhead to the faculty incentivizes them to write external grants, even in very well-funded institutes, and be competitive. And that's very important. And that could even solve the maintenance issue to some level. So moving on to the second vertical, which is very important to do research, which is PhD students. As you know, the research in India is really anchored around PhD students. They stay for long. It takes longer. And you need to just invest on them because postdoctoral fellows typically end up in high-end areas coming to us because they're not getting abroad. As soon as they get an abroad position, they will leave. So in terms of PhD students, what we feel is that the high-end fellowship should be accessible to every institution. I mean, let it be state university or anywhere, PMRF, more industry, academia, collaboration, giving students exposure to industry, and also telling them very openly, I believe, that as the faculty-student ratio is increasing, for instance, I have finished now 4 students and 10 are working down the line. So if I produce 15 students in my career, if there were X faculty positions when I started in 2013, when I retire maybe in 2040 or 45, there would be at best 3X. So if everything was random, only 3 of my students would get faculty positions. So we need to encourage students to think beyond academia and all sorts of exposure such that their career progression goes on, especially in industrial R&D and so on. Similarly, for postdoc fellowships, we need to have more industry partnership. So that's the first thing I would say. The number two, and very important, is that many of the frontier areas of research today are at the intersection of various natural sciences. One very fundamental example would be One Health, which is both multi and interdisciplinary. So in such a research endeavor, if you see, institutions that will be involved will be across ministries. Because One Health, if you're thinking, you can go to human health as well as ecosystem health. Now, what is very important is also industry participation here to take products down to the market. So, as we have discussed with Dr. Vivek, but I want to reinforce here that harmonization of the regulatory framework is required. So, there should be standard template if IIT and IMSC faculty want to engage in a partnership with a industry. This is a template, we go with it. Most importantly, the MOUs, the IP management, the licensing, exclusivity needs to be detailed further. It can be, the decision can be taken on the top, and then individual younger faculty who are coming back are not left to this. This is very important because most of the faculty are able to generate grants very easily when they join, when they are coming back from abroad. But they may be also least familiar with the system. At that moment, if you handhold them, their motivation won't go down. So this is very important, I think, to do that. And I just wanted to mention the student part. There is one important issue we are not happy about in our institute is, especially in the mathematical sciences, the lack of female representation. I envy you, Professor, because you have better gender ratio. And we have been very seriously deliberating how we increase both the female faculty strength and, most importantly, female student strength. Unless we have female mathematicians, how would we have female faculty? So I don't know what the solution is, but one thing it comes to my mind, and this is my personal perspective, not the institution perspective, going over the last 2 days, is perhaps much more closer partnership in the NEP model between R&D institutes and universities. The 4th year of the BS program, can we just take some of the students and train them? I also wanted to mention that IMSC still continues to pay a fellowship of 9,000 to BSc and MSc students per month if they come internship. We don't charge a single rupee till date. So if anybody faces, please do contact our faculty. We support students. So I am thinking that if that could be a formal setup, and also the SSR part, which has not been implemented, can we make it slightly more mandatory for people who are sitting in more privileged places, like I don't have to teach that much, to go and teach and contribute at the grassroots. So that would actually help. Yeah, that's all basically. I would say that's all. And also I'll second Professor Murthy. As you know, we have theoretical sciences. It's very difficult to predict timelines for us. When these DPRs are sent, what we do in 3 months, it's very difficult to say 3.0 to 3, 3 to 4 to 6. So we will benefit more from little but flexible funding, which have come through, and that would really go towards increasing the creativity in science. With that, I'll thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Arijit. We now move to Dr. Gagan Pratap. So somebody who has been there in the system for long, in different roles, not only as a distinguished scientist himself, but also as head of one of the CSIR labs. So we welcome your comments.
Yeah. So I came here as a disruptor. So no remarks. I'm going to ask 2 questions. Question number 1, how many scientists do we have in India this year? Ashok is here, Parveen is here, Sujit is here, you did studies. Because this session is called The Way Forward.
Around 3 lakhs active.
Active is 3.
Yeah, full-time researchers.
266 per million.
That is 0.0266%. I prefer to think in percentages. Let's say 400,000. Is that okay with both of you? Okay with all 3 of you? In 2047, how many scientists do you expect to have? I didn't see it come up in these 2 days. We are talking of the way forward. NITI Aayog does not tell us how many scientists will be full-time equivalent researchers in 2047. What is your estimate? See, I'm thinking as an engineer, a designer, as a stock and flow problem. So how will you answer that question? just some suspension of disbelief. Pretend that I am the Prime Minister asking questions. You make all these presentations for 2 days. I believe Indira Gandhi used to do this. Because I have heard it from Satish Dhawan and Abdul Kalam. She'll ask, how many scientists will you have in place in 2047?
It will be better if you correlate now today's R&D expenditure, say 1 lakh or 1.5.
No, I'm looking for your answer.
It deploys around 3.5 lakhs. So
No, let's say 400,000 today.
if you can imagine now or forecast or foresight that how much would be our R&D expenditure in 20, probably that linear proportion we can always apply, but then how much will requirement would be the dynamics.
No, I'll make it simpler for you. We already have estimates for the GDP in 2047. Don't we have? From that, we can drill down to what we expect. If we are spending, will we spend 3% of GDP at that time? It's unlikely.
Going by the same estimate.
2.8 million. Ah. 2.8 million, right? Yeah, my estimate was more conservative, 1.4 million. Okay. Because you're not going to hit that target. Now the next step is, see, I was trained as an aerospace rocket scientist, if you will. So these things are very important. Whether you're going to low Earth orbit or you're going to put something on the moon. So you have to design the engine properly. So assume 1.4 billion. How will you handle it as a stock and flow problem? Are you producing enough HR? Are they good enough to become role models for science? Are they good enough to be scientists? That's why I asked you for 10 minutes. And he said no, although I know him very well. No answer for that. No.
Well,
So
you have difficult questions as always.
as always, yes, you're right. See, there's one way to handle this problem because we. Yeah, I'm talking about FTRs. I mean, no, but you should put them in place. See, now I'll bring in the data. Okay. We have been talking about the Elsevier-Stanford list. Do you know what is the Elsevier estimate for the number of scientists in the world? How many of you know the Elsevier estimate for the number of scientists in the world? See, like top 2% is then based on that number. Okay. See, Microsoft Academic had one estimate. Clarivate stopped giving these estimates. Because they are aggregators of all the papers published for the last 100 years, 150 years, and so on. So what is Elsevier's estimate for the number of scientists? See, this is the kind of ignorance that drives our country. You agree? At least 1% agrees. What is else? 10 million. 10 million is their estimate. So 2%. Their estimate. See, it may be more, it may be less, depending on how you define a scientist. Like FTR is an important definition. If you're a vice chancellor, your FTR may be 0.1 and not, 10%, 0.1. If you're a postdoc, it will be 100%. So that's the idea of an FTR. Now, assuming there are 10 million scientists, they wanted to pick up the 200,000 top scientists in the world. So they have two databases. One is called the career list and the other is called the single year list. So that makes a total of 400,000, roughly.
Yearly.
No, you combine the two. Let's say 400,000, it will be less than that because there are lots of overlaps. Let's say 400,000. Out of that 400,000, what do you think is a reasonable figure for India to appear in that list?
Should be the ideally 1/3.
1/6.
1/6.
We are 1/6 of humanity. So how much is that? 1/6 of 400,000. Okay, I'm making you do mathematics. That should have been his job. By the way, I'm a mathematical modeler. They are two different things. Mathematics and mathematical modeling are two different things.
Yeah.
Okay, 65,000. How many do we have? 6,200. That means we are not even working at the world average. The world average is 1. We are 11 times below the world average today. And this is science at the highest level of science, 2%, top 2%. Not the number of papers published, because that counts every scientist in the world. So we are 1/11th of the world average. At the top, there's tiny countries. I wouldn't go into that. Let's pick up the US. They have 5% of the world's population and 35% of the Stanford list. So they are 7 times the world average. So we are 80 times below the US. It's like design an aeroplane, and the Americans fit an engine that's 80 times more powerful than yours. And that's the way we are operating today. So what is it that we must do to bring up at least to the world average? And by the way, China is only at the world average. They're almost exactly at this, what they call the representation ratio of 1.0. So to catch up with China, we must scale up our research by a factor of 11 to 12. And that does not mean that we increase the number of our scientists by a factor of 12. Because someone, I think it's Ashutosh Sharma, right, who brought on this quality-quantity debate. I mean, these are Aristotelian categories. So when you combine quantity and quality, the mathematics gets a little more complicated. So you must scale up the manpower today by 4 times. And the quality by approximately root of 3, I think, to get to where China is today. And we are nowhere near that. So that's the end of my period. I don't think the bell rang. Now you can think about it. This is homework for you.
The last session, the bell was
broken.
This is homework for you.
So we move ahead, Dr. T.R. Santosh Kumar.
It's a great exercise. And now Dr. Gagan sir has raised the importance of a number game for a country like India. And one thing, I was actually about to discuss about that in a different context. You see, the way in which our academics now works is primarily meant with a PhD student oriented. But many institutions abroad, which successful institutions abroad you look, they are actually primarily postdoctoral dependent. And they are depending on our own trained PhD students as postdocs to establish their ecosystem very success level actually. We are feeding them as our postdoc. Now, I thought of telling this actually initially. Now, when I started my academic career 20 years back, there was a lot of opportunities for postdoc fellowship level actually. Now, this were coming from many agencies, CSIR, ICAR, ICMR, DST. And now, if you look in the last 10, 15 years, we are very successful establishing many model institutions, ICES, IITs, National Institutes, Central Universities. And almost all of us are very well, I have to say that, highly saturated with PhD students. Is extremely good to see that the funding agency which I mentioned, they were successfully supporting UGC CSIR at the level of PhD. But we are not able to move from the PhD dominant ecosystem to a postdoctoral dominant ecosystem because the number of postdoc fellowship available from all agencies is extremely poor. Extremely poor when I say the number which was available at the time when I started, even that has not been maintained. Many funding agencies have stopped that actually. At those times, JRF, then SRF, you can go to the interview to JCR and ICMR, you have a lot of opportunities, and these trained people were coming to multiple institutions. That is completely stopped. Now, why this stopped? Whenever we find an answer how to address this, why this has been stopped? That is something which we need to ask. Because the primary reason is that in between there was a concept came to the national level that we have to suppress brain drain. And in order to suppress brain drain as well as train people to attract from abroad, we have started many attractive programs, Ramanujan, Ramalinga Swami Fellows, and Inspire Faculty Fellows. All these were an investment-driven program. And what happened is that in order to sustain this program, we have abandoned our successfully running postdoctoral scheme by agency. This has to be reinstated. As was actually said that it is 10 times higher than postdoc numbers we need the country to feed the kind of institutions and universities, IITs, this which we have established. And we have to change from PhD dominant research ecosystem to post. Otherwise, we never will reach to Stanford. And now second issue, you see with this, who is benefited? We are actually creating best of the best PhD students. We are feeding other abroad. And why we are not able to retain these people as such for our postdoc? That's a failure actually. That is why we have to again go back to, bring to the concept of brain drain. We have allowed this to sustain. And now the thing, we have the program of bringing the people to back. Now we do have a good academic path for them. Ramalinga Swami, Ramanujan Fellows, all these kind of programs, NITI Aayog needs to be very carefully evaluated. Whether when we have decided to attract the back to the country, providing a lot of opportunities, saying that we have IITs and national institutions, how many of them successfully, entered into the academic path? And because we have actually, as RGCB has supported many Ramalinga Swami as well as fellows. But later on, what we have realized that many of them are coming at the age of 40, 45. They are continuing in our ecosystem as a glorified postdoc fellows with a good system of working and students for 5 years, then reaching 45 to 50. Then they are not able to apply to the kind of ecosystems available for making a career. So many of them are frustrated. This is very difficult. It's always very difficult to find an answer to this at the external level, because we are talking about the external issues to be discussed. But there are possibilities to manage this internally, because many of the institutions have structured research programs, and we actually must have a national policy to mobilize these community for those programs actually. Many institutions are doing it, but basically we say that why not to put this as an internal policy and then you mobilize. But these all depend on the kind of leaders the institute is having actually. If they are bold enough to do that, they will do it. If it is not. So that is why I am telling these internal issues, what we used to say that we have to internally manage many programs inside. The scope is there actually, but at the same time, this is actually highly dependent on the leaders who are coming to the institutions. And so this also will tell you an indication to the NITI Aayog that many institutions which are actually well established, when they have to find right people for running it actually, to understand the all essence of that, otherwise many times, because many are scared of finance, many are scared of auditors, and that is why many things are not moving ahead. This is one thing actually. Then second issue, we also extensively discuss about the project delay actually. Now I am happy to note that NITI Aayog is trying to put a unified system. If it works, it's great actually, but I am a little bit skeptical, because the kind of funding agencies, kind of programs which is very complex actually. So everything to bring into one umbrella is going to be a tedious task. If it works, it's great actually. Now, why this is a delay actually? We discussed today, we point out that is one of the reasons is that delay in reviewing, but this is not the case. It is not the case, because I have said a lot of committees in DBT, DST as well as ICMR. Many of the recent programs are actually reviewing in real time mode, because if the external reviewers comments are not coming, still this consists of a lot of 20-25 panel members with the different expertise. they used to read carefully and used to take decisions on spot. It's real time. And where is the delaying actually? The delay is not from that actually. Isolated incident, probably it might have happened in that, but if generalized, this delay is not the review. It's happening after that. Primarily, I feel that many times this is happening to the finance. And many times funding agencies, the investigator is called the funding agency, they used to that, it is gone from my hand, it is with finance. What does it mean actually? This message means that there is no cohesiveness to the administrators at the funding agency to finance. They cannot expect us to directly talk to the finance actually. But the NITI Aayog was to do, the first thing is that there is a two component in any funding agencies, science administrators and finance. They must bring first a cohesiveness between these two communities. And second issue, why there's again the delay? Delay probably if they intentionally they want to delay, finance can find hundreds of reasons, and it will fire back to you actually. You will, obviously you never will be able to succeed. And now, but the science administrators at funding agencies can do better job. Then second, why there is a delay actually? The delay sometimes intentionally because, as I said, in the last few years, a lot of transformative changes are happening in many funding agencies, and they are, because of the demand of the country, requirement of the country, moving from basic science to translational product development, there are a lot of new programs and all special calls are coming actually. The priority is to that. So when you prioritize many of the newer programs for the sake of the demand and the requirement of the country, many funding agencies has killed many of the successful programs they have been doing for the last 10, 15 years. I can cite so many actually. Why this has been done? The successful programs were completely stopped. The reason is there. Whether that has been deliberated by concerned department, I don't think actually. Many of the programs which were successfully managed and run by the funding agencies have invariably helped to establish many of the good ecosystem which we are enjoying in ICES, IITs and national institutes. And this is something NITI Aayog has to very carefully look. The programs were killed is really reasonably done by the committee. And if many things has to be bring back, they need to bring back actually for the country. Again, this is very important when you translation, when every time when we call a good translation to happen, we need a lot of good basic scientists, which if without even any institutions, without a combined ecosystem of fundamental scientists and applied people, the translation is never going to realize. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Santosh. So, well, wonderful points, a lot of suggestions. Some of them we already had, some new. And as Dr. Pratap says, well, we need to address this in a fundamental manner. We, of course, need more people to do research.
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah, sure, please.
Again, another point of disruption. Why do we need to review projects? This is advice I gave the Higher Education Council in Kerala. See, I'll tell you, Harvard University was founded 600 years after the first universities in Europe. And it took Harvard 400 years to be the #1 university in the world. 400 years. And when it became #1 in the world, the then president of Harvard was asked, what is the secret of your success? And his answer was very simple. We chose the best and we left them alone. Somebody knew that? Yes. We left them alone. So why do you need to review these projects? Because I'll tell you, 80% of what you spent will be lost. So you worry about the 20% that will click. What are called the killer applications. And that is the way you should look at funding. Because this 80-20 rule is absolutely universal. It applies everywhere. I remember when I was a young scientist in NAL, Dr. Valluri was a director, and he knew Cockcroft, who was the director of the Royal Aeronautical Establishment. And he told me that when Cockcroft visited NAL Bangalore, Cockcroft told him, "Is your institute like mine? 80% do not work and 20% work." So that's a universal law. So if you think by review you can find out who are the 20 who are likely to succeed, then you're wasting your time. So write off the 80 that's going to be lost and expect the 20 who are doing well to take you to the top. And this is happening to the 400,000 scientists who are in India today. This 80-20 rule will happen to the 1.4 million or 2.8 million scientists who will be in India in 2047. And for your information, right now, the UNESCO estimates are the USA, which is 1/4 of our size, has about 2 million scientists. China says it has 2.2, but we must take that with a pinch of salt. Maybe 1.8 million is the right figure. The European Union, which is half our size, has about 1.5 to 1.6 million scientists. All of them far more engaged in science than we are. So this is what we must aim to do. So don't waste your time reviewing these projects. I was once on a CSI committee, and a young boy who was a fresh PhD from IIT Kharagpur applied for 5 lakhs because he was in a remote college in Bihar. And to locate his college, we had to use Google Maps because it was not there on any of our radars. So I said, why have his proposal reviewed? It's just asking for 5 lakhs. He wants to continue the research that he did in Kharagpur back in this college. Give him the 5 lakhs, give him the JRF that he's asking for, and let him do what he wants. He'll bring the cultural research to that remote part of Bihar. So we tend to overdo these things. See, this is that, what is that thing, trust deficit kind of philosophy. If we get over that, we can improve the country. Otherwise, we can't. We get locked into it.
Yeah, so just give me 1 minute to. I'm so sorry we have not been able to, maintain our own discipline of time. So far we have issues like, funding is not enough. That's beyond doubt. We also got issue about pre-July 2022 GST 5% revival. NITI Aayog has been very actively pushing for it. I'm pretty sure this will happen. If this news was not correct, this will become correct in the time to come. And we also had a discussion about rigid budget heads. This also, I think DBT has started that they have started only in 2 heads, recurring and non-recurring. There's nothing like, you don't have internal bifurcations. And this is going to be taken up by others. Early career fellowship, then maintenance grants, multiple audits, enough and respectable PhD fellowships. Then we also heard about pair, that hub keeps, everything important. Then no GST on equipment user charges. This is a very important thing. Affiliating universities, the whole idea of affiliating universities should be revisited. Connect between university and research institutions, which was larger earlier, but somehow, eroded. Then health university concepts, attracting talent at art level. I will go a level further. Why only PhD and postdoc? Attracting good faculty and also possibly good institutional leaders is equally important. So that also should be there. Model templates we heard about for different purposes. Well, suitable number of researchers, and moving from PhD dominant ecosystem to postdoc dominant ecosystem. So these are some suggestions that, just to summarize, that we got out of this panel. I open it for all of you. I think we'll come back once we hear from the audience. So can we have the mic there out? And please, I would request everyone to be very brief. Sorry for all of us being, not so brief, but we really need to keep time. So we have about 20 minutes to take it forward. Please.
I have just very quick comments on the earlier distinguished panelists speaking from the university side and primarily hinting at the early career fellowships and also how to retain them for research, and seeking, I think, funding agencies' support on that, and also one question on infrastructure, maintenance. So, quick comment says that I also agree with you that something has to be done to retain the early career or those who join new faculty and then to promote them, motivate them for research. But my fundamental question is, see, DST has a little scheme on Inspire where they promote, but their fellowships are very limited. But what my feeling is that extramural, otherwise even for the national R&D, expenditure is hardly 3%, So whatever in that pie only DST, DPT and other players work, So whatever it is done in Indian context for the public research institution is intramurally driven. So why don't you tackle to the main your body UGC, ask for this kind of frame rather than jumping out straight away from that. And see, listen, I'm giving you suggestions, then you can work on it.
UGC stripped the funding now.
Stop the funding either, then it should have a national call that who will take a call on that, because you cannot simply jump the wagon and say, okay, you give me.
UGC has no money, zero.
That is a different issue. It means then we have to knock at the right door. We are knocking.
With the DST and other agencies also, if there is a little more fair distribution of this, we can manage this.
That understood. Even his saying that hub and hub pairing is also to be reversed. That also understood, taken well. But for your maintenance of equipment, there is already a scheme which is running for the past 2 years.
So point well taken, Dr. Rao. Anything else that you would like to add? Okay. So we move further. Any please.
So I'll make 2 points quickly. Dr. Gagan Pratap, thank you very much for making that point. One of the most successfully running projects of ICMR, National Institute of Epidemiology, was rejected for funding by ICMR and other funding agencies. I'll not get into the reasons. The main thing was they didn't have the expertise to review an implementation research project. An implementation research project in health was rejected with 3 words: no lab work. And I said, thank you, you rejected it. अब मैं आराम से बाहर apply कर सकता हूँ. मेरे को ये नहीं बोलोगे कि आपने internally apply नहीं किया. This is number 1. So we need to give freedom, and then when intramural funds are given, decentralize them. Now we have intramural funds, उसको फिर से centralize कर दिया. 1 साल, it is taking 1 to 2 years to approve implementation research projects, which are the need of the state and health system now. Right? So this is just continuous suggestion I wanted to give is, in extension to my suggestion which I gave in the pre-lunch session, that is having a track of, for scientists, after a certain seniority level, they may go into a research administration track, so that you have expert research administrators who can take up. Check. Yeah. The suggestion in line with that is with respect to administrative staff. We have I'm sorry if there's anyone from administration here, nothing personal. We have a regressive administrative staff. Please don't get me wrong, maybe we are at fault, I am at fault as a scientist, I don't know. When they get promoted, when you go to administrative staff of any other agency, NGO, corporate, to become in HR, you need to have some MBA HR. To be in charge of finance, you need to have some MBA finance. But for our administrative staff, when they become accounts officer, when they become administrative officers, when they become ADG, DDG, we should have some basic minimum. They should undergo in-service MBA or something. Like a scientist, for them to get promoted above a certain level, a basic master's is not sufficient. They need to have a PhD. Believe me, this trains us down. Today I was dealing with 3 administrative issues. Basically, we are firefighting as scientists. Be kind to us, right? These are the 2 points I wanted to make. And again, these are internal matters. But you know how our systems work. ऊपर से लिख के आया, recommendation आया तो सब लोग करते हैं. No one. So internal, external, I agree with you. But that works where you have empowered, people. But when it comes as a recommendation or a guidance, then people internally start. Therefore, I made that.
No. Point very well taken. Internal भी तभी होगा जब ऊपर से लिख के आएगा. So that we agree. Sheil.
Actually, it's a very quick point. Building on what has already been discussed, I think the early stage or early career scientists find it more difficult to navigate the system. That has to be addressed, right? When we did the ease of doing science study in 2023, we found that the mid-career as well as senior scientists being in the system for some time are basically able to somehow navigate the system. But the early careers need to be hand-held. I think you also rightly mentioned about hand-handing. So the senior scientists and the administration in the institutions have a responsibility to handhold the early career scientists so that they can retain them, motivate them to stay, and also resolve their issues. That connect needs to be there in the institution level, I feel. And also, a very coherent strategy needs to be there for early career.
Thank you. Any other points? Yes, sir, please.
Starting with what Dr. Santosh Kumar has said about the re-entry fellowships, one of the major things that I find is that most of those re-entry fellows are not satisfied with the system. They come to the country after wisdom of carrying whatever they have done over there at the age of 45 or so. They lose chance to get into any of the permanent positions in there. Most of the institutions, when this is being awarded, there is a clause that any next free vacancy comes in, it should be considered. Nowhere that's being considered. They are getting disappointed and they're trying to get back to the respective countries at their earliest. So I think there should be a mechanism to retain them. If you really think of brain gain, then this is what is needed. So it happens. Another thing is that we have no institutional mechanism to rigorously screen the projects that are coming out. A funding agency, maybe unfortunately, we have no, except him, I think many of those funding agencies are not represented. So I think DBT, SCRB, NRF, if those people are here, they would have answered on a real-time basis, most of those problems. So that's a major lack now because NITI Aayog may not be able to answer everything that's being put to you.
Well, we'll come back to you. So, so this is only the beginning. We are going to talk to all funding agencies, and we talk to them on a very regular basis. Any expenditure more than 500 crores, NITI Aayog always has a say, and we work closely with all the science and technology ministries. So we very closely interact with them. We know most of the issues. We know their problems. But the issue is the problems that we are collecting. Two things. One is that we collect everything. Number two, there's a huge support base that we get out of 8 consultative meetings. That this is something that is coming out of 600 institutional leaders across the country. So this is not what only NITI Aayog 5 people are saying. So that is why this exercise was very, very important. And when we go back and we say that this is from 600 institutional leaders or 700 institutional leaders, nobody can ignore us. So that is why we are doing this exercise, and the next step, of course, is going to be the brainstorming with funding agencies. So what we are hearing now is just one side of the story. Then we are going to engage with the other side, and collectively we can work out solutions. So can we have the mic here? You have a quick point?
Just wanted to say that across these whole meetings, one point which has not been raised really was that we have now in our institutions too many non-academic events, and those events never stops. And so when Dr. Gangal Pratap was asking that how many scientists, I say that FT calculation if you do, then that not only about when you go up the ladder you have more administrative burden, but it is also about the non-academic events where that calculation. So I was really, I would say that I would not dare to estimate what is really the numbers are.
Let me take over from you there. See,
so please be very brief so we come back to you.
I mean, this is the way a dialogue should be done, right? See, I spent over 3 stints, 2 years in a German lab. Not a single politician visited us. Not a single bureaucrat visited us. That's the end of my story.
So we got some input. So I come back, not much time left, maybe 10 minutes, so we can have very quick suggestions on the internal side or anything else. So this time really will have to be 1 or 2 minutes all. That's all that we have left. Very concrete focus points if we have, and then we end this session. So starting with Professor Satyanarayan.
So in our university, or every university should have a institutional development plan. For that, I conducted a brainstorm session with our faculty members. We identified our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and challenges. This document is required to proceed further. And the Vice Chancellor should, or head of the institution should spend more time in the campuses, and then any problem comes, that should be attended first. Because VCs are away from the university and everything stands still and nothing will move. So we have to spend more time in the institution. Then many problems will be resolved. And we should also motivate these teachers to apply for funding agency or to carry out research. That should also be done. And from the accounting, that is also most important. And internally, universities also within the EC, the decisions, we have to formulate some kind of mechanism to free the principal investigator to take up all this administrative work regarding this settlement of grant and procurement, everything. If that is taken care, they can spend more time on the research. This is my...
Dr. Murthy?
Yeah, I don't want to say anything about the internal mechanisms. The reason is it's best left to the administration, because if the scientists come back to you and say, sir, can you basically provide the manpower? Can the bills be cleared? I think this is more of administrative in nature. I don't think that anybody can help. I think every institution has to evolve. That's my take. I want to give some 3 additional points in addition to what we had. I think rightfully I had basically noted the postdoc. I think Dr. Santosh Kumar talked about it. It's a growing culture. Given that basically America has now shut doors for us, right? There are not many opportunities. I think we should look to tap the kind of talent that we have in the country, and the research ecosystem can be absolutely kind of enhanced by increasing number of postdocs. I think this is the time to tap into this resource. One standing example I can give you, for example, IOEs, and I'm sure all of you are aware of, only select institutions. And if you look at basically the funding, because I come from IIT system, I kind of know it, and be it IISc that I'm a product of. All the IOE money, a big chunk is going for the postdocs, and which is how these institutions are able to kind of jack up significantly their output in the last 3 years to be seen prominently even in the QS rankings. They are basically appreciated in terms of the ranks. I think this resource has to be tapped into. If you want to tap into this, the right time. One, he talked about it. The second is the funding agencies. Go to Canada, you have NSERC. Go to America, you have NSF. Germany, you have all the funding agencies like DFG. They have a calendar, grant calendar. Why not we develop that grant calendar? No, ANRF, calls happen at this time. The funding is released at this time. CSIR, this is the way. DST, this is the way. I think this is where a policy has to come. Most nations have, and the scientists gear up for submission of their proposals because they know when to submit the proposals. This is missing badly in our country. It's a bizarre. Everybody is looking at like when it rains, in drought areas, right? For the ANRF to open up. This is really a bad thing. I think that's second point that I would like to talk about. And the second is, national scientific problem solving platform. I'm not sure how many of you have thought about it. There is an innocentive.com. Innocentive.com is basically for chemical industry. Industry is plagued with problems. We speak of basically academia industry connect. In India, it never happens, even if I'm most willing, and I've been director for 6.5 years now, I cannot reach out to these guys. There is no trust. And unfortunately, we don't know what their problems are. Nor they care for what our expertise is. So this disconnect. So industry can basically for all industries develop a platform, dashboard, that they kind of feed into that particular platform. The interested scientists can basically kind of express their interest. National platform, right? That's one recommendation. The most important one, CSR funds. Every organization has to spend. Where do I get this money from? I have no idea. Who to approach? I have no idea. Can there be a national platform, a website which tells you, yeah, this is where the organizations can approach? And every organization, every industry, and every commercial enterprise has to have certain fraction, right, of benefit basically for the society. Who to approach? And who have connections, it works. Who don't have connections, it simply doesn't work. I've been successful to some degree. That's a different issue. But many people approach me, how do we tap into this resource? There should be some mechanism.
Thank you. Dr. Ravindran.
Thank you. In fact, I feel like this kind of sitting sets the right attitude for us to how to move forward. One additional suggestion which I have along the lines with what Professor Murthy sir said, we have been talking about the translation of research, getting people into business into it. We can have actually a kind of a national consortium with all these industry people also, with a non-disclosure agreement signed. So if I have something which developed in my laboratory or some other laboratories, they can just push it into that and it can get circulated if somebody is willing to support it, at least based on a non-disclosure agreement, because applying for a US patents or other thing, it's all expensive. So if somebody is there actually willing to support those projects and also take it forward at the industry level, because we may have developed something small, but it may have much bigger impact for another industry which is there. So some kind of a platform where these kind of new innovations from the laboratories can be circulated and which can be taken up for future development. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to our left.
Thank you. We are coming to an end of an excellent discussion. Recently, somebody was analyzing why people are doing PhD. In Kerala University, we get almost 500 PhDs coming out. In fact, more than that join. One main reason they say that they are waiting for a job, clerical job, so they have to do something in between. So they are joining a PhD and they get a fellowship of 8,000 or 10,000 rupees. So if they get a job, they will throw it away. And some people said it's good for in the marriage market, you can wait. So that you do a PhD. And another phenomena which we have in Kerala, which you may not have in other states, the political leaders, they have to be a student even after 30 years, 40 years, because they will be continuously doing PhD program. So these are the scenarios. In between, there are good researchers also. I admit. Now, and then after this PhD is given, some may be good, some may be bad. Then what happens? What happens? This PhD, after awarding, it's in the university library, and this fellow become a bank officer or a bank clerk or a police officer or a constable. And what happens? Now, PhD, being a medical man, PhD, it's a very rigorous studying and research, like doing an MD in medicine or a MCH in neurology. We do it very seriously. Why? Because after that, I have a career opened. So after MD radiology, which I am, I know that I am going to be a radiologist for the entire my life. After doing a PhD, what you will become, we cannot guarantee. So that's why whether this postdoc can be done, whether these people can be absorbed. And why do you need so many PhDs, 500, 600 PhDs in order to become a clerk or a constable subsequently? Suppose so, you give a better amount, better fellowship, maybe 60,000, 1 lakh fellowship, and you have a very rigorous selection process. This is what we do for MD course. This is what we do for medical courses. Rigorous selection, you get the best, and they become best professionals. So this has to be done. And of course, the numbers also will come, as Gangan Pradap said, because you have 500 PhDs, and all of them have become constables. What is the point? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think I have much to add. I just want to congratulate Professor Vivek for this great survey, and you have all the points. But as was mentioned in the second session of the day, I think the success will only be achieved if you ensure the implementation. I think that is very important. And if you ensure the implementation, at least that will ensure that the people who are coming in now, starting out, when they really have the spark, they won't get demotivated and will be on a path to success. Thank you.
Continuing from where Mohanan left. Somebody laughed. I think I'm giving the comic relief. See, something known to me when I was a student, and now I have the data for that. If you look at the NIRF PDF files very carefully, and just look at the IIT data, and the placement for BTechs and MTechs, uniformly, almost uniformly, the BTech students are placed at higher salaries than the MTechs. And I have published the paper in current science, one of my papers that got published. And the other half, he knows, the other half gets rejected. That's the strategy. The MTech student on placement gets a lower salary than the BTech student. So what are the IIT MTech programs actually doing? And what they are doing is they are remedial courses for badly trained BTechs and BEs from the other colleges. And that is what has happened to the IIT system. And this has gone unnoticed. I mean, I knew it when I was a student, say how many, 50, 55 years ago. And now we have the data. It's continuing like this. So we must rethink the MTech programs. I have a solution for that. Why do you need an MTech program? I don't have an MTech. The Indian Academy of Science and the Indian National Science Academy got together sometime in 2006. There's a report, there's an academy report, saying that we can have the American system of a 4-year BS followed by a 4-year PhD program with a possible exit if someone does not want to do his PhD and gets
again in NEP.
I actually introduced that in KUSAT when I was there, but when I left, they withdrew that. It was never implemented. See, ultimately, you need 20 years of education. You know, you can talk endlessly about 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 and all. That's meaningless. To be a PhD, you need about 20 years of education. Doesn't matter how you do it, 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2, up to 20. Or 10 plus 2, what it was, plus, what was that, 3 plus 2 plus X for a PhD. So we have to rethink some of these things. Are we actually running the MTech programs to improve our BTechs? Or are we doing this as remedial programs for badly trained BTechs from other issues? Now, the reason this came up was that I was on the Rama Rao committee that brought out a report for AICTE. I don't remember the year now. Must have been before the year 2000. You see, the government played an experiment. That is, I don't know how many of you remember this, they changed the MTech program to a 1.5-year program. And they found that that was a bad decision. So they wanted to reverse that. So they set up this Rama Rao committee, and I was a member of that committee. And when we collected this data, we found that a lot of people who come to do the MTechs in Kanpur, especially Kanpur, in that belt, Kanpur, Delhi and Kharagpur, were doing it to prepare for the IAS exams. They were not really interested in the MTech. The scenario may not have changed now. I mean, you may have to study it. AICTE may have to set up one more committee. But please think carefully about the direction in which we are going. So maybe we should eliminate the MTech program and the MEd program. Because I remember when I was a VC, we had a very similar situation. Somebody does a BSc, and then does a BEd, and then does an MSc, and then does an MEd, and then does an MPhil, and then does a PhD, and then he or she is over 35. And she cannot get a job in the university system. And what does she do? we make a mockery of our education. If you have a 4-year BSc program, the 4th year can be for research or for education or for a profession, and then go straight to the PhD program. You see, again, when Dinesh Singh brought that program into IIT Delhi, you remember the trouble he ran into with that was politically generated. There were 2 vice chancellors who implemented the academic system. I did that. I tried to do that in CUSAT, and Dinesh Singh actually went ahead and did that in Delhi. And then he was humiliated for that. And now the government brought back that system. So that's a way to go.
Thank you. So final words, Dr. Santosh.
Yeah, because I am asked to comment on the internal issues, so I am going to be brief and only one point. As I said, as long as the right directors are there inside an institute, policy decisions are taken rightly. If they need to be given independence, one thing. And by having said that, at the same time, there must be institutional policy decisions making. There must be everybody's, opinion is being taken, because many times directors comes and goes and they changes. So institutional mandates, institutional continuity, all this is to be maintained with that independence. There must be a framework within the institute. That if actually that can be, I don't know what is going to be the structure of the framework. Something is in place is always great. And one more issue I just wanted to alert. Recently many funding agencies started changing the name of the staff engaged in the project indifferently. Project scientist 1 second, research associate 1 second, third, project associate 1, 2, 3, 4. And these were earlier we were having only certain nomenclature. The problem is this. When they are coming, because when it comes to an institute is having people coming from multiple funding agencies with the same kind of qualification at the same time, with the different involvements and a different name actually. This is creating a lot of problem. This started only recently. This is an external affair, external fact, and probably NITI Aayog is trying to make a uniform portal and uniform system, and please carefully look into that. And the seriousness, I can explain many things, but this is not the right time actually. But basically.
Yeah, feel free to write to us, and we assure you that we'll take it forward. So we are 4:32 now, the best that we could have taken it forward. On behalf of NITI Aayog, the whole team, the team from NCESS, I would like to thank all the esteemed panelists for your valuable suggestions, insights. You all spoke very frankly, openly about all the issues, shared valuable suggestions, insights that we had made a note of, and something that we are going to take it forward. And when we go for next level of discussion and brainstorming with funding agencies and other people in the government system. Thank you once again, and we close with this session. So perhaps with the concluding session.
To formally conclude the session, I now request Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, NITI Aayog, to kindly present a token of gratitude to Professor Battu Satyanarayana, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Karnataka.
I didn't want to instruct him.
To Dr. G.N. Murthy, Director, ISER Trivandrum. To Professor Mohanan Kunnumal, Vice Chancellor, University of Kerala. To Professor Arijit Samal, Professor G, the Institute of Mathematical Sciences, Chennai. To Dr. Gangan Pradap, Honorary Professor, APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University and former Director, CSIR, National Institute of Science Communications and Information Resources. To Dr. T.R. Santosh Kumar, Director, Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology. I now invite Director NCESS Professor N.B. Chalapati Rao to felicitate Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, NITI Aayog. NITI Aayog 8th Regional Consultative Meeting on Ease of Doing Research and Development, panel discussions and sessions concludes now. Now we will take a short break before the commencement of the concluding sessions. Thank you. We will begin the concluding session shortly. I request all of you to please be seated in there. Within 2 minutes, we will be starting the concluding sessions. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now move into the final segment of 8th Regional Consultative Meeting on Ease of Doing Research and Development, organized by NITI Aayog, hosted at NCESS. May I now request Professor N.V. Chalpati Rao, Director NCESS, Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, Science and Technology, NITI Aayog, Dr. Ashok A. Sonkusari, Deputy Advisor, Science and Technology, NITI Aayog, to kindly join the dais. May I now request Professor N.V. Chalpati Rao, Director NCESS, to share his remarks.
So, good evening each of you. We have reached the last leg of our discourse here. It's very enthralling, enjoyable and very absorbing sessions we have had last since 2 days. And I should thank NITI Aayog and our ministry for giving this opportunity. Especially it benefits our young scientists and including everyone. Initially our secretary was surprised, you are conducting at NCESS, I thought you would be conducting at a hotel, 5-star. I said no, I want it to be here so that all the allied people who are here can come and it will rejuvenate our institute. That's what I said and he was very extremely happy. Now the topic actually when NITI Aayog contacted us and when our secretary said about this topic, I felt very happy because I'm a researcher. I'm a scientist by myself. I felt so happy to be involved personally. Now, after listening to many of the deliberations and all, I have 4 or 5 points to make. It's not a remarks as a host. As a scientist, I would like to share few of my thoughts because initially when the schedule was released, my name was also there in one of the panels. Later on it was removed because, for the sake of adjusting people. But as a scientist, I felt I have a right to say my views. I'll be happy because before such very elite, august audience. First thing is, when I was coming back from UK to India, a very senior scientist from India, he met me and he said, why are you coming to India? Coming back to India is very tough. You need to be very, very strong at heart, perseverance. It's not easy to do well in India. That's what he said. He advised, it was in 1990s. I said, I want to be in India, whatever it may be. Well, I don't know why. But one thing is, we cannot compare what America is doing and what we are doing. Because our social structure is different, our requirements are different. But at the same time, in science, there is nothing like nationalism. We should compare with the best. So we should be realistic in assessments. That's what first point I feel. Second thing is, we also should not compare, in my opinion, our ISRO, our CSIR, our what you call it, atomic energy. Again, because their mandates are different. For example, our ministry Bhavan at Prithvi Bhavan in MOES was constructed by Defense Agency. I asked the secretary who was behind it. He said, CPWD will never do that. I know it. So then he asked his friend in the defense sector. So defense people constructed in no time and the quality is excellent. So I think we should be realistic in making comparison. That's what my personal view is that. Of course, as Dr. Saraswat said, he expressed how CSR works and all, he was surprised. But I think it is a matter of, because it's inevitable, because their structures are different. He's coming from a different sector. We need to bring a parity between them. Third thing is, I have immense faith in our government. I've been benefactor of many things. Actually the ease of doing research, I never thought of. Because I believe any researcher who is passionate, he doesn't care about it. He will do it. Because in system, I have seen, to young people I am telling, there are many positive people. If you have a way to do, they will help. There is something, the whole cosmos will converge to help you. I believe in it. I never had to think about, I met so many positive people. If you are good enough, they'll promote you. That faith still I have in India. And I am very grateful to government. And if at all such ease in doing research is to be conducted, I feel it should be done for finance people. because the finance people are the big hurdles. When I joined here, I told our finance people, you are here for us. At BHU, where I come from, we are there for students. Professors are for students, and both our accounts people are there for both. That thing, they miss it. Some of their notings, perhaps Dr. Nirmala Sitharaman also doesn't write, perhaps. They write in such a way. So they should be completely restructured, finance people, in every sector. That's what my personal perception is. Now, another thing is, we need mentors. Actually, if you look at all the success stories of great Indian scientists, they had great mentors. Dr. Abdul Kalam, I give tribute not to him, to his mentor Satish Dhawan or Vikram Sarabhai. They themselves had great mentors. I mean, we should assess a person by what type of school he has created, what his student is doing, and his student is doing. I think that where somewhere we lost it out. Because great Indian traditions had great schools, even drama, music, art, culture. Even in thermodynamics, there are different schools. So that school concept, we need to try, all scientists try. And of course, there are a number of ways to improve the system. But as Dr. Gangan Pratap has said, should not be a second thought for excellence. Our system tries to think of how to improve 80%. But I think why you care? Pandavas are only 5, you go for 5. In my class, I target only 1% because everybody need not have to be researcher. So because we can't afford them job. Try to look at the number, quality matters. And we are here not AP students. We are here to identify the best of the thing. I think there should not be compromise on merit. Then system will automatically work. That's what America is doing, any developed country is doing. And state universities are the cradles actually. Once upon a time, you look at Andhra, Kerala, Jadavpur, even now, few are shining. Kerala is shining actually compared to my states. The reason is, I mean, they are in a very, very utterly, very bad shape. You see, if you look at research institutes, the topmost ones are Cambridge, Harvard, and Stanford. They are universities. They are not labs. Actually, Sir C.V. Raman once said, he was against CSR. He said it's a Bhatnagar Nehru circus. He said that because he said research should be done at universities, not in research labs. So I think we need to, unless you can't improve state university culture, we are gone forever. Few universities like Jadavpur and all, they are shining. But the thing is, it is due to intellects, not with government. They made very good recruitments. They are on top 10. And if state government cannot do it, give it to center. I mean, I'm sorry to say that, because somehow they need to be lifted. Because all IITs and all the feedback comes from state universities. Many of us are from state universities. And I think we also, one point I want to make it to Vivek, my colleague, is I established a system, electron microprobe at BHU out of my own grants of 14 crores 10 years back. And we earned almost 2 crores out of it by helping people and all that. Now, to run that machine, we require a lot of funding. Obviously, single person cannot do it. Now, our university said that that fund you generated has to be given to Consolidated Fund of India. The new rules have come. I said, how can it be? Then I made that this rule came after our instrument started and all, and some of Vice Chancellor was supportive. He overlooked that. I mean, he said, you go ahead. I mean, this type of things should be, eliminated. Consolidated of funds, what we generate out of our instrument by a researcher, it should be used for them. These are small things, I said, but as such, I never had any problem with the system. There will be n number of things, and when I joined BHU, I just want to share finally, I met a very legendary professor, M.S. Srinivasan, in our department. He said one thing, you do your job, close door and do research, don't bother about anything. Everything will be there. I advise to young people, there are negatives all the time. They were there from Mahabharata time. You need to look at, even our system is very fertile. There are people to promote. That's what I say, I would like to add. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful remarks. Now, may I request Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, Science and Technology, NITI Aayog, for his closing remarks.
So, I have nothing. Nothing much to say except 3 small points. One is, we heard during the discussion, we don't have So what makes difference essentially is the right kind of people at the right place. That's very, very important. That applies to institutional leaders, that applies to researchers, that applies to students, that applies to almost everyone, and including reviewers. So we heard a comment from IIT director that those who are capable are not available, and those who are available are not capable. So people make a big difference, and all of us collectively are responsible for creating the right set of people, because our students, essentially those who are working with us, are going to be the next generation of institutional leaders, are going to be the next generation of researchers. So when we talk about 2047 Viksit Bharat, it is they who are going to make it possible. So it is our utmost duty that we make them capable, we train them in the best possible manner, we make all the resources available to them, and also teach them, motivate them that you need to continue towards your goal despite the problems that we all face. So problems, research careers are like individual lives. You face the problems that you face in individual lives. That is something similar that you face in your research career. Sometimes you have supporters, sometimes you have people who pull you down. But if you are determined, if you're focused, you will always succeed. As Dr. Chalapati Rao says that, you're focused and problems will come and go. That's all. We will be able to navigate. And that is essentially, if you look at the Indian science success story, it is full of individual leaders. Most of the Indian science success is because of the individuals. So it is very, very important that we have the right set of people at the right point. Second, well, I come from academia. I had spent about 22 years in academia, teaching, doing some research, have seen many number of institutions, have been in many committees of almost all DST, DBT, MIT and so on, seen the whole project approval process, everything that happens, the grants, personal connection, networks, everything that we all come across. Essentially what matters is the kind of focus that we all need in the programs that we create. So now we have so many mission mode programs, but most of the programs that we had for the last 20 years, they were largely focused on capacity building. So when we now suddenly started talking about translational research, converting research into products, publications, patents into products. So this is all of a sudden which was not there in our culture in universities. So in universities, we come from a knowledge system where we believe that knowledge is free to share. But now we are being asked that you protect the knowledge that you create so that it can be commercialized, it can be converted into a product. But our whole Indian value system had always, has this thing that whatever we produce, knowledge is a common good, we should share free so that it benefits the whole society. So this is a whole contrast that we have, but people are changing, our researchers are changing with the changing times that we all have. And third and the final point that I want to say, and I would like request all of us to join in saying a very big thank you to Professor N.V. Chalapati Rao for making this possible. When we initially thought of holding it in Trivandrum, we were looking at what could be a host institution. And I incidentally met Secretary MOES, and I said, I would love that you host it in one of your institutions. So Tyagaraja ji, my deputy advisor, is there with me, and he said, okay, you talk to NCESS, and he contacted Dr. Chalapati Rao. I was not at all aware that Dr. Chalapati Rao was here. So we knew each other for a long time. We have been there 10, 11 years together in BHU. But then Dr. Tyagaraja told me, and this was such a wonderful thing, to be connected again after a gap of about 2.5 years or so. A wonderful researcher, a wonderful individual. I have seen him working at BHU, completely motivated, focused, a very good researcher. So from all of us, from the whole of NITI Aayog team, we extend our, great thanks, profound thanks to you, to the whole of NCESS team. We had a wonderful stay here. Everything was flawless. The stay, the food, travel arrangements, everything was flawless. So once again, a huge round of applause for NCSS and all things that we have. Nothing more to say. Thank you very much, all of you, for making this possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Vivek Kumar Singh to felicitate Professor N.V. Chalpatirao with a token of gratitude and NITI Aayog's landmark reports. Thank you, sir, for the exchange. Now, may I request Dr. Ashok A. Sonkusare, Deputy Advisor, Science and Technology, NITI Aayog, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. From yesterday, we have listened to our thought leaders, highlighting various challenges of doing R&D and also suggested some measures to address them. Now it is my honor and duty to express a vote of thanks to each one of you. First of all, on behalf of NITI Aayog, I express my gratitude to Honorable Governor of Kerala, Sri Rajendra Arlekar, for sparing his valuable time and grace the occasion with emphasis on doing research for societal application. It is my privilege to thank Honorable Member Science and Technology, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, who is the driving force behind this initiative. My big thanks goes to Dr. Ravichandran, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Science, for expressing their views, his view on how we can streamline the administrative processes and strengthen the financial institutional mechanism for ease of doing research. I take this opportunity to thank all the moderators and the speakers of all the technical sessions who shared their thoughts on various themes on strengthening R&D ecosystem, attracting and retaining quality human resources for accelerating R&D, technology translation and commercialization, key findings of the consultative meetings held, and the reforms needed to enhance the ease of doing research. I am very, very thankful to Professor Chalpatirao, Director NCESS, Thiruvananthapuram, who agreed to host this consultative meeting. Thank you, sir, for your leadership in organizing this event. On behalf of NITI Aayog, I would like to extend big thank you to all the participants for actively participated in the discussion and share their challenges freely, and also suggested some of the measures to address those challenges. I will not forget to thank Senior Advisor NITI Aayog, Dr. Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, for his commitment towards the strengthening whole as R&D ecosystem and directing the organizing team. I must also acknowledge the effort of my team, S&T Division NITI Aayog, especially Ms. Simarjot, Mr. Deepak Narang and Dr. Jeba, and whole team of National Center for Earth Science Studies, Dr. Regimon Srinivasan, Srilyas, and other for continuing support for smoothly organization of this consultative meeting. Once again, I thank you for all being here and making this event great success. Looking forward to your continued support and valuable suggestions for developing strategic roadmap for ease of doing research for the country. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I call entire NCESS and NITI Aayog organizing team come forward for a group photo.
Somewhere in the institute.
This week.
Group picture? Come forward, come forward.
There's some short people in the background.
People can come down.
कुछ लोग नीचे भी आते हैं. इधर बीच में आओ, बीच में.
Big thank you all.
May I request everyone to rise for national anthem?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाता जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
यहीं से चले, यहीं से चलते हैं.